Good morning. Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. This is RSBN Live. You're looking live at the White House. A beautiful looking morning there in Washington, D.C. You see the beautiful American flag on the front side of the White House, and then in the distance on the southern lawn as well. And then there's an American flag on top of the White House. So 3 American flags right there. A great way to start the day, just talking about Old Glory and what that flag represents for all of us here in the United States of America, as it's 8:01 Eastern Time, Wednesday, July 23rd. What we have coming up in Washington, D.C. is at 8:30, this will kick off here. This is a CPAC summit against human trafficking. Now, we're hearing that there are several people, notable people that will be there, including the Attorney General Pam Bondi, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, the Border Czar Tom Homan will be there as well. On top of that, a bit later today for our next broadcast, we have a number of broadcasts today. You'll see President Trump much later in the day, but we'll tell you about that in a second. At 1 o'clock Eastern, our coverage starts at 12. There's a White House press briefing with Carolyn Levitt, so that's at 1 o'clock today. Also, later today at 5 o'clock Eastern, the president delivers remarks and will sign executive orders at an AI summit at the Andrew Mellon Auditorium that's located near the White House. Robert McNeely will be in studio for that. We'll have that coverage, I believe, starting at 4 o'clock today, 4 Eastern. Meantime, this morning, CPAC hosts the 3rd Annual International Summit Against Human Trafficking. It'll be at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, of course, alongside international partners at Kaleido. So this critical event continues the organization's unwavering commitment to ending modern-day slavery by bringing together survivors, lawmakers, advocates, and law enforcement, both here at home and from abroad, to advance bold solutions. CPAC says this summit will take place at one of the most symbolic locations in the world, the United States Capitol, where bipartisan leaders are increasingly turning their attention to the scourge of human trafficking. So this year's convening features a powerful lineup of speakers, including Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, Congressman Andy Biggs of Arizona, 2 national leaders who have consistently championed legislation to protect victims and hold traffickers accountable. Additionally, attendees will hear from key officials who serve in the Trump administration, including representatives from the Department of Justice, Department of Health and Human Services, and the White House. This is offering a behind-the-scenes look at the policies and priorities that are shaping our nation's anti-trafficking efforts. So, we're hearing that the summit will also spotlight survivor leaders, law enforcement professionals, and policy advocates working on the front lines of this commitment to end modern-day slavery. CPAC continues by saying attendees can expect to gain practical insight into both domestic and international strategies for ending trafficking and leave empowered to make a difference in their communities. So a great event to happen today, the CPAC Summit Against Human Trafficking. That will start in about 26 minutes from now. As soon as we see that live feed, we'll bring you there for this summit. Now, one of the ways our country is working to stop human trafficking and just stop the whole southern border situation is through the great heroes at the United States Coast Guard. They recently posted a video. You can take a look. Of course, that a bit far from the United States, but still, as you guys know, the Coast Guard here around our borders, whether it's in the Atlantic, the Gulf of America, the Pacific Ocean, they're out there with Customs Border Protection, with local law enforcement, and in some cases, joining forces with the Navy out there, all to stop whether it's drug trafficking, human trafficking, sex trafficking, and also anybody trying to just cross into our country illegally. The Coast Guard and many members of our military branches, including the National Guard and Customs Border Protection, DHS, so many people working to keep our borders secure, not only on the southern border, but the northern border as well. All right, so it's 8:06, Wednesday, July 23rd. Thanks so much for streaming in with us on this bright and early Wednesday morning. A beautiful look at the U.S. Capitol building there. Blue skies, looking like it's going to be a nice sunny day there, probably in the 80s, I would assume, and slightly humid, having lived in the Northeast for quite some time. Of course, being from the state of Pennsylvania, not too far from Washington, D.C. Also, we know that we'll be having a number of live broadcasts today. So again, at 12 o'clock Eastern, we'll have our coverage for the 1 o'clock event, which is the press briefing at the White House with Carolyn Levitt. Looking forward to that press briefing. And then on top of that, we'll have a third broadcast today, a little later in the day. President Trump will be speaking at a AI summit and also signing executive orders there. We'll have that live coverage. Let me double check the start time on that. I believe it is at 4 o'clock Eastern time, coming up a bit later today. It looks like it will start at 3:30 Eastern. So 3:30 Eastern time for that event later today. So I'll mark that in the calendar here. At 3:30. Okay, so a lot of programming happening, of course, to just today on this middle of the week, Wednesday, July 23rd. Now, programming note for you, of course, on Friday, President Trump will travel to Scotland and will return to the States on Tuesday, July 29th. So that's the schedule that we see at this point. However, we'll see what tomorrow holds, because as of right now, a public schedule hasn't been released. It's usually released the night before. So later tonight, most likely, we'll see that public schedule for the president for tomorrow. So as of today, he's going to be at an AI summit later today. He will be signing executive orders and speaking there. And then tomorrow, we'll see what coverage happens as we await the president's schedule. And then again, on Friday, he'll be going to Scotland. Now, there may be something else that happens prior to his departure to Scotland on Friday. We'll just have to watch it here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, as it's 8:08 this morning, Wednesday, July 23rd. Let's do this. Let's look at a few articles that we're seeing, but also specifically an article from the White House where President Trump delivers again, ICE arrests surge nationwide. So President Trump delivers again, and the title there, ICE arrests surge nationwide. Now, this is something that the president's team, the White House there, sent out just yesterday. And again, when the White House sends out something, you have to check, regardless of who the president is, based on facts. And what we're seeing here are factual evidence of the ICE deportations that are taking place in various parts of the country. Specifically, the White House says across the country, arrests of criminal illegal immigrants have soared as President Donald J. Trump makes good on his promise to rid our communities of these threats to public safety, making sure illegal immigrant killers, rapists, gangbangers, and other violent criminals find no safe harbor. The Trump administration's landmark public safety effort is making local news from coast to coast. So in South Carolina, ICE arrests have more than tripled. Looking at arrests from this year, 47% are on people already facing one charge. 41% are people already convicted. Let's go from South Carolina to Michigan, where ICE arrests have jumped 154% since President Trump took office. Let's go over to Minnesota, where ICE arrests have doubled, and the time it takes to deport someone has been cut in half since President Donald Trump took office. These are some quotes from various sources of media. Let's go to Colorado and Wyoming, of course, in the Mountain Time Zone. There have been almost 5 times as many ICE arrests this year compared to the same period under Biden. Let's go to OHIO in the Midwest. New numbers on ICE arrests in Ohio show a shocking increase, having more than tripled since President Trump took office. Let's go over to the Silver State, Nevada, where ICE arrests have jumped nearly 300% compared with the same time period in 2024. From Nevada, let's go to the Southeast, the volunteer state, Tennessee. Daily ICE arrests have more than doubled under President Trump, with the vast majority having a criminal conviction or pending criminal charge. From there, let's head up to the Northeast, Maryland and Virginia, where since Donald Trump's inauguration, ICE arrests in Maryland have jumped, get this, 290%, and a staggering 470% in Virginia. Just south of Virginia, bordering North Carolina, let's go there. There has been a 160% increase in the number of daily arrests compared to the same period last year. Let's go to the great state of Alabama. ICE arrests have more than doubled compared to last year. We can head out to Utah now, where ICE arrests have surged under President Trump's immigration crackdown, with numbers tripling in Utah and surrounding states since January. Comparing the average daily arrest rate to 2024's rate, let's go to Texas. It's up 92%. Florida is up 219%. These are ICE arrests. And California is up 123%. The number of unauthorized immigrants arrested each month by Immigration and Customs Enforcement has nearly tripled across 8 western states: Utah, Idaho, Nevada, Montana, Arizona, Colorado, Wyoming, and California since Trump took office. Let's go to the Grand Canyon state, an absolutely beautiful state, the one that my wife and I, we were engaged in this state. We got engaged in this state. It was a wonderful time there. ICE arrests here in southern Arizona have spiked dramatically since President Trump took office. And let's go to Chi-Town in Chicago. ICE arrested 3 times as many illegal immigrants convicted of crimes during the first 150 days of the Trump administration compared to Biden's final 150 days in office. Let's go from Chicago to San Diego. Specifically, interesting that those cities are next in line because Route 66 goes from Chicago down to Santa Monica. But let's go from Chicago to San Diego in this case. During the first 6 months of the second Trump administration, immigration arrests here in the San Diego region have gone up 400% compared to this time last year. So this all from the White House in regards to ICE arrests surging nationwide. It's something that is pedal to the metal. And why is it important? If you look at the common sense aspect of all of this, you know, we see from the left wing, they're trying to say all this stuff about it. Well, it's breaking the law if you're here illegally, and especially if you're here illegally and then are committing criminal acts. So this is not a safe place or a safe harbor for, you know, the sanctuary cities situation. It's just not. It's just the law. I didn't write the law. I agree with the law because we have to have safe streets. We have to have our country still having borders. Again, if we all decided, whether right wing, left wing, or upside down wing, decided let's go travel to any country in the world, and I don't care if it's a third world country, which I've been to, Chad, Africa, or let's say Costa Rica, let's say France, or any country, you're still going to have a visa or a passport or both to enter that country. Why? Well, it's because you have to know who's coming into our country. What if somebody is there to be up to no good? What if somebody is there to live off of that system? So the people that keep saying, oh, these ICE arrests are bad, and you know, why is there a border wall going up? And because the United States of America is a country just like any other country out there. And then other countries that allow migration to happen, aka the UK, really start to cause problems there. How about Ireland as well? These other countries, these people are out there being like, this is our country, and we're having people that we don't know come in. Are they going to live off our system? Are they going to be up to no good? And in many times, both of those things are happening. So it's the worst of the worst coming to our nation, and that's what we've seen from President Trump talking about that during the campaign season. Outside of this, yes, we are still monitoring various stories when it comes to ICE and when it comes to Customs Border Protection. We're talking about other stories as well. If you've watched our news coverage this week, we know there's a lot going on in the 24/7 news cycle, but focusing in today because this is about human trafficking, this CPAC summit that starts in just a few minutes from now. That's part of stopping the human trafficking is having strong borders and having a strong immigration customs enforcement team. And I believe there's more than 20,000 agents out there, and it's a great thing. It's not something that's against the Constitution. It's not something against humanity. It's something that is, hey, there's a law. It says, don't steal, right? If we're looking at the 10 Commandments, don't steal. If you steal a Snickers bar, that's against the law. If you come into our country illegally, it's against the law. If you commit a crime in our country, it's against the law. So it's just common sense stuff. And I know I'm preaching to the choir to many people that are watching right now, but unfortunately the left wing doesn't see it that way because they want this country to be destroyed. They want the Constitution not to be the law of the land. They want basically anything goes. And that's not good. We don't want that. We want freedom, but we have laws too. So there you go. All right, so let's go to All Family Pharmacy, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. As we know, sometimes people are frustrated with these long pharmacy lines, these insurance headaches, or just trying to get the medications you actually want. Well, there's a better way. All Family Pharmacy is actually changing how people get their medications. No insurance needed, no red tape, just fast, reliable care shipped straight to your door. They carry the essentials, NAD+, methylene blue, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, antibiotics, and more than 200 more medications. Perfect for staying prepared, supporting your health, or building a well-stocked medicine cabinet with the treatments that matter. And guess what? Every order includes the doctor's prescription, so no extra steps, no hassle. It's really simple. It's quality care from like-minded doctors and pharmacies who believe in one thing, to make America healthy again. So visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Use that RSBN10 promo code to save 10% off your order. Again, it's allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, code RSBN10. Let's now shift over to callshe.com as we await the CPAC summit. You can go to callshe.com/RSBN. You can also download the app, or you can just go to that QR code that you see there on your screen, or if you'd like, maybe screenshot it if you're watching on the phone right now. But definitely a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you're looking at various topics like weather or science, technology, sports, politics, faith, or just pop culture stuff, there's all sorts of things in there that you guys can bet and trade on, or at least check out the polls and see what people are saying at callshe.com/RSBN. I actually put a poll on my Truth Social the other day. I'll talk about it probably in the next broadcast a little bit more, but basically, who are your favorite TV hosts outside of politics, outside of news from back in the day, right? So I put a poll out there. I mean, I've got Steve Harvey, Regis Philbin is on there, Johnny Carson. And I brought that up because, of course, President Trump speaking about Stephen Colbert and Fallon and Kimmel recently. So if you want to check out that poll, you can. It's at Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social. Also, we'll look at that a little bit later in the next broadcast, have some fun with it. It's just good times. And it's good to remember those days. Regis Philbin, what a natural talent that just connected with the American people every morning when he started out with Regis and Kathy Lee, right? Kathy Lee Gifford, and then to the next host, of course. So, anyway, great stuff there when Regis was around and doing great work as a TV host. All right, so again, 8:30, and I think it's Kelly, right? Regis and Kelly it was, and then Ryan Seacrest and Kelly. Okay, anyway. All right, so 8:30 a.m. CPAC. We have this summit against human trafficking, again with the Attorney General Pam Bondi, the DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, and the Border Czar Tom Homan. They're all in attendance for this. We're going to go over specifically what this event is about in just a minute. In the meantime, we do have later today, starting at 12 Eastern, a 1 p.m. White House press briefing that will be must-watch streaming, just like all of the streaming today. 5 o'clock, the president delivers remarks and signs executive orders at an AI summit. That'll be at the Andrew Mellon Auditorium, located near the White House. That coverage starts at 3:30 Eastern. So looking forward to that coverage a bit later today. In the meantime, it's 8:20 this morning. Matthew Alvarez, thanks so much for waking up with us. Let's go to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to RSBN Live. It's 8:21 this morning. We're getting a live feed to the CPAC Summit event in Washington, D.C. This will be at the U.S. Capitol building. Specifically, CPAC is saying this is working alongside their international partners at Kaleido. It's K-A-L-E-I-D-O. CPAC says, of course, this is a critical event that continues our organization's unwavering commitment to ending modern-day slavery by bringing together survivors, lawmakers, advocates, and law enforcement, both here at home and from abroad, to advance bold solutions. The summit will take place at one of the most symbolic locations in the world. You're looking at it right now, the United States Capitol, where bipartisan leaders are increasingly turning their attention to the scourge of human trafficking. This year's convening features a powerful lineup of speakers, including Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, Congressman Andy Biggs of Arizona, two national leaders who have consistently championed legislation to protect victims and hold traffickers accountable. Additionally, attendees will hear from key officials who serve in the Trump administration, including representatives from the Department of Justice, Department of Health and Human Services, and the White House, offering a behind-the-scenes look at the policies and priorities that are shaping our nation's anti-trafficking efforts. So the summit will also spotlight survivor leaders, we're told, and also law enforcement professionals, policy advocates who are working on the front lines of this commitment to end modern-day slavery. Attendees can expect to gain practical insight into both domestic and international strategies for ending trafficking and leave empowered to make a difference in their communities. So this is what's happening in the next 7 minutes or so. We'll have that live feed into the Capitol building there where this event will happen. This is a CPAC Summit Against Human Trafficking. Once again, programming note for a bit later, 1 o'clock Eastern, Carolyn Leavitt will hold a press briefing at the White House, and then later today, the president will be at an AI summit right near the White House in the Andrew Mellon Auditorium. He'll be speaking there and also signing some executive orders. That'll be at an AI summit. That coverage, as of right now, starts at 3:30 Eastern for you here on Right Side. But definitely check up any updates if there's any difference of the the start time there for that event a bit later. Also, if you're just joining us, we went over a number of statistics from around the country, states all across this country where ICE arrests have gone up by triple digits in some cases, which was quite interesting to see those numbers. And it's great to see those numbers because, again, all about safety in our country, all about keeping our borders secure, and also getting rid of criminal illegal aliens. There's nothing wrong with saying that. You don't want to have, first, if someone's from another country here, they can obviously live off the system, but more importantly, I think, that's obviously not right. Well, just imagine you and I or a whole group of people going to some other country and just, thanks for the freebies of everything from your country. You don't know who I am. People could be involved in whatever. You know what I mean? So that's what I don't understand when it comes to the logic of the left wing when they say, let's have sanctuary cities. Let's keep that border wide open. Oh, wait a minute. You're kicking out criminal illegal aliens? What are you thinking? Actually, what are you thinking? Anyway, so 8:25 this morning, Wednesday, July 23rd, looking live at the White House, the Capitol building, and inside the Capitol building there. This is going to be a CPAC summit, scheduled to start in about 5 minutes from now, but having covered a number of events, that doesn't look like it's going to start right at 8:30, even though it's scheduled to, unless their doors will just open and people will fill those seats. But I don't think it'll be starting in 4 minutes from now, as it's 8:26 Eastern. But we'll monitor it, and we'll go there live as we see developments there for the CPAC Summit Against Human Trafficking. Obviously, an extremely important issue facing anywhere, really. That's something that probably is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to some of the numbers that we see out there. So great to see CPAC holding this summit. Great to see the following people involved with it: the Attorney General Pam Bondi, the DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, the Border Czar Tom Homan, who, of course, the Border Czar, I mean, this guy, without saying it by being disrespectful, by just calling him this guy, but the reason why I'm saying it that way is because he is an everyday American who's been involved with Customs and Border Protection as an agent and has seen so much, and goes up there and delivers these speeches no matter where he's at, and he just doesn't care what anybody thinks, which is great, especially when it comes to getting things taken care of. If you saw that recent event with TPUSA in Tampa, Florida, one of the hecklers was there's one heckler there, and tried to interfere with Tom Homan's speech, and Tom Homan definitely let the person have it, verbally speaking, as they left and went back to, I think he said, go back to your mommy or something like that. I don't know, but it's just still great to see Tom Homan, such a strong person for that position as a Border Czar. Compare Tom Homan to the last Border Czar. Wow, talk about night and day, and right versus wrong, and truth versus lies, and strength versus weakness. Well, we have the right people in the right positions. We just want to see a lot of wins. And you think about sports, and you think about when a team is undefeated, or say they're winning in a football game 67-0. And some people say, well, you should let up and put in your second string and third string, which is fine. But I wouldn't want a second string and third string to let up at all. You'd want to keep winning. You don't want the other team to score. Now, some people say, well, let the other team, at least have 3 points or whatever, And maybe I'm talking high school or college-ish. The point I'm trying to make is, for our country, we don't want the other team to score anything. The other team is against our nation. We actually want them to join us, in peace and in freedom and the American way, That's what we would prefer. But yeah, we're not looking to let off the gas. We're going to go pedal to the metal, especially in this administration, because we have to. That's the only way this country will be saved and rescued fully, is if all of these investigations that are happening, because there's evidence out there of wrongdoing and breaking the law, as long as all of that is happening, where there's prosecutions on top of all of the great wins that we've seen, like sealing the border, our economy roaring back, all of the ICE arrests that are happening out there. There's a lot of things that just need to be taken care of, and that's what we see happening, in the first 6 months of the president's, second term. And on top of all of that, yes, we're also looking at what Pam Bondi was talking about yesterday with Todd Blanche, the fact that they want to dive into any information from Ghislaine Maxwell when it comes to the Epstein files. I mean, you have to remember, early in this administration, Anna Paulina Luna went out there and said, we're creating a declassification task force so there's transparency for the American people when it comes to all sorts of files, not only Epstein, but also when it comes to the JFK, RFK, MLK. Those files were just released, the MLK Jr. assassination files. The There's 9/11 files, there's COVID files, there's UFO files. These are all not my words. These are just straight up from the representative of Florida, Ana Paulina Luna. So, of course, we want truth and transparency. And as we have that and get more of that as we just continue on in this, 2025, July 23rd, we want to see pedal to the metal. We just, we want all of these reforms that President Trump has introduced to this country. And the reforms are simple. Why would you reform something? Only if it's broken or wrong. The border was open. Reform it. We have the sealed border. The no men and women's sports. That is, the majority of the country is against, a massive majority of the country is against that. Reform it. So those are the reforms we're talking about, and we want to keep all of them that way going into the next administration and then to our future in our country. Anyway, so it's 8:31, Wednesday, July 23rd. It looks like the doors have opened there at this event at the Capitol building. This is the CPAC Summit Against Human Trafficking. Let's go to a number of sponsors, including angelpaste.com. So out of Spring, Texas, if you use the RSBN promo code, of course, it always goes a long way for all of the products that are sold here on this network. These are great sponsors, great partners, including Angel Paste out of Spring, Texas. So use the RSBN promo code. You'll get a discount off the Miracle Cream. There's also a number of other products there, all for skincare, all for your health as well. So angelpaste.com, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's also go to All Family Pharmacy. If you've been frustrated with those long pharmacy lines and those insurance headaches, or just trying to get the medications you actually want, there's a better way. So All Family Pharmacy, they're changing how people get their medications. There's no insurance needed, no red tape, just fast, reliable care shipped straight to your door. They carry the essentials like NAD+, methylene blue, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine. There's antibiotics as well, and more than 200 more medications for you to pick from. So perfect for staying prepared, supporting your health, or building a well-stocked medicine cabinet, or all three, with the treatments that matter. And every order includes the doctor's prescription. So no extra steps, no hassle. It's pretty simple. It's quality care from like-minded doctors and pharmacists who believe in one thing: to make America healthy again. So just go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can use that RSBN10 promo code for 10% off your order. Again, that's allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, RSBN10 for the promo code there, as it is 8:33 Eastern Time. Thanks so much for streaming in with us bright and early this morning for those of you watching on the Central, Mountain, and West Coast, or the Pacific time zones. 8:30, not as early, but still pretty early-ish to start out the live broadcast. But it's great because what we have is a CPAC Summit Against Human Trafficking. Before we dive into those details, once again, for those just joining us a bit later today, at 12 o'clock Eastern, we'll be live with a separate broadcast, as there's a White House press briefing with Carolyn Leavitt today. And then earlier, actually later in the day, at 3:30, as of right now, that's the start time for a 5 o'clock event where the president will deliver remarks and sign executive orders at the AI Summit. It's going to be at the Andrew Mellon Auditorium located near the White House. We're told that will be happening about, again, 5 o'clock. So that coverage will be here on Right Side. Meantime, again, for those of you just joining us, CPAC is hosting the 3rd Annual International Summit Against Human Trafficking at the U.S. Capitol, of course, in Washington, D.C., alongside their international partners at Kaleido. This critical event, CPAC says, continues our organization's unwavering commitment to ending modern-day slavery by bringing together survivors, lawmakers, advocates, and law enforcement, both here at home and from abroad, to advance bold solutions. The summit will take place at one of the most symbolic locations in the world. You see it right there, the United States Capitol building, where CPAC says bipartisan leaders are increasingly turning their attention to the scourge of human trafficking. This year's convening features a powerful lineup of speakers, including Senator Marsha Blackburn and Congressman Andy Biggs. There will be 2 national leaders who have consistently championed legislation to protect victims and hold traffickers accountable. Additionally, attendees will hear from key officials who serve in the Trump administration, including representatives from the DOJ, the Department of Health and Human Services, and the White House. This is offering a behind-the-scenes look at the policies and priorities that are shaping our nation's anti-trafficking efforts. So the summit, we're told, will also spotlight survivor leaders, law enforcement professionals, and policy advocates working on the front lines of this commitment to end modern-day slavery. Attendees can expect to gain practical insight into both domestic and international strategies for ending trafficking and leave empowered to make a difference in their communities. So also we'll be able to see what is said there this morning. So as long as we have a live feed, we'll continue it here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, we're told that a number of people, including the Attorney General Pam Bondi, the DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, and Border Czar Tom Homan are all going to be in attendance there at this CPAC summit against human trafficking. Again, thank you guys so much for streaming in with us, as this is one of 3 live broadcast streams today. And later today at 12 o'clock, we'll start our stream for the 1 o'clock event, which is the White House press briefing. And then later today, the president will be at an AI summit right near the White House there at the Andrew Mellon Auditorium to speak and also sign some executive orders when it comes to artificial intelligence. All right, so 8:36, Wednesday, July 23rd. Let's look at some of the recent posts on Truth Social right now as we take a look here. President Trump posting a photo of himself and the Philippine president, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., just yesterday. Of course, that was live coverage that we brought you here on the network. Also, if you missed President Trump speaking with the Philippine president and also with the American people via the media, right? The medium, that's from this person to that person, medium, right? Media. Anyway, so the question and answers section yesterday was quite interesting. President Trump speaking boldly about what's going on out there in this 24/7 news cycle. So quite interesting to watch that just yesterday. You can always watch that on replay as well if you missed any of that. That's not that wasn't a run-of-the-mill Oval Office meeting, and I don't think there are any run-of-the-mill meetings when it comes to President Trump. He gets the job done, and we're looking forward to all of the transparency needed when it comes to all of the investigations out there, when it comes to the Department of National Intelligence. It sounds like Tulsi Gabbard is going to release even more information about Barack Obama and the team there that did what they did in 2016. We can get into some of those details if time permits. Also, we know that Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche yesterday, the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General, are looking to speak with Ghislaine Maxwell in regards to any credible evidence as well when it comes to the Epstein situation. So we'll see how that all goes. We'll monitor it here at the network as it's 8:38, Wednesday, July 23rd. All right, so President Trump yesterday posting a lot about the specifics when it comes to a trade deal with Japan as well. President Trump saying we worked on it long and hard and it's a great deal for everybody. He was speaking yesterday at a reception with members of Congress yesterday, saying we just completed a massive deal with Japan, perhaps the largest deal ever made. President Trump said Japan will invest at my direction $550 billion. That's more than $500 billion into the United States, which will receive 90% of the profits. The deal will create hundreds of thousands of jobs. There has never been anything like it, the president says. Perhaps most importantly, Japan will open their, let's see here, I've got to open it up here, or open their country to trade, including cars and trucks, rice, and certain other agricultural products and other things. Japan will pay reciprocal tariffs to the United States of 15%. This is a very exciting time for the United States of America, President Trump saying, and especially for the fact that we will continue to always have a great relationship with the country of Japan. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So just diving into a few of President Trump's posts as we stand by for the CPAC Summit Against Human Trafficking. If you're just joining us now, we started our coverage at about 8 o'clock this morning, and we've went over today's schedule. We'll go over that and again in just a minute, and we'll also dive into, once again, the specifics about this CPAC Summit Against Human Trafficking. We can do that right now. So again, this is CPAC hosting its third annual International Summit Against Human Trafficking at the United States Capitol in Washington. Alongside our international partners, CPAC's partners, Kaleido, this critical event, according to CPAC, continues our organization's unwavering commitment to ending modern-day slavery by bringing together survivors, lawmakers, advocates, and law enforcement, both here at home and from abroad, to advance bold solutions. So the summit taking place, of course, at one of the most symbolic locations in the world, the U.S. Capitol, where CPAC says bipartisan leaders are increasingly turning their attention to the scourge of human trafficking. So this year's convening features a powerful lineup of speakers, including Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee and Congressman Andy Biggs of Arizona, two also national leaders who have consistently championed legislation to protect victims and hold traffickers accountable. Additionally, attendees will hear from key officials who serve in the Trump administration, including representatives from the DOJ, the Department of Health and Human Services, and the White House. This is offering a behind-the-scenes look at the policies and priorities that are shaping our nation's anti-trafficking efforts. We're told that the summit will also spotlight survivor leaders, law enforcement professionals, and policy advocates working on the front lines of this commitment to end modern-day slavery. So attendees can expect to gain a practical insight into both domestic and international strategies for ending trafficking and leave empowered to make a difference in their communities. So that is what CPAC is all about when it comes to today's event, this summit against human trafficking. So that will be happening here momentarily. As soon as things get kicked off there, we'll go there live. In the meantime, if you're just joining us, here are the programming notes for the day. 1 o'clock Eastern will be a White House press briefing with Carolyn Levitt. We'll start our coverage at 12 o'clock Eastern leading into that. And then at 5 o'clock, the president delivers remarks and signs executive orders at an AI summit. That'll be at the Andrew Mellon Auditorium, located near the White House. So that's happening a bit later. Our coverage will start at about 3:30 Eastern for that. So 3 broadcasts today. If there are any more developments with this whole 24/7 news cycle, we'll bring that to you as well right here on the channel or online if it's way later tonight. If there's a development, we always, of course, have great writers here at the network, whether it's on Truth Social or on X or on the website, on the app, that write various articles, a lot of which over the years, as you guys have seen, have been reposted by the leader of the free world himself, Donald J. Trump. So again, 8:43 this morning, looking like this will be starting in just a bit from now. Let's go to mypillow.com. In the meantime, free shipping sale. Always good to see the word free. Freedom. Free shipping sale with the RSBN promo code, mypillow.com/RSBN. There's so many products there, as you guys know, more than 2,000 products to choose from. If you want a little kick in the morning, you can get the My Coffee. If you want to have a good night rest later at night, you have the pillows, you have the sheets, you have the mattress topper, so many great things. If you want to share your faith through wearing the My Cross, it's right there. You have the multi-use My Pillow 2.0. The bed sheets, all great prices, and a free shipping sale. Use that RSBN promo code, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, mypillow.com. Let's also go to the situation where if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network as we continue to grow and expand our coverage here at the network, you can do so. All you have to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/donate or text RSBN to 801-801. And for those of you that want to send a check or cash, which we receive some information that's what we want, that's what they want. So if you want that, if you want to send a check or cash, all you have to do is go to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, to send the check to. Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. Of course, a P.O. box there. So if you'd like to send any cash there or check, you can. All right, so 8:45, Wednesday, July 23rd. As we're awaiting this event here, maybe we can go to a couple clips from yesterday when it comes to the 24/7 news cycle, and maybe we can keep the split screen up live here on the left side of the screen as we go to President Trump from the Oval Office. I'm gonna have to get some water in a sec. Been speaking for 45 straight minutes, except for a commercial break. But maybe we can go to that here in a second. Director, please let me know if that's something we can do as we await this CPAC summit against human trafficking, as we await the Oval Office meeting with the president and the Philippine president from just yesterday, as we'll take a look at some of that. I mean, yesterday's meeting was quite telling, because the president spoke so boldly about a lot of the 24/7 news cycles. So we can get to that here in just a second. In case you missed any of that, as we stand by for this CPAC summit against human trafficking. As we await that video, maybe we can go to a video we played earlier from the Coast Guard in regards to what they do internationally. We know domestically the Coast Guard is doing great things with the Navy, with Customs Border Protection. When it just comes to helping to seal the border, let alone the shout out to all of the flood situations that we've seen around the country, very tragic situations. But the Coast Guard doing a great job out there all the way across the board. Director, is this the Oval Office video or the Coast Guard video? Okay, cool. Let's go to the U.S. Coast Guard video as we await this CPAC summit. What a job that is, to be someone that is rescuing people, whether it's at a flooded situation where you're in this orange U.S. Coast Guard helicopter getting propelled down with that cable and saving people's lives, and then in other cases helping to secure our border from people like human traffickers that come into our nation. What a job that is, just at the Coast Guard alone, let alone our entire military, all 6 branches, including the United States Space Force, of course. And outside of that, our great Air National Guard, our National Guard, and Customs Border Protection. So many people doing so many great things for our nation to keep it safe and to, let's be real, we spoke about ICE as well earlier, because ICE is doing an absolutely great job out there. Again, this is pretty simple common sense stuff. If somebody's in our nation illegally, especially a criminal illegal alien, this has anything to do with what the left-wing talking points are. It has everything to do with safety for our nation. This is being done around the world as well, in certain countries where there are borders. Why are there borders? Why can't we let's just not have borders in the whole entire world? Then what do we call the world? Just the globe? Country globe? Like what? And so these left-wing, as President Trump calls them, lunatics, you know? Well, hopefully things work out. Hopefully people come to their senses and join the right side of history with this. But if they don't, I don't know. What are you going to do? Hopefully keep winning elections, right? Through prayer and hard work and getting out the vote, winning the midterm elections, winning the next presidential election, and also keeping these 20 core promises locked in, not only for this administration, but for the future. And partly the only way to keep those reforms, many of them, is to investigate those that have broken the law that would try and do what they did again in another administration. You know what I mean? Like, there's just a lot of securing that needs to be done for our country. And so we're seeing it start to happen as we are now 6 months and I believe, 2 days into President Trump's second administration. So we're looking live there at the CPAC Summit Against Human Trafficking. We do know that this was scheduled for about 8:30 to start, but we're seeing it start about maybe 8:50, 9 o'clock at this point. A lot of people there for this great event. Again, this is going to feature a number of great people, including the Border Czar Tom Homan will be at this event. So looking forward to going there live, listening in on this, as it's obviously one of the major topics when it comes to, when we look at illegal immigration, when you look at it just from that 30,000 foot view, human trafficking within all of that is a massive, massive problem, and this is why CPAC's holding this summit. Again, later today at 12 o'clock Eastern, we'll be live here at Right Side for the 1 o'clock White House press briefing with Carolyn Leavitt, the greatest of all time press conference press secretary, of course. And then later today, Robert McNeely will be in studio for coverage for the President's AI Summit remarks and executive order signing. So we'll have 3 live streams today for you. On top of that, if there's any breaking news or developing news when it comes to any of these investigations and all this 24/7 news cycle that we're following closely, we'll bring it to you right here on RSBN Live. Thanks again for streaming in. It's Wednesday, July 23rd, 8:51 in the morning. 5:51 out there in the Pacific time zone. Those of you awake in the Mountain time zone and of course here in the Central time zone, thanks so much for streaming in as we are watching this CPAC summit. And a shout out to anybody watching out there in the Pacific time zone at 5:52 in the morning. A lot of people, of course, watch this on replay as well. So if you're watching us on replay a little bit later today, thanks so much for doing so. And pass the link around to friends and family as we continue to cover everything when it comes to Washington, D.C., politics and news, and in many cases outside of the Beltway there in D.C. Speaking of that, the president will be in Scotland on Friday. He's headed to Scotland on Friday. He'll be there until Tuesday on the 29th. So any live feeds that we get, we'll bring that to you, whether it's live on the channel or uploaded on our social platforms. Thanks so much for either subscribing or following us on various platforms, including Rumble and, of course, YouTube, X, Facebook, our app, and Truth Social. Truth Social Plus is awesome as well, of course, as people are wanting to stream more than ever before. I did a poll the other day. I asked about how you watch your news. And of course, people that follow me on Truth Social know me as part of RSBN, since I've worked here since 2022. But the point is that I asked, well, how do you consume news? Do you watch the news and how do you consume it? And there was a poll and I put cable news, live stream broadcast news, or traditional TV news. Basically the antenna, right? You put it up on the old bunny ears, even though they're not bunny ears as much anymore. It's more of those square boxes that you put up maybe against the wall to get your, some live over-the-air channels. Well, the percentage breakdown was unbelievable. I mean, I'm talking 80+% of the people said we watch our news through live stream broadcasting. And it is the way that people watch everything, it seems like, these days. I mean, if you want to watch a movie, a lot of people go to Amazon Prime or Amazon Video or Hulu or wherever you watch your entertainment. Real quick, Netflix. Listen, I get the political sides of everything, but my point is I'm not talking about against Netflix. I'll say one thing. Happy Gilmore 2 coming out on Friday. All right, let's go to this CPAC Summit Against Human Trafficking event right there live in Washington.
Domestically in the United States and abroad. Before we get started, a couple housekeeping notes. One, you see the wonderful pool and media behind us. You'll learn a little bit more about that in a second, but please do not stand in the way of their cameras. Second, for those needing translation services, on the back right, if the gentleman holds his hand up, or gentlelady, they have special equipment to translate English to Spanish throughout the day. Finally, as our speakers come and go, we will have food and coffee in the back and lunch around 11:30. We ask that you grab your lunch, come back to your seat. We are not taking a break. We're moving as quickly as possible. So we really appreciate your time. We really appreciate you all being here. And the last thing is this room will continue to get crowded. We want you all to get comfortable, so please stay in your seat as much as you can. Get comfortable. You're going to learn from a lot of the leaders that we're really excited to present to you today. So we'll get started here in 1 second. Again, please take your seats, and we look forward to talking with you briefly.
Thank you.
All right, that was your longest break of the day. I am incredibly honored to introduce not only my bosses, but the people who have invested the organization's resources, their commitment, and most importantly, the hard work to improve the anti-human trafficking crisis affecting not only our nation, but the entire world. I'm honored first to introduce Mercedes Schlapp. She has been the leader in our fight for anti-human trafficking, as well as CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp, our organization's leader, to give opening remarks. Please welcome Matt and Mercedes.
Good morning. Buenos dias a todos. Good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for coming to this incredibly important, I can't believe it, Rosie, 3rd annual International Summit for Combating Human Trafficking. Can we bring Rosie on stage too with us? Rosie, come on over. Rosie Orozco, president of Galedo, just amazing, an inspiration for all of us. But I'm so honored to be here with my husband, who has been truly just a visionary and really allowing me and Frank and the team to build out this center in an incredible way, the CPAC Center for Combating Human Trafficking, and actually seeing incredible results. We were at the White House yesterday with the administration officials. I got to tell you, President Trump, his big focus and his team is to save God's children. That is what President Trump is focused on. He is brought us all in, brought our coalition partners all in. They are serious about this issue. They took a lot of notes yesterday, and I promise you that we are going to follow up and get the support needed for the victims and make sure that these human traffickers who are terrorists are put in jail.
Mercy's being deceitful. She, as you all know, she's the one who's pushing for us to do more and more. And it's actually not me making the decision on the resources. I see Kimberly Bellissimo here, one of our executive committee board members, her husband Terry, and Nancy Ross. And, we just have a wonderful CPAC community. And the one thing that when you run a conservative organization, if you look at what's happening around us in the country, minus this wonderful Donald Trump reemergence, there's a lot to be depressed about. And what I think our mission as far as CPAC is concerned is, although we convene a lot of people who talk, and we're going to talk today, and talking is important, the talking has to be about action. It must be about action. And, you guys do all the hard work. And so we're here to listen to you. And so make sure your voices are heard, and make sure that everybody in the room is held accountable, that we're doing all we possibly can. Mercy said we met at the White House. Part of our job is to tell the people we love, you got to do more, and you got to reorient spending, and you got to take spending away from the priorities of the last 4 years and move them to the priorities that help children and help people. When I read When I read $2.5 billion to redo the Federal Reserve, which shouldn't even exist, imagine if we had those resources in this room and all of you wonderful people had that to save the lives of children and to put people in jail, right? So I believe that the people in the Trump administration want to do that too. So we're going to work together on that. Finally, as far as action is concerned and victories are concerned, small victories but important victories, Rosie came to CPAC and talked about the blank piece of paper, remember? He held up the blank piece of white paper, and we call it a clean slate. You called it a what?
Well, the blank page means how a victim can rewrite the stories.
Right.
And
so,
that's the most important thing for a victim.
So her whole point was, you know, a rebirth, a fresh start. And Frank Russo, who's already been up here and does great work with the center and the rest of our partners and many of you in this room, in 5 states, we were able to pass this really important legislation where the victim of trafficking can start over. All of the crimes that they were forced into committing, they get to put that in the past. And really for all of us, we can't be haunted by the demons of the past. We have to look at the future. And so let's be future-oriented today. Let's think about what we're going to get done tomorrow. If you have a criticism for anything we're doing, we need to hear it. If you have a suggestion for how we improve, we need to hear it. And we just really honor all of you. And part of honoring all of you is also honoring our Creator. And we want to start today off in a prayer. So that's on me, right, sweetheart? Okay. I got to figure out how to do that by holding coffee, so I'm going to get rid of coffee. Amen. Dear Lord, be with all the wonderful people who are here today. I believe that we are humble and want to do your will, but oftentimes it's confusing to know exactly what that means and where that will guide us. Let us understand that every single second, every single minute of our life needs to be dedicated towards your purpose. And we need to start to realize, especially as some of us are combing white hair, that there's only so much time we have to make that difference. And it's our children who we pass on all these wonderful lessons, all of your truth. Let us honor this important mission by making sure as many kids as possible are saved from the evils of our time, and that the people in this room, in a spirit of community, will do all it takes to get the job done. And we pray in your Son's name. Amen.
Rosie.
What are you, on Twitter?
No. Dear defenders of justice and dignity, as we conclude this summit, I will invite each of us to go deeper, not just in action, but in intention. Let us take a moment to purify our motivations. This fight against human trafficking is not about titles or applause. It is about rescuing lives, restoring hope, and walking humble with purpose. We must not act to be seen, but to serve. Not to build our name, but to dismantle the system that profit from human pain. While traffickers are highly organized, we must be more than organized. We must be pure in heart and united in mission. I love that when they visit Mexico, the first thing they did was to go to the shelters, to go to Chalco with all these girls that are vulnerable. This is not for ambition, but for conviction. This is where our true power lies. Let us remember, justice is not a career, it's a calling. And in that calling, there is no space for pride and only humility, no room for rivalry, but unity. We have to be all more united than the crime. Today I am encouraged to share that this movement is gaining momentum, not just in word, but in law. The Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victim Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act, H.R. 1144, introduced by Congressman Chris Smith, has just passed the Foreign Affairs Committee unanimously. Yes, that's a big thing. and is expected to reach the House floor soon. This bill will strengthen protection for victims and equip nations to fight organized crime with renewed force. As we return to our courts, cities, and our communities, let us not just carry connections. Let's carry conviction. Let us not just be professional. Let's be lovers of justice, builders of hope, and healers of brokenness. Together, we are not just reacting to evil. We are advancing good. We are building a world where every child of God, every children will be safe. Every survivor will be seen. And justice is not just an idea, but a lived reality. Thank you. Thank you for walking this path with pure hearts and courageous vision. May justice be our compass, and may heaven strengthen every step of the way. God bless you all.
Wow.
I love you guys. And I love the board of Kaleido. Could you please stand up? Thank you, Sam. Sam is going to be our next president in January. She's now the global USA representative, and she's going to go to the world to speak against this evil. And Season, you are like an angel. You are really such a pure heart person, and we love you all. Thank you. Carola, I don't know if she arrived, but I know that she was having problems to arrive. God bless you all, and especially my handsome husband, that he's the hero of all. I love you, Alex.
All right, so Rosie got us started, but I also want you to recognize, if you please could, the people that do a lot of hard work behind the scenes.
Thank you.
Roger and Elise, will you stand up? Elise is one of our new board members. Kimberly and Terry, will you stand up? Kimberly, stand up. Nancy, stand up. Nancy. Oh, come on, keep standing up. Give them a round of applause and thank them for what they do. And Frank, let's get started.
And please, a big applause to Karen White. I don't know if she's here. Karen White, thank you for everything you have done for us. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you all again for joining us, for getting to hear from our leaders at CPAC. We're very excited. We have a slight change in agenda, and it's in the best way possible. Secretary Kristi Noem is going to be joining us here in just a minute. In the meantime, I wanted to run through our successes. You heard it from Mercy, but what we expect from our Center for Combating Human Trafficking. As they so kindly mentioned, I'm Frank Russo. I'm the director of CPAC Center for Combating Human Trafficking, and my job is to make sure that we have an impact across the globe. First, our team has worked, as Mercy mentioned, in over 10 states this year to pass legislation that significantly changes the course of victims and survivors of these horrific crimes. What does that mean? What does it mean that we support victims and survivors? As you'll hear from one of my good friends earlier or later today, the survivors who come out of these horrific crimes have at minimum 3 to 5 felonies, at maximum over 10. How are they supposed to get back to life? Meanwhile, we know that traffickers, unfortunately, in the last 4 years, were not being prosecuted. Victims were paying the price of their traffickers' crimes. And our goal at CPAC is to bring an end to that practice. So how do we do that? I'd love to tell you that it's simple. It's not. We have to go in every single state. And I see partners from across not only the United States, but the globe here who have worked with us to reframe how we do policy around survivors and how we treat them. That also means we need to prosecute the traffickers. So who are you going to hear from today? You're going to hear from Secretary Kristi Noem, who has done the incredible job of solving one major problem. She has closed our southern border. You're also going to hear from Attorney General Bondi. General Bondi, Dag Blanche, Associate Attorney General Woodward have made their top priority not just to find these traffickers. Finding them is only half the battle, but to prosecute them. And you're going to hear today about how they've prosecuted just in the past week and brought charges against individuals who brought children to illegal farms in California to grow marijuana. That ends with this administration. And then the other thing you're going to learn, and this is coming from CPAC, by the way, that there is bipartisan work being done in this space. So you'll hear from Congressman Chris Smith and Senator Marsha Blackburn about their joint efforts with senators like Kristen Gillibrand of New York and like our partners on the House Judiciary Committee, including Congresswoman Lucy McBath, to focus on ending human trafficking. That means bills like the Trafficking Survivor Relief Act you'll hear about later today. Bills like the international reauthorization of the trafficking grant programs that you'll hear later today. So our focus is not on partisanship, it's on solutions. And even though this is an international problem, we can provide an American solution. So it's our goal to work with each of you. If you take one thing away today, it's that we need your help. We've heard all the time about think tanks or conglomerates or all of these thought centers. That's not who we are. We're an action group. CPAC takes action. And we need your help, whether you're in the United States or elsewhere, to make that possible. If you're in this room, you're in this room because we invited you and we wanted you to be a part of that action. So please take the time to get to know our staffer on the wall here that Matt and Mercy mentioned. Take time to get to know all of our speakers as best you can and get excited to learn from the best in the field and the leaders in the field in combating human trafficking. I'll be back in one moment to introduce Secretary Noem. Thank you all so much.
Do I just grab this? I don't. Okay, well, we're starting off with a bang because we're really honored to have with us today our great Secretary of Homeland Security, who was a wonderful member of Congress from South Dakota and a wonderful governor from South Dakota. And, you know, I guess we're not supposed to have favorite cabinet secretaries, but I have to say I'm incredibly impressed with the fact that I think she has the toughest job in government. And she is just, I think, pitch perfect in making sure that she's all around this country, comforting people who have been through these terrible disasters, making sure that we're being tough on everything in regards to the border, and just being a great ambassador for our values and for the Trump administration and for the president. She's always been a favorite of CPAC, and it's our great honor to have Secretary Kristi Noem with us here today. Come on out, Madam Secretary.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for getting up and coming and being a part of this and being a part of the team. It means the world to me. I think most of you know who I am, but first of all, I want to thank Matt and Mercedes for inviting me to be here to speak with all of you a little bit this morning. I just want you to know that my heart is to share a little bit of our thoughts and work that we've done over human trafficking and what Homeland Security is responsible for, but then also, if we get time, I know this is going to surprise everybody here, but if you have a couple questions for me, I will certainly take those, because I always think that's a little bit more engaging for all of you. There may be times where you see us doing something in the federal government or making decisions and you're wondering, why on earth Are they doing that, or why is she saying that? And if I ever get the chance to ask her a question, I want to ask her this. So I'll do that at the end here, if you guys are more than willing to do that. Well, you know my name is Kristi Noem. I've had the privilege of serving as President Donald Trump's Homeland Security Secretary. People often ask me how I ended up with that position. President Trump had called me and asked me if I was interested in being a part of his cabinet after he won the election. And he said, I know people have mentioned you maybe for Interior or Ag, but Kristi, what would you like to do if you were given the opportunity to be a part of the team? And I said, sir, I would like to be considered to be the Homeland Security Secretary. And he said, why would you want to do that? And I said, sir, because it's your number one priority. It's your number one priority. We have to secure the border. We have to deport these illegal criminal aliens that are in our country. It's going to be a big job, and it's going to take months and months and months. And frankly, sir, I think you need someone who's tough enough to actually do it. I think you also need to have someone that is able to communicate with the American people why we're doing what we're doing and why it's important to the families that live here. And I said, and I'm a wife and a mom and a grandma. And I think it's extremely helpful to have that perspective out talking to the American people with a heart for families and talking about the impact on families who've been impacted by this invasion that we've seen, but also by the crimes that we've seen perpetuated against the American people. And he was absolutely wonderful and blessed me with the opportunity to serve in this position. And it has been probably one of the hardest things I've ever done in my lifetime. If you know anything about me, I'm a farmer and a rancher. Ended up taking over our businesses when my dad was passed away in an accident at the age of 49. I ended up quitting college and taking them over, getting hit by the death tax. That's what got me into politics, was because it made me angry that we almost lost our family business because of tax policy. I served in Congress, and while I was in Congress, worked on human trafficking. Also then decided to run for governor of our state because governors are CEOs. Governors make decisions every day, and I wanted to live a life of significance, do something that mattered, and make decisions that were better for my people. Since then, now President Trump has asked me to be a member of his cabinet, and I am extremely passionate about the fact that every single day when we get up, we need to do something that matters. We need to be engaged in things that change people's lives and give them the opportunities that we had growing up. I can't imagine what it would be like for my kids or for my grandkids if we didn't fight for the America that we had the privilege to live in when we were growing up. Now, Homeland Security is an interesting agency. It's got 23 different departments underneath it. So it has Customs and Border Protection, it has ICE, HSI, it has CISA, which is our cybersecurity agency of the nation. It is securing and helping small and medium businesses and also protecting critical infrastructure like our electrical grid from cyber attacks and those who would wish to harm us. We also have Secret Service. Under Homeland Security, we have FEMA, which is not only responsible for disasters, but it also is responsible for the continuation of government. If the worst of the worst thing happened to our country, FEMA is the agency that would step up and help us run the continuation of government. We also have many other agencies, INA intelligence agencies. I tell people as I go through the list, we are blessed to have the Coast Guard under the Department of Homeland Security as well. But I tell people what happens in the jurisdiction of Homeland Security is that anybody who lives in this country or comes into this country or leaves this country, we have jurisdiction over. Any product or good that is in this country, leaves this country or comes into this country, we have jurisdiction over. And anything that is on the internet that is sold, communicated, or transpires over the internet, we have jurisdiction over. Our mission is to secure the homeland and to do it with integrity and honesty in a way that is responsible to the American people. So it is a big job, but it's one that we take very seriously, and we're very grateful that President Trump is in the White House and that he takes it seriously. Because as you can tell, the last president didn't. Now, when I served in Congress here, I was extremely passionate about human trafficking. I was a young mom at the time. Often when I would come here every week, I had all my kids with me, and they traveled back and forth. And I was aware of what was going on in the country and across the world and the evil, and involved with my church and the work that we were doing against trafficking and sex trafficking. But I ended up sponsoring some legislation that ended up being signed into law that dealt with human trafficking, allowing us to go after websites that would knowingly perpetuate sex trafficking and human trafficking, especially in regards to children. That bill was a bipartisan bill, and it took a lot of work at the time, working with members across the aisle, but I was very thankful to see it signed into law because previously, websites that facilitated the trafficking of human beings did not face any penalties or liabilities for having that platform and allowing that kind of action to transpire on their websites. And nobody could go after them or stop them from what they were doing by setting up a forum to where that slavery could be sold. Unfortunately, today, even years later, and we look at the history of the United States, we have more slavery going on in the world than we ever have before. So while we continue to do good work and pass bills, and I'm grateful for the work of our congressmen and senators who still bring legislation, we have a lot more work to do, and we'll continue to do that. When I was elected governor of South Dakota in 2018, I immediately put into my budget someone specifically that would be located within our Attorney General's office that would focus right on human trafficking, and that's all they would do every day was to go after human traffickers that would be impacting our people in South Dakota, but across the country. In our state of South Dakota, we have 9 Native American tribes, and many of them dealt with a lot of trafficking of children, of women. Missing, murdered, and indigenous women were huge issues for us and for our people, and having someone who facilitated the work and the enforcement and the consequences and penalties for those who would be involved in that trade was incredibly important to me. We also passed a bill when I was governor to define what human trafficking was. Many times we were losing our court cases because it wasn't clearly defined in statute. So we did that. We defined what human trafficking was so that we would start winning these court cases against these perpetuators of violence. And then we also put in more resources for minors who would have been dragged into the industry, minors and individuals that, because of no family, no support at home, maybe drug addiction, bad influences, ended up with criminal records. We allowed them to be expunged and to be clean if they came out of that situation, and we also allowed them more resources for hospital care, medical care, and for mental health care. So, we bring all of that experience then, and I end up in this role at Homeland Security, and we have the responsibility for training the vast majority of the federal law enforcement officers in the country. We do that, and they go out to different agencies across the country. Many of our state and local law enforcement officers get trained under the umbrella of the Department of Homeland Security as well. And we have several agencies that have become specifically skilled and trained to fight human trafficking. And in fact, I've met with so many different groups that work in the space that you are and that you're passionate about and your advocacy matters for, that talk to me about what our HSI officers do every day. And maybe some of you are familiar with them, but our Homeland Security investigators are an agency that is a partnership with ICE that do the investigative work and specifically are the best in the world at going after traffickers. They go after them every day, and it doesn't matter what organization that I talk to, they say your HSI guys and gals are the best. They always are able to track down those who are trafficking individuals, find the ringleaders, and be able to rip that evil off by its head. And they are an incredibly powerful asset to have. And so I'm so thankful I get the chance to lead individuals like that and agents who get up every day to help save our children and to save women and men from the kind of slavery that we've seen. But let's face it, for many years at the southern border, because it was open, we saw trafficking like we'd never seen it before. The invasion that came over the border perpetuated the Biden administration literally losing 300,000 children. These are children that they brought in over the border. In fact, many times Border Patrol agents would tell you they would see the same child cross with different groups of people in one day. Or in 1 week, they would see the same child be 3 or 4 times crossing the border with a different group of people. They were literally using these children to facilitate their invasion into our country, because then they would immediately be granted asylum and released into our country. The Biden administration quit doing DNA testing of anyone who came into our country to make sure they were a part of our family, their families, And so that was one of the things that we immediately reinstated under the Trump administration, that if a child comes to the border with a group of individuals, we are DNA testing them to ensure that they actually belong together, that they are family members when they claim that. When we're out doing enforcement operations as well, going after criminals on our streets that are murderers, rapists, traffickers, when we find children with them, we're immediately DNA testing them to see if they should be in that situation or with those individuals. We have been able to relocate and to find over 10,000 children already so far. 10,000 children. But we've got a long ways to go, and that's why your help matters, and that's why what you do every day is so important to our department and the work that we do. I know a lot of you, and most of you are extremely familiar with the Sound of Freedom movie that is horrific, absolutely horrific, but extremely powerful and changes people forever. I think everybody who's seen it, it's changed their lives. But I don't know if you know that whole movie started with an HSI agent who did his work, found 2 children, and then started to go after the ring and found this international web of evil that uncovered that entire trafficking organization there. And that started with one agent that was under the umbrella of the Department of Homeland Security. That's the kind of work that we do every single day that I'm just so proud of. I just spent this last weekend in Nashville and spent an afternoon with some of those investigators, hearing about their work and seeing what tools they need to go after these criminals and make sure that we're able to bring these children back into safety and these women back into safety as soon as possible. Now, because of President Trump's policies, we've been able to see a secure border. We've been able to see the flow of migrants and criminals and people in this country slow down. To the last 2 months, the amount of people that have entered this country has been 0, which has never happened before in the history of this country. I've gone to 10 different countries and visited with their presidents in Central America, in Latin America, and visited with them and talked to them about the fact that when they have their citizens that are coming to our country, that they should turn them around themselves before they get to America. I have negotiated security agreements with them to share information on criminals and their backgrounds so that when they know who in their country perpetuated trafficking, that they flag them for us so we can find them if they happen to now be here, and we can bring them and force them into consequences and return them back to their home countries. These countries, because of those conversations, have worked and signed biometric data sharing agreements with us, security agreements. They're even telling us that they are now, because of President Trump's strong leadership, they have set up housing programs for their citizens to come back home. If they need a loan to get a house when they come back, they will help them. If they're people that aren't dangerous, they will help give their children scholarships. They'll give them food aid for a period of time, train them for a job. And we believe, after visiting in those 10 different countries with the leaders, that we have over 1.5 million people that have already gone home on their own and self-deported just because they recognize they shouldn't have been in the United States illegally. And if they want to come back someday, they need to do it the right way. And they needed to do it, come back on their own. So now, one of the things that President Trump's bill just passed, the big, beautiful bill that he talks about quite often, that is quite powerful, did have some policy changes in it. Obviously, it had a lot more resources for our border, for the border wall construction, but also enforcement with more ICE agents, more Border Patrol agents, more investigators will also be hired. There also will be the ability to return people back to their countries and dollars with that. But it also had some policy changes in it that I want you to know. It's going to make it absolutely mandatory, with the language that was included in the bill, to conduct criminal background checks on sponsors that would be with unaccompanied minors. We have, because of our work, arrested over 400 sponsors that were sponsors of children brought into this country that the Biden administration was paying to take care of and to traffic our children. We have stopped that, and we're so thankful that we now have language that makes it absolutely mandatory to run a criminal background check on someone before they can become a sponsor. in our programs. We are tasked to be the chair of the Forced Labor Enforcement Task Force here for the federal government as well. And so we have individuals within Homeland Security that work every day on forced labor. And I know you all have heard the story of the California marijuana grow facility and what was unfolding there at that facility. That is happening in other places around this country, that we will continue to bust up those operations, do the investigative work necessary to make sure when we go in, we're able to bring those who perpetuated that type of violence and slavery, bring them to justice and incarcerate them and keep them in prison so that they don't have the opportunity to be released and released over and over again like the Biden administration did. But also at that one facility, we found 14 children that were unaccompanied minors that were there. And we've often, I think 10 of them were under the age of 12 years old. And they were working alongside these individuals. And we had individuals that were working at this facility that were here illegally, but also were known child traffickers. And what was so shocking to me was to watch the fact that when these officers went in there to rescue these children and to bring them out of slavery, and we're still doing the work to find out if they were in sexual slavery or if it was forced labor slavery only, but we'll do our due diligence on that. But what shocks me is that we had individuals that when our officers went in to save these children and to get these criminals out of this business, that rioters attacked them and threw rocks at them and tried to kill them. And that even with them was a sitting congressman that was in that group of rioters attacking our law enforcement officers, who actually took one of the business cards from one of our agents when he was talking to them and then held it up for the TV cameras to tell everybody who he was and how he should be attacked and be brought to justice for what he was doing there by doing his work there that day. Doxed him and exposed him and his family to threats from these folks that are trying to stop the enforcement efforts that our ICE and HSI officers are doing. This is the battle that we're up against. And one of the things I want to ask you before I close is to ask you to be vocal. I'm not asking you to do anything other than to tell why you're involved in this organization, why you are showing up for meetings, why you are advocating, and to be willing to speak out. I've found so often that these individuals that are out there protesting our law enforcement officers and attacking our law enforcement officers are loud, and that many times communities get intimidated and don't want to say anything or don't want to support them. But we should be doing the exact opposite. We should use every opportunity that we have to stand for the rule of law. I tell people all the time, if you don't like the law, go to Congress and change it. My job is to uphold the law. And we have a president, finally, that doesn't pick and choose which laws to enforce and which ones not to enforce. It's the law is the law, and if you break the law, you will pay the consequences of it. And I think it is so incredibly refreshing to have a president like that. President Abraham Lincoln once said that slavery is founded on the selfishness of man's nature. Opposition to it is his love of justice. And that's what I hope you're all embracing today, is a love of justice, and that we live in a country that is still an example to the world. There is no place better to raise a family, to have an opportunity to own your own business, to live a successful life filled with joy and hope than in the United States of America. I hope you recognize that because you woke up here this morning, you're more blessed than 99% of the people in the world just because you woke up in the United States of America. And that is something we are incredibly grateful for. So thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for your support of going after those who perpetuate human slavery, trafficking, sexual slavery, and forced labor. It is an incredibly pervasive and evil network of individuals that is larger than I could have ever imagined. But I would tell you that if it wasn't for our individuals like you that have a heart for keeping it on the forefront of the conversation and helping us break the back of this evil, we would not have a country left. We would not have families left, and our children wouldn't have the chance to grow up and to be all that God envisioned and created them to be. So thank you for that. And I will open it up to any questions that any of you may have real quick. I know I went a little long, but if we have time for a couple, I'll sure take them. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your steadfast leadership and for standing firm with the greatest president. As someone who's lived through exploitation and now advocating for others, I want to know what does leading with compassion look like when it comes to survivors?
What does it do for what? I'm sorry, something.
What does leading with compassion look like when it comes to survivors?
Well, number one, with survivors, you need to spend time with them. You need to spend time with them. I think we live in a world right now where everybody thinks they have all the answers. And everybody thinks that they know the right thing to do and is so quick to speak. And one of the first things I feel like I constantly have to remind people is to listen, is to sit and listen. And especially when it comes to survivors, there's so much that we can learn. Years and years ago, when I spent some time with some dear friends of mine who are survivors of sexual exploitation, and sharing their stories, they taught me so much about the difference in healing that is necessary when you've been exploited through sexual trafficking, prostitution, whatever it was. They said, and a victim of violence that may have undergone a rape or a one-time incident on the street has a horrific thing that they have to try to heal and get over. But imagine being raped 50 times a day, over and over and over again. Someone who's been trafficked like that on a consistent basis needs a different, completely set and way to heal and a response and people around them to help them recover from that. And they can be healed through God's grace. But we need to make sure that we don't always have all the answers, that spending time with people, listening to them, and using that in their care and healing afterwards is incredibly important. The one thing I'm a firm believer in is that God created us to serve people. We are happier when we are fulfilling our purpose. So most of the time when I find somebody who's miserable, I'm trying to remind them to go do something for somebody else. We will be happier physically, mentally, and spiritually if we are serving other people, because that's why we were created. Yes, sir. Way in the back. We'll do a couple more, then I'll get you guys back on time.
I'm an international political analyst, and I study a lot about the New York City.
Yes.
And I was neutral until the election this year. Then I find second day, 25th of June, detail and the pattern of Zoran Mandamani. So who is violating the law here? And I filed the complaint to the Justice Department. The multiple law he violated, federal law, 18 title, and human rights, attacking to the religion, and law enforcement. And not only that, the community. So keep he violating the law. What we can do for such people? This not tolerate in our society.
Are you talking about people in New York City that have to live under the legal?
Yeah, in the New York City, about the Zoran, the guy who won the election.
Right.
I filed the case against him to the Justice Department. I have a copy here.
Yes.
If you need copy, I can give you.
Yeah, you can give it to one of my staffers that's back there right beside you. That'd be fantastic. I'd like to look at it. Listen, what we do when we run into sanctuary cities where the local law enforcement aren't able to help us because of mayors or city councils and people that won't have their backs and be there and help us with operations, as we double down. We put twice as many agents there. We go in there and use more individuals and more backup and still run operations, because the people who live in those neighborhoods, I've been there on operations many times with our agents, and people that walk by us on the streets on their way to work or taking their kids to school say, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for helping us even when our mayor or our city councils or our governors won't. So what we do in those situations is we send more law enforcement to make sure that we're taking care of the people that we're responsible for. Yes, ma'am. This will probably be the last one. Yeah, you two, both of you both can ask your question. That'll be fine.
I never imagined that this morning I would actually get to talk to you about this problem. And I am particular with an organization, and we are trying to reduce sex trafficking from foster children. And currently, foster children are the #1 sex trafficking source of domestic sex trafficking in America. There has been 2 recent reports, one from the OIG, where they found in 2 years there were 75,000 missing episodes of foster children. And it is the federal and state law to report foster children, but almost 70% of the episodes were never reported. And there's no prosecution for that, is what we found out. When the state actors fail to report missing children, they continue to get the Title IV stream, okay? If they report the children, their funding stream goes away. And so there's no accountability. There's never been one state actor or foster parent ever held accountable about not reporting a foster child. And in the Connecticut audit, it did a study of 6 children who were not reported missing and were foster children and ended up in sex trafficking. So
yeah, thank you for being passionate about foster children. That I grew up in a family that fostered a young man, came into our family when he was 12 years old. I was younger than that, but changed our lives forever. He had lived in a horrific situation through a lot of abuse, and our family learned a lot through that. So ever since then, I've been passionate about the foster care system, and when I was governor, it was one of my main priorities. In fact, I made a pledge when I first became governor, I would not give a speech without mentioning foster care. And the fact that we needed more foster parents, and the fact that many times those who are fostering may be family members that are not the best situation for individuals to be in, because that's where the abuse continues to be perpetuated at times, or some of the trafficking that happens to foster children occurs. So thank you so much for being involved in that. I will read that OIG report, and we'll focus on that as well. One of the statistics that you all should know that I find that breaks my heart every day is that if we had every church in this country take in one foster child and adopt them, we wouldn't have any foster children. Every one of them would have a home and a family. So many times it is just people looking at themselves. And I have a sister who took in a 15-year-old foster boy and then adopted him, another brother who's adopted 3 children. We need to give these children families, and they need to be families that are safe. Last question.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Gina, and I'm from New Jersey, and I'm a survivor of domestic violence and different forms of child abuse that led to be abducted into sex trafficking. I am filled with gratitude to be here today and to be amongst so many passionate, committed people that are trying to do something to protect our children and provide safety. I am filled with gratitude for your courage to be here and for all that you're doing. And not for what's working, but for what's working. Because for a lifetime, I was the victim, but I was also considered the criminal that followed me with convictions after convictions in different states that I did not choose, that was forced upon me. It was not a life that I wanted. It was not a life that I dreamed of. And it was only until several months ago that all my convictions were finally vacated. But so I served a lifetime. We end up with the life sentence. But I was either able to continue to be the victim and feel sorry for myself, or take advantage of the resources that so many of you, individuals and organizations, provide for survivors. And so I am filled with gratitude, and this is why I chose. If what happened to me can make a difference in one person's lives, then it was worth it. This was not my calling, but I am serving now. I'm from New Jersey. I'm a national speaker. I'm an advocate. And as you said earlier, which really resonates with my heart, it's like we are the people. If we want change, let's not hurt each other. Hurt people shouldn't hurt people. Let's do something about it. Let's come to Washington. Let's be the voices. And so I see you and I hear you, and I thank you so, so much, and I thank you and all the administration.
Well,
and God bless you and protect you.
Thank you for telling your story. And I think that's a good reminder to all of us, is that people can stand up and talk about statistics all day long, but people will remember a story, a testimony. Your testimony, when you tell it, will change people's hearts forever and get more of them engaged in helping. I just want to thank Matt and Mercedes for inviting me to be with you this morning. Also Frank for his leadership in bringing all of us together. Absolutely fantastic, the work that they're doing, and I believe God's hand is upon it. So thank you for everything. You have a blessed day. Enjoy.
Okay. How great was that to hear from our Homeland Security Secretary? She's great. They tell me there's something called a gender gap, and I'm beginning to realize that might be the Democrats' problem with men and not the Republican problem with women. We have amazing women who are taking the lead, not only on this issue, but on all kinds of critical issues. And the great thing about Republican women is they don't lead as women. They just lead as human beings with a purpose, which is the best part of it. And I get the great pleasure of introducing one of my favorite public servants who was a House member and a wonderful conservative House member and then went over to the Senate. And she's tough. She stands up for our principles. She gets basically a perfect record with her CPAC scoring. She's a real testament to the grit and the real impressive growth that's going on in the state of Tennessee. I mean, it's decided to say that low taxes and common sense regulation make people happy. And so she's a great testament to that. So please give a warm welcome to Senator Marsha Blackburn.
Good morning and welcome to D.C. Do I have any Tennesseans in this group? All right. I love it. And I want to say a thank you, a heartfelt thank you to you all for focusing on this issue of human trafficking. You know, this is indeed modern day slavery. And there are steps that can be taken. And it is now a $270 billion a year global business. Think about that. $270 billion a year on trafficking people. And it is primarily women and children. And the estimate is that in the U.S., there are 1 million individuals that are victims of human trafficking in our country. It is in every state. It is in every town. It is in every single community. And I appreciate what Secretary Noem was saying about foster care, because we know many times when you're looking at the virtual space, it is foster children who are the most vulnerable, and they're meeting these traffickers and these pedophiles in the virtual space. So I thank you for the work that you are doing to raise awareness. And I want to ask you all to join us in legislation that we are pushing forward that will help make a difference in this and to end this. And that should be our goal, is to end human trafficking, not only in the U.S., but on the face of the earth. That should be our goal. Now, I want to run through a few of these bills so that you have them. You can be on social media about them. You can talk about them. Now, the REPORT Act, the REPORT Act, we got signed into law last year. This is legislation that I had. It was completely bipartisan. And it requires social media to report to NCMEC when there is child sexual abuse material, when there is trafficking, when there are these bad actors on their website. They have to report it to NCMEC. This is not a may, it is a shall, which is a mandate. So we were pleased to get that signed into law last year. We also have the End Child Trafficking Now Act and the Prince Act. Both of these have been included in the big, beautiful bill, funding for these. And what the End Child Trafficking Now Act will do is require DNA testing at our ports of entry when a child presents and they are not with a relative. Now, this previously was done at our ports of entry, and the Biden administration, in their push to bring more illegal immigrants into the country, they ended it. I said, why did you end DNA testing? And they said, it took too much time. I said, how much time did it take? 45 minutes. 45 minutes to save the life of a child. And we knew that over a third of the children that were presenting with adults they were not related to were being trafficked. So we were able to fund that, to restart that. Also, there is a practice of child recycling that is used by some of the cartels who have gotten into the human trafficking business. And this Prince Act will allow fingerprints. So not only will we have the DNA testing, we will have the fingerprints of these children so that if they've come through once and they come back again, then we can validate for sure that that is a practice that is happening and that that child is being abused and that child is being used in that trafficking. We also have the Gracie Act that we are doing. One of the things is I have worked on this issue of caring for children and making certain that children are not trafficked and are going to be protected. We found out that when Child Protective Services does interviews, they do not always record those interviews. So many times a child is going to be interviewed several times by different agencies over and over, and this causes those children to relive that nightmare. So this will mandate that they record these interviews of the children and adults And then that child is not having to relive the horrors of what they have physically felt and been the abuse that they have lived through. So the Gracie Act, we're looking to move forward through Judiciary Committee. And, you know, one of the things is that as we record these interviews and that as law enforcement has access to this, sometimes they find out there are other children that are involved, that are being abused. And they have the ability to more quickly identify these perpetrators and get them locked up and get them prosecuted. And that is what we all want to see, to get them out of our communities. One thing that Senator Klobuchar and I realized as we were working on some of our legislation is that the Department of Justice and the U.S. government has never established a national human trafficking database. You have data that is kept locally, you have data that is kept in states, but there is no national repository or place that we keep this information so we can follow these patterns and do analysis and then find children that may be in some states. So we have legislation that would require the establishment of a national human trafficking database. So and we know that having that information is going to be vitally important. And let me give you an example of where we think this could be helpful. We found out in the Biden administration over 2 years ago that there were 77,000 children that they could not find. And then it became 150,000 children. And then we found out the number was 300,000 children. And then we found out it is even north of that. So having a national database, as our wonderful Homeland Security Secretary was just talking about, they're conducting rescues as they are picking up these criminal illegal aliens to get them out of the country. And being able to know where these children are, they have apprehended and saved over 10,000 of these children. They have been rescued. So putting this into a database would give us a repository that we could work from. Now, we've also got the Combating Trafficking in Transportation Act. This is working its way through the House and then should be ready to go to the President's desk very soon. And this will give states flexibility so that they can put signage in their welcome centers and their rest stops saying, if you need help, here is a number to call. If you are being trafficked, you can walk to this officer. You can get help. And we know from what we've seen with putting signs in public areas, this helps people who are in distress to know where to go for help. And the Save Girls Act is legislation that we have that puts grants to local law enforcement. I'm sure many of you have worked with your local law enforcement and have said, look, we want to work with you to raise awareness, to educate people, and to help with rescues. And not all communities have agencies or coalitions that work on this. In the Nashville area, there is the Nashville Anti-Human Trafficking Coalition, and they work with law enforcement on conducting these rescues and saving women and children that are being trafficked. So this is grants directly to local law enforcement to help them as they work to save these children. And of course, we're continuing our work with the Kids Online Safety Act. And I know many of you, thank you. Many of you have supported this legislation. Senator Blumenthal and I got it out of the Senate last year on a 92-3 vote. We were really thrilled with that vote, and we are working, it's reintroduced this year. We are looking forward to having the House move forward with it, but it is imperative that we put the burden on social media platforms, which is where most children meet a drug dealer, meet a pedophile, end up finding somebody that traffics them. And it is imperative that we put the responsibility on social media and make certain that there is a toolbox for parents and kids to detach from these algorithms, and that there is going to be a mechanism for parents and kids to report these bad actors. So we are grateful to you all for your activism. We're grateful that you are here in D.C. We're grateful for your support, and let's end the practice of human trafficking. Thank you all so much.
Well, we have had an exciting morning, and I think my wife, if she's watching, will be happy to know I'm getting my steps in, trying to get all of our speakers to you. So thank you for your patience as we get going, and we're really excited to continue with an incredible guest list. It's my honor to introduce our next speaker, the Honorable Congressman Chris Smith. Chris Smith, if you know him, Congressman Smith, as you should know him, is an internationally recognized pioneer in anti-human trafficking. He was the chief author of the landmark Trafficking and Violence Prevention Act in 2000. He actually, and he'll probably tell you this, so I won't steal your story, Congressman, had to do it over objections from an administration, from people in the field, from law enforcement who didn't know that he was simply trying to give them more resources to bring an end to this horrific crime. He's majored basically, or been a part of every major anti-human trafficking piece of legislation since I got into this town over a decade ago, and really any of you who've worked in this space know that he is the champion on anti-human trafficking, and even though he'll never, and probably be too humble to admit it, has saved thousands, probably tens of thousands of lives across the globe because of the work that he has done. He has the best team in Congress as well. I can't say that enough. And it is my honor to bring before you Congressman Chris Smith, a good friend of CPAC.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for that kind introduction. And above all, for the great work you're doing, the great work that the Schlaps are doing, the great work that people in this audience are doing. So many of you have made all the difference in the world in this fight against modern-day slavery, so thank you for that. The fight, we're engaging it with everything we have, but we still need to make far more progress than we've made so far. We need every single law enforcement person to be situationally aware, and that goes for across the board, our hospitals. And we did a bill years ago when we discovered that the traffickers so often brought in their commodity, the person that they thought they owned, to get medical help, and nobody would ask questions. Nobody would say, what is this? Why do you have these bruises? So that changed with legislation that we got passed as well, so that many of our, particularly the emergency room folks, are situationally aware as to what's going on. And if something doesn't look right, you call law enforcement and have them take care of it, and that will hopefully free that woman or that individual, as well as protect not protect, but lead to a prosecution of the trafficker. You know, in 1995, I've been in Congress since 1981, but in 1995, we began to see, because I did a lot of human rights work in the Soviet Union, the East Bloc countries, China. I chair the China Commission. I have a hearing that I'm doing again today on Taiwan. But we began to see with the breakup of the Soviet Union that the apparatchiks, the KGB types, were all going into organized crime. They were already in it, government-sponsored. Now they were doing it in a more privatized fashion. And not only were they selling drugs and weapons, they were also turning women, especially, into commodities for sale. And I was shocked by it. The rise of the Internet provided an additional incentive for people to make those connections. Pornography flourished, and that led to an additional demand that I think is absolutely unconscionable. But it did lead to many, many people getting snared, especially women. I introduced a bill on the issue of child trafficking in the 1990s, mid-1990s. Tried like crazy to get it passed. We got it passed in the House, and the Clinton administration opposed it, and it died in the Senate. I then introduced the Trafficking Victims Protection Act in the late 1990s, and it was deja vu all over again, to quote Yogi Berra, who's from my state. It was like, here they go again, saying, we want to be involved with this, but we don't want you to tell us what to do. So I had all the hearings on it, on our bill. We had Harold Koh, who was the Assistant Secretary for Democracy, Labor, and Human Rights. A guy that was genuinely had real credentials in the human rights community, who testified against 80% of the bill. He said, we don't need a tip office. We don't need sanctions, because Madeleine Albright doesn't want any sanctions whatsoever on the international side. They like the Interagency Coordinating Committee, and they also like the T-visa, and they like up to life imprisonment for those who commit these heinous crimes, particularly life if the child happens to be 14 or less, and up to 20 years for others. They like that. Everything else, no way. They didn't even want reporting. And I don't know if you've seen the TIP report. It's very, very voluminous, very data-driven, and on the three principles: protection, prosecution, and prevention. And there's a narrative for each country in the world to determine whether or not they live up. And if they don't live up to at least these standards that are prescribed in the bill, what happens? They get sanctioned. And we need more sanctioning, frankly. But, over the years, there have been very faithful presidents to adhering to following up on the sanctions and everything else. I'll never forget George W. Bush, to his everlasting credit, put two of our best allies on what we call Tier 3, egregious violators. That would be Israel, and that would be South Korea. Within a year, they passed laws, did a mobilization to get off that, because we were a mirror being held up to them. We said, well, we don't want women being sold into slavery in Tel Aviv or in Seoul, Korea, or anywhere else. And they did the right thing and got off Tier 3 the old-fashioned way. They earned it. And now they are Tier 1 countries because of the good work that they do. But we did have a situation under Obama. I'll never forget it. Because of other issues, President Obama went and falsified the grading of these countries, a lot of countries, 14 in all, and gave them inflated grades so that they would not be held to account, all for political reasons. So I held two hearings on it. The first one was, why did you get it wrong? Reuters, three reporters did a great, incisive investigative report and found out that this isn't what the tip office wanted. This isn't what the people who live this every day wanted. It's what the politicos wanted in the White House, so they falsified the record. So I did two hearings on it, and the second one was, next time, get it right. They didn't, but at least we tried. There's always a tug of war within the Department of State. A lot of ambassadors and a lot of people in the state don't want to have that problem when they deal with their country where they're working. Hey, stand with the victim, and stand with the victim exclusively, and everything else changes. So, just for the record, this year is the 25th anniversary of the Trafficking Victim Protection Act. I am the prime author of it. Took 3 years to get passed. It almost didn't get passed. Sam Brownback played a great role over on the Senate side, and Sam's a great guy, and he was the Senate guy and did a wonderful job. But 25 years later, we have well over 2,250 major prosecutions that led to incarcerating these terrible people that traffic. One of them was Jeffrey Epstein. He died, of course, never got justice meted out, but he was being prosecuted pursuant to the provisions of the TVPA. I did 4 other laws since. One of them is called International Megan's Law, and that law took 8 years to get passed. The Obama people were against it, on the record. I couldn't get them to change. He ended up signing it, so go figure. But he kept blocking it in the Senate. 3 times we passed it in the House. Now, what does International Megan's Law do? Megan Kanka, that wonderful young girl and family, 7 years old, brutally murdered by a convicted pedophile, lived across the street. And then the perpetrator of that crime had the audacity to hand out posters, papers saying, do you know where Megan is? I mean, talk about a duplicitous man. Well, he was found out, prosecuted. He's in prison today. It led to Megan's laws throughout the country. Now, I discovered that many of those, once they get out of prison, and we have GAO data to back this up, they get a passport and they travel to hurt and to destroy, really, young children all over the globe, whether it be in Thailand, Mexico, Brazil, name the country. Child sex tourism is very real. So we got this bill finally into law, and what it does, it notices country of destination, but a convicted pedophile is planning on traveling to that country. And if they lie about it, they can get up to 10 years in prison. So we're not kidding. We want to stop child sex tourism. And as a way of redundancy and to ensure that we stamp the passports of all of these convicted pedophiles with a message to border security when they are coming into Thailand or whatever, that the bearer is on the sex registry list. And we know that they were being turned away at borders when they show up. The good news is well over 30,000 notices have gone out. It could have been more if we got it passed without the 8-year delay under Obama. But it is making a difference, and hopefully it's have a chilling effect. We also put reciprocity in the bill so we would be told when their child sex exploiters are coming here to exploit our kids. But it is mostly something where these people travel. They go away for 2 weeks, rent a little boy or little girl, and exploit the daylights out of them and destroy their lives. And we want no part of it, and hopefully we could do more. On the issue of one of the things we put into the law, and I won't go much longer, is that we said anybody who has not attained the age of 18, if there's any kind of conveyance of anything of worth, that constitutes child sex trafficking. If there's an element of force, fraud, and coercion after 18, that too. Now, Diddy was up in New York, being prosecuted on a number of things in the prosecuting document. One of them was the TVPA. I am shocked and dismayed that the jurors did not see that this was trafficking. They held him to account on prostitution, and I'm very worried that this could have an impact on other prosecutions, especially when brave women like Gina come forward and speak out and do so passionately, and then there's no conviction, and he gets off scot-free, and some clowns in the media are celebrating that. I was very disappointed in that, but again, there's 2,225 that are in jail today, and that's in prosecutions sometimes of one or many more people, and we need to do much more of that. One of the things we put into our law as well was to get the states to pass model laws that look like ours, and they can make it better, do it, so that we have more weapons out there on the legal side to bring prosecutions against these individuals. Protection, we need more shelters. There's not enough. And on the prevention side, we're doing a lot. A couple of years ago, I did the Frederick Douglass law, 5 of them totally, but that one was done a few years ago. And that is designed in part to provide situational awareness to all of our kids, elementary, secondary schools, let them know what this looks like, what to look out for, so that they're not ensnared by these traffickers who are very clever and very often can deceive a 12 or 14 or 15-year-old because they know what to do. We saw during COVID, and CPAC and some of the other groups did a great job at exposing this, that the whole grooming issue just took off. And that, so everywhere we look, there's these horrible challenges. Now, yesterday, the Foreign Affairs Committee passed out the reauthorization of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. We call it the Frederick Douglass Act, and that legislation is named after the greatest abolitionist who ever lived. I read his books. We actually worked with his great-great-grandson, Kenneth Morris, and he kept saying, we got to do more in prevention, more in prevention. So we're naming these efforts at educating our kids after Frederick Douglass, as well as the bill itself. It passed out of committee. Now, what is the backstory on that? 2 separate Congresses, the last one and the one before that. We got a comprehensive bill passed with over 400 votes in favor of it for the Frederick Douglass legislation. It died in the Senate both times. Bob Menendez, my senior senator, chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, would not allow it to come out. I was shocked, talked to his people, talked to him, could not get it out. He's gone now. So hopefully Chairman Risch will take this bill up. It should be on his desk on the Foreign Affairs side, Foreign Relations side, in very early September. And just do it. Unanimous consented. Get it passed. Trump, to his everlasting credit, has made this issue a very, very high priority. We're all grateful for that. So I'm very hopeful that he'll put some additional pressure on the Senate to get that bill to his desk. It has language in it, and I'll finish on this. I know I got to go. I'll finish on this. That provides HUD grants. Doesn't increase the amount of money that we're using at Housing Urban Development for vouchers, but it says $35 million per year for women, other victims, but they're almost all women that need this, so they have a decent place to be. I've met women, and one of them just last week, a young woman, who got re-trafficked because she had no place to live. So this provides, employment is part of the mix here, and certainly that is as well. So that is a major step forward if we can get this passed. I am working on legislation. I'm getting late. Getting on legislation on forced organ trafficking. 2 months ago, in a vote of 4-6 to 1, my legislation, and I introduced it last time, got it passed then too, died in the Senate. China under Xi Jinping, they are murdering tens of thousands of young people, average age 28, every single year. Mostly Uyghurs and Falun Gong practitioners, some Christians and some Tibetan Buddhists, but mostly the first two, Falun Gong and Uyghurs, who are Muslims, to take their organs out. I've had 5 hearings on it. There's no doubt that it's a huge, huge problem. And Xi Jinping and his thugs in the PRC are making billions in this enterprise. Our new legislation says that anyone who's part of that supply chain gets up to 20 years in prison, and we would sanction Chinese officials, and just says enough is enough. This is the Joseph Mengele of trafficking of so-called health. And here's one little perverse fact. In the Middle East, there's a great demand for organs, in part because of Ramadan, when some people fast and they go too far and they cause problems to livers and everything. So there's a heightened demand there. Now, in the Middle East, they want Muslim organs. So what does the Chinese Communist Party do? It says, we have a supply. We're committing genocide already against the Uyghurs. Let's just kill them and take their kids, take their kidneys and everything else. 2 to 6 per, equally divided between male and female. So this would say enough is enough. And it passed here 406 to 1. I mean, what kind of vote is that? Lopsided, shows everybody who wants to get this done. Hopefully the Senate will take that up as well. We're working on a hotel bill on situational awareness there and giving preference to those hotels. And there's many of them that are doing a good job there of making their workers situationally aware. Ditto for the airlines where these flight attendants, they see something that doesn't look right. Oh boy, I'm getting the hook. They see something that doesn't look right. Tell the pilot, he tells. When you offload, you separate potential victims from the traffickers. And arrest them, and not the people that are trafficked, but the traffickers. So thank you so much. Please talk to the Senate about this bill. It's called the Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victims Protection Act and Reauthorization. And again, I can't thank you enough. I can't thank the Schlaps enough for their leadership on this. It really does make a difference. And God bless you.
Thank you, Congressman Smith. He is truly one of CPAC's champions, one of the champions for victims, survivors, and all of us in this fight. So again, we're incredibly grateful that he was willing to join us today. Now I'm excited to present our first panel. As you can tell from the agendas that have already gone quite haywire, we have a great group of speakers, but it is going to continue to change as Congress's last day before recess. Isn't that nice? I'd like a recess. Gets finished this afternoon. So next panel I'm excited to introduce is the state approaches to human trafficking. With us, we have partners of CPAC who have worked alongside our team for the last 2.5 years to not just pass legislation here in Congress, but get things done at the state level. And first, I'm really excited to introduce Bill Wolf, our moderator. Bill has been a longtime partner of CPAC. He has worked both at the Department of Justice during prior Trump administration, but also now behind the scenes and in front of cameras, whether he likes it or not, to help us achieve legislative victories across the country. Bill, thank you for being here. Next, we have, You're going to catch a law enforcement theme today because we cannot accomplish our goals without them. And that's why I'm honored to introduce Karen White of the Attorney General's Alliance. Karen has a new partner at CPAC, and we're excited to have her here. Speaking of law enforcement, I see my good friend Sean Reyes hiding back there, the former Attorney General of Utah, who's done a great job leading in this work. And last but certainly not least is somebody that's very important to our CPAC team. She was willing to bring Mercy and I out to meet with the survivors that she serves every day. Liz Amelling of Letitia's House is one of the leaders in this fight to not only say that she supports victims, but do it on a daily basis. Liz, I think they're excited to hear from you. All right, Bill, make sure that microphone works. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Frank. And thank you to CPAC and all of you for being here today. This is an incredibly important conversation. We're really blessed in this country to have a president who cares about this issue. As Frank mentioned, I was honored to serve in the White House under his first administration, working on the National Action Plan to combat human trafficking. And now we're so thankful to have him back in office where he is reprioritizing this issue that so many challenges and just so many victims fell off the radar during the last administration. And I'm really honored to be here with three incredible advocates and fighters in the war to end human trafficking here in this country. We have a very interesting system here in the United States. We have the federal government, which is all in on trying to combat human trafficking. We have some great federal representatives. You heard from Senator Blackburn, Congressman Smith, who are just doing incredible things in pushing legislation forward. Secretary Noem is just amazing, isn't she? The work that they're doing over at DHS is just absolutely incredible. But here in the United States, we also have the states that need to be responding at the same time. States that need to be enacting laws, that need to be fighting for the victims, quite honestly, and making sure that those policies match what we're seeing at the federal level. Last week, we had the opportunity to join several state legislators at ALEC and talk about this very issue around model policies for human trafficking. And so we're joined by three incredible fighters today. Karen, I want to start with you. You've done a lot of work over the years working with states' attorneys generals, really talking about training and getting them up to speed. Can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done and why it's so critical that our state elected officials are knowledgeable on this issue?
Okay. Thank you. My name is Karen White. I'm the Executive Director of the Attorney General Alliance. We have trained 96,000 prosecutors, investigators, judges and other law enforcement officials across the world. We've been working in Mexico since 2006, where we were introduced to the horrors of transnational criminal organizations and what they do to real human beings. And I think as all of us get introduced to this, we try to find the thing that we can do to make the difference. And the thing that we could make a difference in is taking a look at legislation so that we could get statutes in the U.S. and other countries that allow us to prosecute the elements that make up this crime. We found over our last 18 years of working with states to update legislation, working with other countries to develop legislation that led to criminal codes and led to the ability to prosecute people, that money laundering is the key to this crime and to most illicit crimes. So there are people with wonderful stories here about their niche. What I want you to walk away from us is, on a bipartisan basis, your state top law enforcement legal officials are working to change laws in their states and working to train prosecutors in other countries so that we can have a maximum effect and get the maximum penalties so we can eradicate this crime.
Thank you, Karen. And General, I want to move to you. You know, back in the day when you were in office, if we at the federal level or anywhere said, what state is doing it right? We looked at Utah, and that was because of your leadership there, the work that you were doing on human trafficking. Truly impressive for your commitment to that issue. But some people may not fully understand what it means to be the chief law enforcement officer of a state. Could you kind of break that down for us and explain what your role as Attorney General for the state of Utah was in combating human trafficking?
Sure, Bill. Before I answer that, first of all, what an incredible energy here in the room. It's amazing to be here. I have to offer some thanks also to some very important people. First and foremost to God, because it's His light that guides us in this very dark space. Thank you. But also Matt and Mercy and the CPAC board for prioritizing this, Frank Russo and his whole team, the organizers of this event, Rossi and all of and Kaleido and everyone else. It's so critically important that we continue to put this first and foremost in people's minds. Thanks to the Trump administration and your service there. I said back in the 2020 RNC that President Trump was the ultimate warrior fighting human trafficking, and he'd done more in his administration than all other administrations combined in history. And that was just the first administration, and now we see again with Kristi coming, Secretary Noem, we'll have Attorney General Bondi, who was one of our colleagues. Guys like Chris Smith, he's been doing it for 30 years in this fight, and perhaps most significantly, everyone in the audience who's here, you all are incredibly important to this fight. Your contributions are immeasurable. We get to sit on a lot of stages and talk about this a lot, but you are out in the trenches doing the work day after day, and God bless you. Thank you so much for what you do. Please keep it up and never feel like you're alone. In terms of law enforcement, one of the things that we were able to do in Utah, which I think was pivotal, because this is a panel on how states can sort of be a fulcrum, I think, for working together. Traditionally, state law enforcement would be siloed and we would work in our lane. But I think what was great about the opportunity I had was, in order to win in this fight, everyone has to be involved. First of all, because everyone's a potential victim. All of our kids, all of our grandkids, all of our family members. And so you need a structure that is a mile high and as wide as you can possibly get. What do I mean by that? You have to have locals, our city, county officials, state, federal, tribal, global. That all has to be part of the equation. So that's the verticality of it. And then when you look broadly, you have to have every single sector, public and private. No one government agency is sufficient on its own to do this alone. The government itself is not. They need the NGOs, who also need the private sector, who have funds. You know, government was not architected to be very responsive and reactive and nimble. That's why we need the private sector to lean in, and we undervalue the contributions of the private sector. But you need all of those. You need law enforcement from the investigative side, the prosecutorial side. You need rehabilitation, recovery. And in all of those medical, in health and housing and services, you have to, I believe, prioritize victim and survivor-centered, trauma-informed programs and policies over and over and over again, and remind people why we're really in this fight. And it's to highlight resources and support and services for our brothers and sisters who are survivors, who are victims. Bringing that all together in Utah was a pleasure for me, because it didn't matter if it was a county sheriff or if it was the president or a senator. If they called, we were all sharing and we were working together. And the state, I believe, is situated in a really good spot, close enough to localities to understand the needs of their constituents, but also broad enough to work hand in hand with our federal partners and, as Karen highlighted, our international partners. By the way, no one has done more in the world than Karen White and the Attorney General Alliance to train our brothers and sisters around the world in third world conditions and industrialized nations to fight against sex trafficking, labor trafficking, organ harvesting, illegal adoptions. I mean, she did a case that had 27 U.S. states combined to take down a public elected official who was illegally running a black market adoption ring for over a decade, and it was her coordination. So again, so many people to call out, and that dynamic of constant communication, collaboration, coordination, cooperation, I can't stress enough, I believe is the key. So it was great to be the chief law enforcement officer, but we couldn't arrest our way out of anything on our own. We needed all of those resources. It was the NGOs in our state that really put us on the map. And then it was great policy makers and leaders who helped pass much better laws. And then it was our citizens who stood up and said, not on our watch, not in our backyard, we will not let our children be sold. And they called out to the world, and because of that, Utah got a lot of credit, but it was all of those pieces coming together.
First, I appreciate your humility, but it was your leadership, and we're thankful for that. You've really set a model for many other attorneys general across the country. And I really appreciate the comments around collaboration and coordination. You know, oftentimes we do work in silos. Oftentimes, as I'm a former law enforcement officer, I was an investigator for many years, I was not truly effective in my job until I learned how to collaborate and coordinate with our NGO partners. And I'm so thankful that we have one of them with us here today. Liz Emling is the CEO of Free Forever Letitia's House, a dear friend, but also just a hero in this space for the work that she does. I can tell you that at Letitia's House, when no other safe home will take a survivor because of complications, mental health issues, etc., Letitia's House consistently steps up to take the call and takes the hardest of the hard cases. And so eternally thankful to you, Liz, for the work that you and your staff and your team do to support survivors. And we know it's critically part of the approach to eradicating human trafficking. You all just heard from Congressman Smith when he first drafted the TVPA. He drafted on the 3P framework, right? Prevention, prosecution, which is what our law enforcement, our prosecutors are focused on, but also protection. Protection of the survivors that have exited exploitation and now deserve access to restorative care services. And that's exactly what Liz and her team do, and they're part of that full continuum, that full approach to eradicating human trafficking. And Liz, you work with local, state, federal, and I wonder if you could speak a little bit to how the federal government first can support the work that you're doing at the state level.
That's a great question, and it's such an honor to be here, by the way. I'm looking out here and I'm just gobsmacked at these beautiful faces, and I know everybody here cares. But the federal government, I mean, they can set the tone for the states. I mean, I think it comes from the top, and I'm so grateful for President Trump because he's setting the tone, and Chris Smith is amazing. But the federal government, I mean, I'm really hopeful under Trump's administration, funds will be released more easily for NGOs like us. We are a faith-based house. We take survivors who are adults, they're women 18 and above, Our average stay is 2.5 years. We have 2 homes. We get referrals from all over the country. But we have a faith component because we believe that every person is created in the image of God, and we don't look at felonies or your past. We say, what did God create you to be? So when you're at our restorative care home, it's not just a safe place to stay, it's a place to heal and grow. And so in the last administration, we applied for grants and didn't get any because of a caveat in there about gender-affirming care. And the best psychology in the world says you treat the human soul first. And our survivors come, and sexual identity is irrelevant. It's how they feel about themselves. And 2 years later, they've often totally changed how they see themselves and what they want for their lives. So I'm hoping, this is a year of Jubilee, and lots of funds will go to faith places as well. I mean, Mercy said it yesterday, places out west helping survivors off Indian reservations, the Catholic communities that do so much.
Yeah, funding is such a critical component to this. And it goes to that coordination and collaboration. So the federal government allocates roughly $100 million annually to combat human trafficking domestically, but we're going up against a $10 billion industry. So we're only scratching the surface with government funding. And when they put restrictions, clearly that's government overreach. To be able to say to an organization that you have to provide gender-affirming care to get access to funding really is a disservice to the survivors that need those services, that need access to that. And so funding comes both from government sources, but also from the private sector. And it really is an opportunity for us to mobilize our communities in a meaningful way to support the organizations that are doing this work. Because I'm sure Liz will tell you, it is not cheap to provide the services for these individuals. And they're exiting exploitation. They lived hell for many, many months and years for some of those survivors. We need to make sure that those services are of the highest quality for them because they deserve that on their path to restoration.
Oh, I was just going to say, Bill, on that point, one of the reasons I stepped away from public office was because I wanted to be able to influence more. Now I get to advise. I sit on boards. I advise family offices, funds, foundations, and the money there is so much bigger. The reason we have sometimes a scarcity mentality, even amongst NGOs, is because they all seem to be fighting for the crumbs that the federal government or state apportions on the side. Really, if we can harness, and every single person here can be part of that process, which is, again, why I want to emphasize the point you're making, because we all have employers, we all have influence over businesses, over entities in our community. If we can get them to lean in, then government doesn't have to feel like it has to solve every problem. President Reagan used to say, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program or government solution. But people in government have noble aspirations. They want to help, but they're not, government, again, is not engineered to be the end-all and be-all to solve all these social issues. So we need every person in here who owns a business or who has influence over a business to say, what can we do to contribute? Forget having to go through look, the government is critically important. I'm not trying to dismiss all of the reasons we need good leadership there, but it's a one-legged stool unless we have the NGOs who are doing the heavy lifting and then the people funding them, and that has to be the private sector. So please go back out to your businesses. If you're a small business owner, don't wait until you're bigger or more successful. Start now. Start your own foundation. Create a mechanism. Give to another vetted foundation. Do whatever that you can do, because without the private sector, government will try to do it on its own, and we will not be successful without your help. And so I think that's such a critical point.
I couldn't agree more. And as somebody that oversaw $6.5 billion worth of federal grant programs, I can tell you, the federal government does not do it efficiently at all. The private sector is so much better equipped to be able to handle that. And thinking about funding, Karen, I want to switch back to you for just a second. You do a lot of training, and I think it's important for us to understand there's also a lack of funding and availability of training. Why is it so important? Do prosecutors, do police officers come out of their basic training or law school understanding how to prosecute cases of human trafficking, or is this really a specialized area?
This is more of a specialized area. With all of you being caregivers, naturally in this field, you understand the delicacy of the human condition when people are asked to testify. Prosecutors have to make cases and can make cases without, full victim participation, and often they have to do that because people come out so scared. So I think it's important that just as you treat the person who has been trafficked, that we prepare the prosecutors to be equipped to take care of the human being, then follow the money, and follow those crimes. And state attorneys general are particularly adept at overseeing their legal system. You have to remember, only 4% of crimes are prosecuted federally. So you getting to know your local attorney general, who has a lot of these connections that we're talking about, these public-private partnerships, since this is now an international issue and talked about at the national level. Many attorneys general have taken human trafficking as a project within their office. They have a dedicated person. They hold statewide seminars. And we, as an organization, we pick the best prosecutors from across the state, and we take them, and we do it virtually, we do it in person in other countries, but don't overlook your state officials. And some of you that are up here speaking and talking, have them come to your program. Have them come meet some of the victims. Our entire organization got behind this because we went to Mexico and spoke with some women who were kidnapped and raped and then held at gunpoint, pulled money out of their ATM, and then discarded on the side of the road. And our attorneys general were like, this is wrong. This is happening in another country. We're for justice for all people. We're for a community that includes all people. And from that time in 2006, almost every U.S. state has upgraded their human trafficking statutes, and attorneys general are aware and care, and they're the people who can prosecute. So,
Karen, can I say one more thing about the training too that you've done so well? I want to give credit because you've harnessed, again, private sector companies like Microsoft or Peregrine AI, and they donate their services so that when we go to a third world country, we can start to stand those up. I mean, amazing that they're getting state-of-the-art, cutting-edge equipment, AI, and other tech resources to be able to combat this horrible evil. So, again, congratulations to you and AGA.
Yeah, just it's amazing work. And Liz, you work a lot with state prosecutors. You work very closely with the Virginia Attorney General Office. Attorney General Jason Miyares is a huge champion of this issue as well. You work a lot with local prosecutors throughout Virginia and Florida where you serve survivors. Could you talk a little bit why it's so important for advocates like yourself, for service providers, to be involved in that criminal justice process? Why and how you can help inform being trauma-informed and victim-centered?
Trauma-informed is so important because we have survivors that come, and sometimes they say they don't realize they've been trafficked. We had a young lady who was cognitively impaired, and she was arrested with her traffickers who were from Mexico, and that was in Virginia, where she was arrested, and there were 8 felony charges. And she was sent to our house by law enforcement, and she said, I wasn't trafficked, it was my choice. Well, the prosecutor was amazing. It took a year to go to court, and the prosecutor, when she questioned her on the stand, did it so well. This young lady at the end said, she said, did you get to keep the money? She says, oh, no. And then she says, well, what would happen if you kept the money? She said, they would have killed me. And then the prosecutor says, are they in the room? Can you point to them? And she did. And we didn't clap because you're not allowed to clap in a courtroom, but we were grinning at her wildly. And then they got 25 years to life, which was brilliant. But anyway.
We can clap here.
Yeah, okay. But what was even more amazing is this was a mom who her mother died when she was 10, and she was snorting cocaine, and she had 3 kids. And when she left, I said, sweetheart, do you realize that's what the definition of trafficking is? It was like a light bulb moment. But it took a year at our house where she was cared for, safe, got tutoring, et cetera, for her to even begin to heal and be able to do that. So when survivors come, most of the time they don't want to testify. But 6 months or a year later, sometimes they have a light bulb moment and they say, hey, I'm ready to do it. But law enforcement is getting much better than it used to be about dealing with survivors, so we're very grateful for that. Because sometimes, our ladies are still scared of cops.
Yeah, and that's thanks in part to what General Reyes has done,
yes.
Karen has done, General Miares in Virginia. So we have some really great leaders in this space right now on that. So we've talked about the 3 Ps, prevention, prosecution, and protection. Over the years, the field has sort of recognized 2 additional Ps. Those are partnership and policy. And General, you talked about partnership. I wonder if you could dive a little bit more into that. You were kind of on the front lines early on in that space. If you could talk a little bit, what are some of the challenges to partnership, and how are you able to overcome those in Utah?
Sure. I think you mentioned some before, just the mentality of being siloed, and this is our turf, our information. Too many people worried about who gets the credit when no one cares about who gets the credit, and everyone's just on the same mission to help protect and to make sure that we restore people's honor and dignity. Then magic happens. In terms of partnerships, I mentioned it, alluded to it earlier in the NGO space. Too often we're fighting amongst each other. Somebody quipped, the charitable world is the least charitable place sometimes because there's so many sharp elbows, because everybody has, again, sort of this scarcity mentality. If there was an abundance mentality and we all realized, look, there is enough to go around, especially if we increase the pie, and I'm sorry for continuing to go back to this over and over again, but if we expand the pie so that we have a lot of new donors and we have a lot of new people who are energized, who are using their businesses to do in-kind goods. This was something that Heather Fisher did extremely well. I'm just calling her out because you worked with her when she was the czar. John Cotton Richmond, Ambassador Richmond, Heather Fisher, and Ivanka Trump. This was the Trump team that led the partnerships for the whole entire United States. And day one, they said it's a nonpartisan issue. This is not a Democrat issue, it's not a Republican issue, it's a human rights issue, it's a family issue, it's an American issue, it's a global issue. And that welcoming spirit really broke down a lot of barriers and allowed everyone to come together. I learned the most about partnership probably from the first case we did, 2014, State of Utah versus Victor Rax. This guy had been for 15 years trafficking little boys. He had a predilection for little boys, so he was a narco trafficker and sex trafficker. You former law enforcement and your task force, you know how this works. So he raped and abused little boys, sold them, and he had been deported. The feds had popped him 6 times, and he'd come back every single time. And they knew he was there. When we finally got him, we said, hey, will you do us something? Can you imagine if we had a Kristi Noem or a Donald Trump back then? This wouldn't have happened. But the feds agreed. The partnership was, we said, look, please trust us. We're going to prosecute under the U.S. justice system here in the state. And because of that, the victims knew that he wouldn't be coming back this time, that we actually were going to prosecute him and put him away forever in life. He actually hung himself, took his life in the middle of the trial. I was ecstatic because I thought we won't have to deal with some legal loophole where he gets extradition or he escapes the news. I mean, I'm not ecstatic about anybody losing their life, except this guy, because he had hurt so many young kids. But the victims and survivors were not happy, and I couldn't understand that. I was new, and I said, what's going on? And so they taught me a lot about partnership, and they said, AG, here's the thing. We've suffered so much, we want a chance to tell our story. And so we actually asked the judge to keep the case going. As you can imagine, over the protestations of defense counsel who said, our client's gone, there's no more case. Let's close this. We said no, and the enlightened judge let us for days bring forward survivor after survivor, hardened, tatted up gangbangers who were like 26 years old, but who had been 10 years old when they first started being exploited in their own bedrooms by this monster. And that's really where I started to learn about partnerships. And the key is listening and understanding that you need a victim advocate, to your point, because law enforcement, we re-victimized victims over and over again for so many years. It was, let's have the victim advocate be involved in the case at the very beginning and guide how we investigate and then how we prosecute. If we don't have to put them up, We don't even charge under the human trafficking statute. People are like, that's crazy. You spent so many years getting a human trafficking statute passed. Well, if I can get and take down a whole network and charge them on tax evasion or something else and not have to put a victim up on the stand or a survivor and re-traumatize them, then that's what we're going to do. But it was the partnership was really about sitting down in good faith and trusting others, and then having the courage, I guess, to just say, okay, let's step out there, even though at the time it was very unpopular. A lot of people criticizing us. No one wanted to talk about it. You remember those days, Bill. Taboo. Don't stop talking about it. You're like the fourth horseman of the apocalypse. This is so depressing. Stop it. And today, thank goodness, we've mainstreamed this issue enough. And so I don't know if that answered your question, but those things popped into my mind because of the incredible work that we have from NGOs and victim advocates like Tanya Gold, who's going to speak later, and amazing partners that we're blessed with.
I think the one big takeaway I had from that is using the criminal justice system as part of the healing process as well, right? Giving those victims that voice to be heard is so powerful.
So cathartic for them.
Yeah. So we have to wrap up. What I want to do is we hit on the 4 Ps. The last is policy. I'm going to ask each of you in 20 seconds or less, if you had a magic wand as we sit here in the halls of Congress today and get them to pass a piece of legislation, a policy, what would it be? Liz, I'm going to start with you.
Oh, dear. It's like when you have, can you get your meal last? One piece of legislation? Oh, that's tough. Well, it's going to sound crazy, but I would love to see a federal law that would send traffickers to jail for life. And I would also, I know that sounds for life, but I'd also like to see them have to work while they're incarcerated and the money goes back to the survivors.
Little different tack. I'm going to take a businessman. I would love to see a federal law that says you lose your license to do business anywhere in the United States if you're at all a part of the supply chain of trafficking, whether it's sex trafficking, labor trafficking, anything. Can you imagine? No matter how big you are, no matter how small you're not doing business in America.
Well, I think I have to. I have to exchange my P words because I know we're asked about policy, but I'd really like to ask you for your prayers. We need a big, mega focus from one of our country's millionaires, billionaires, who takes a look at human trafficking, and we get some sort of big structure and support behind this movement so that we can incorporate all of these P's. So your prayers for God to place his hand on someone's heart and say, this is what you should be doing.
Amen.
And prayers for our survivors.
Yeah. I just want to thank all of our panelists. Folks, you now have your charge. You are in Congress. When you leave here today, go knock on a couple of doors before they get on their planes and go home, and let them know these are the policies that we need. Thank you for you three.
Thank you so much, Bill.
Thank you.
I have the unfortunate role of being the orchestra at the Golden Globes and play off the great speakers that we have. But I also will be on the side cheering and clapping because everything they're saying is not only true, but something we all need to take home with us. We're going to move quickly into our next panel, which I'm excited about. That's actually plays entirely and perfectly off of Karen's comments. Faith has to be a part of this fight in human trafficking. And to that end, I'm excited to introduce our moderator, Leah Stauffer from 500,000 Kids. She is an advocate and a ground game expert when it comes to the issues relating to foster care and how foster care implements and impacts trafficking. So Leah, please come up. I'm also excited to announce Tanya Gould. She's the Director of Anti-Human Trafficking for Attorney General Miaris. Tanya is also a survivor. She's a survivor who took her own story and turned it into action. And now there are more people than she can count in Virginia who every day benefit from her hard work. Thank you, Tanya. I'm also excited to introduce a new friend of ours, Basil Baz. Basil is unique in that he played a critical role, having been a law enforcement professional seeing every day the horrors of trafficking, and then translated it, I know you're probably not going to take all the credit, but it's true, to the show The Blacklist, and helped Hollywood understand some of the horrors that were going on in its own world, and has now taken that fight on the ground level to hold these traffickers accountable and rescue children where they are. Thank you, Basil. And last, again, but certainly not least, we have our new friend Travis Weber. Travis works with the Family Research Council, where they have prioritized faith, not just in this policy area, but in all the work that they do. But importantly, they turn faith into action. Travis, we're excited to hear about the work your organization's doing, you've been doing here in Washington, D.C. Leah, it's all yours.
Hi. Oh, loud. Hi. Welcome, everyone. Thank you. Faith and fighting. Thank you, Frank, for giving us such a fabulous topic. Matt and Mercedes, wherever you are, thank you very much for asking me to moderate. Oh, there you are. Thank you for asking me to moderate. And what I'm really so thrilled about this year is the emphasis on the U.S. foster care system, as well as, I heard you earlier, yes, as well as the children, the more than 300,000 children that have come over the border, because we care deeply about those children. But our U.S. foster care children are equally important and deserve a seat at the table. A lot of people don't know this, more than 20,000 foster children go missing a year. So our own children are also being trafficked, as many of us know. But it's important to know there's also things like hidden foster care, where there's another 250,000 children that aren't accounted for. So I'm just thrilled that there's an emphasis on the U.S. foster care system as well as the border. I really appreciate that. But let's get to it, because for such a time as this, when we are rescuing children, and faith is such an important part of this, because we're dealing with demonic evil that is happening to our children. And I am very honored to highlight the work the three of our amazing panelists are doing. And I'm very interested to know, because you're confronting evil. You're coming face to face with evil, and what role faith plays when you're confronting such demonic evilness. I'm actually going to start, even though we're in this order, I'm actually going to start with Baz. I really want to acknowledge you for having the longest running NGO of rescuing children in America. I think that, and his wife Tina. Let's give him a round of applause. So I'm going to start with a question for you, Baz, because if you could share with us. Oh, okay. No, God is back. That was not good. If you could share with us a situation or two that has caused you to use everything within you, every fight and every fiber of your being to rescue children, and how faith has led you through, or how faith has come in when being in such a dark place.
Thank you. It's good to be here with you today. Thank you very much. My name is, she says, Basil Baz. I'm a Citadel graduate, former captain in the United States Marine Corps, CIA Special Operations Ground Branch, and the founder of the Association for the Recovery of Children, which is a 501c3 nonprofit organization of former intelligence, military, and law enforcement personnel that are dedicated to the recovery of missing, exploited, and sex-trafficked American children. We got our start in Mogadishu, Somalia. Many of you know that area from an incident we had called Black Hawk Down. I got back to the United States and realized there was something bigger than overthrowing small governments. Jumped ship from the agency in '96 and started the organization. We do this at absolutely no cost to custodial guardians and no paycheck in our pocket. We do it because it's the right thing to do. So far, we're blessed to have a 100% success rate, and at every child we've gone after in 34 years now, we've brought home, and we're grateful for that. But thank you. But there is a heavy spiritual component to all of this. Let me set the platform for you. God doesn't need your belief or your disbelief in order to exist. And for we who are in the trenches, we see that spiritual component. And when people ask me why predators do this to children, it's because it's evil, okay? How do you want to hurt the heart of God? You go after the most innocent and the most precious of his creations. So everything that ARC does was started by God. We were called by God to do that. And I'll give you one little story real quick to show you how God shows up. In every single operation we've run since 1993, at the very end, when we've done everything Tier 1 operators can do, God takes our options away. It's kind of like the Gideon principle. He cuts our forces down. And he does that so he can show up and take the credit for it. So we had a little girl that was abducted from Texas. She was 7 years old. She was going to be sold into prostitution in Mexico. We went down, set up a command center, and I'll do the short version. And we negotiated with the kidnappers. And they hemmed and hawed back and forth. And we almost thought we had lost the setup and everything. And when I had lost all my options, everything I could think of to meet with them to get the little girl back, God said, I want you to do this thing. And I said, seriously, God? You want me to do this thing? And so I called up the perpetrator, the kidnapper, and I said, you know what? I want you to go out and look outside your window and tell me what you see. And he walks over, and then he runs back and goes, okay, senor, I will meet you. Now, I have no idea what he saw out that window. No idea at all. But within 3 hours, we rescued that little girl and brought her back home. So that's how he shows up, and that is what we lean into every single day.
Thanks, Buzz. And I'm going to stick with you for one moment. I want to ask you a question about what do you think the public needs to know, and what can we do? And what, in your vision, because you've had the longest running, you have so much experience in this space, what would need to happen to live in a world where we no longer need to rescue children? And I know that's very far out, but if we reverse engineer it from your vantage point, and I know you have some specific strategies, what can we do as the public, and what would the world look like where we no longer need to be rescuing children?
So let me, that's a great question, thank you. Let me set everybody's expectations in CMET. We are never going to stop child sex trafficking in the world. That's God's job. It has been around a long time. So many people try to go get involved in this AO, this area of operation, and they fall miserably on their sword because they're trying to play in a battlefield that's too big for them. So we can take a bite out of it on our watch. And you can say to yourself, what am I accountable for throughout my lifetime here? And you can do something. One man or one woman with courage is a majority. Please don't forget that. So what can we do? We start at the grassroots. It starts in your community. Don't expect the government to do everything for you. It isn't we the government. It's we the people. Okay? This is happening in your community, your backyard, and you know your community better than any federal agency in this country, okay? So get yourself trained up. Understand what the area of operation looks like. Understand what you can do. Understand your citizens' rights. Do you know most of you here in your state have the right to arrest somebody as a citizen if they're committing a crime, if they're raping a child? Know your citizens' arrest laws. Now, a lot of my law enforcement friends don't want to hear that. But guess what? It's we the people still. And you get trained up, and you can do the job. Go to our website, recoveryofchildren.com. We give probably the best training course in America. We can only do it 6 times throughout the year because we're running operations. But get involved with us. Let us teach you how to go downrange and actually do that. The second thing is you can do this. Pass the death penalty for anybody that rapes a child in the United States of America. Third option, every judge that is too lenient on child rapists, get them out of office. And the fourth option, which I was advised this morning by some friends of mine here in Washington that said, you know, I don't know if you ought to bring that up, Boz, because people in Washington won't take you too serious, because you're in the mecca of politics here. Well, you didn't take me too serious 15 years ago when we were talking about passing the death penalty, and DeSantis has it, and other people have it. So it's called the Congressional Accountability Act, and we need sponsors. Now look, I don't have the luxury of being a politician, to live in a world of compromise and corruption and negotiations. I'm just a war fighter and a leader that's been downrange for 33 years rescuing children. Let me make this really clear. This is not a political issue. This is crimes against children in our country, and we have to do something about it. So I want to leave you with something. Just think about this for a moment. If there's a vicious dog outside that door, and I open that door and I let that dog come in and it mauls one of you to death, am I not complicit in that crime? Absolutely. Too long on the Hill, we have had leaders making decisions for American people, and we have suffered the consequences. Like the open border policy, where right now we have illegal aliens raping, trafficking our children in this country. So let me ask you this. Does an American parent have the right, or should have the right, to not only press criminal charges against the perpetrator, but press charges against any member of Congress that voted for that open door policy? I think they do. Because it's still we the people. And it's going to take brave people up here. And they said they'll laugh at you, but start it at the state level, but realize we have had people making decisions and they're not held accountable. I can guarantee you most of the people in this room, if you were to make the same decisions with those consequences, you'd be in jail. And yet others that make those decisions for us that are killing our children in this country because they have now become a commodity of something, a $150 billion global commodity. And we have to ask ourselves, why do we let this happen in our country? Why do we let that? So I'm asking you not to let that happen in our country. If you do not, who will? If you do not, who will? And I'll leave you with this. You cannot not know what you heard here today. So if you leave this room today and you don't take action to save our children in America, the future of our country, then shame on you. Shame on you.
Thanks, Boz. Thank you, and thank you for all you're doing. And I have to give a special shout out to Tina, his partner in these efforts, who's right here in the front row. She's doing the amazing work alongside with Boz. We're going to move on to, thank you. We're going to move on to Tanya Gold. She's the Director of Anti-Trafficking for the Virginia's Attorney General Office, and brings a really beautiful and powerful perspective to this issue, and I know is driven to tackle the demand side of this. But what I would ask you to share is what in your story, if you're open to sharing your story, got you to a point now where you're so driven to handle the demand side of things.
Thank you, and thank you for the work you've done. I appreciate everything that you did the thing and you said the thing, and thank you. I see you. Thank you. While you were talking, I was thinking about how I felt as a victim at the time being trafficked, where people would see me every day. It was obvious that this is what I was into, but society saw me as hopeless, a deplorable, this is something I want to do. And so for me, I saw myself the way you saw me, and the truth is, dignity is God's idea. But I wasn't treated with that, especially by fellow Christians, right? And I'm going to say the thing because it should be said. And I grew up in a Christian home and community where a ton of abuse happened. And no one did anything. No one stood up. No one said that's not okay or enough is enough, right? And so that was, because that was my environment, that's what I grew up in, why would anyone come after me? I would have loved to have met you as an 18-year-old young adult, fresh out of high school, trafficked in D.C., and watching my trafficker negotiate the sale of me. And that was the realization that here in America, and I say this often, where in school I'm saying the Pledge of Allegiance and I'm singing My Country 'Tis of Thee, I believed in the idea of freedom. Because at the time as a child, I did not experience that. So I figured, when I become an adult, I can now be free. No, I fell into the hands of a trafficker, right? And so here I am in the land of the free, home of the brave, watching like I'm at a market, right? I'm being purchased, bought and sold in America, negotiating the price of my dignity. And I say dignity because dignity is about your own autonomy, your own ideas, your aspirations, and your dreams, and things you want to aspire to. And that was sold for the desire and aspiration of someone else's because they have money. And that is what was sold. And I had to watch and observe that by every type of member of our community. That is why it's your job. It's not my job. This happened to me. It's your job as citizens. Now, I'm doing it now. Why? Because I remember what it felt like to be in that position as an American, period. Where no one thought that I could make anything or do anything. And only in America can I be now a director of anti-human trafficking for the Office of the Attorney General, right? And it's, when people say, how do you do it? It's just, I know because, and I'm very thankful, and I've learned love through forgiveness. Right? So I'm able to continue to walk with those and remember those and not forget. And because my identity is not in what I'm doing. That's not I ran for Virginia House of Delegates, so I get the luxury of being in a political space, but that isn't my identity. It's not where it comes from. I remember when I was like the dirt at the bottom of your shoe. And it had no purpose other than your purpose. Where you walk is where I would go. I was meeting your desires, your demands. That was my job. And my job was to show up well in that space, or I would reap the consequences. So it's through that faith, that all that I've learned, and the healing process that gets me into this place where I can use the platform of my Attorney General to be able, and our governor, the leadership in the Commonwealth of Virginia, to be able to lead with compassion, lead with the spirit of unity and togetherness and forgiveness and collaboration so we can really do something that's more beneficial and long-lasting. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you for sharing with us and for now leading the charge and the fight. We're going to bring it home with Faith. Travis Weber with the Family Research Council, and I'm just going to really turn it over to you because I want you to really bring it home for us with faith and how faith, like I said at the top, we're dealing with demonic evil, pure evil being done to our children. And if you could take us home with some conversation about what you do, share what you do, and faith and how faith informs.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure being here with you all and audience today. It strikes me that as we're sitting here, just the heaviness of this, and we're all gathered here with different callings, different things that God has asked us to, brought us to this one discussion around one issue, but there are many different aspects. And as I'm reflecting even on how we think about this as an organization and other issues that we're called to, as a Christian organization, to reflect on the biblical God's view of these matters in public policy, it strikes me that we cannot separate the internal and the external, the heart, the mind, and actions. And even hearing Chris Smith earlier today reflect on the demand component, pornography, and just hearing our panel earlier, it strikes me that we have to remember and keep in view this reality. We cannot separate the internal, the heart, the mind, the actions that stem from, flow from the heart and the mind, because we know this is the righteousness. Righteousness is the word that's animating the call that we're here for. Pursuit of righteousness, pursuit of justice, which comes from God, and He's uncompromising in His view of that, His standard of it. But the reason it is lacking in our world is the world's broken, but that brokenness stems from the heart of men and women. We have to remember this and know that the way these issues have to be thought about deal with a healing of the heart, an addressing of the brokenness of the heart. Ultimately, that is what we are called to be purveyors of in terms of despite our different specific callings, right? But we have to remember the connection between those. Because the despair on the previous panel, the despair and the pain that led to that defendant committing suicide in the cell, and the brokenness and pain that we're discussing and is featured here, ultimately come from the same source. Not an earthly enemy, but a spiritual enemy of humanity, Satan himself and his forces. That truth, that reality, if we don't have that frame of view, we're going to be off base with how we're thinking about what we're facing. And we're going to be flailing at the wind. We're going to be fighting spiritual forces with natural weapons. And it's like shooting a gun into the darkness. We're ultimately not going to hit the target. Now, as I said, I'm going to emphasize this because I'm reflecting broadly, but the callings are all different. And that's necessary. We cannot all be doing the same thing. But for our role and our call is to be a voice for the church in America, to the government. And we have to be, at Family Research Council, an effective conduit, an effective place for the force of the Christian faith community in America to express the biblical view to the government. And I was, just reflecting, pleased on the reflection on what are we waiting for? And this is for everyone. What are we waiting for? We're not here in this room to receive something from, this is a significant place we're gathered, but we're not here to receive something from Congress. We're not. Every one of us, God has given the dignity to, the ability to voice out of our own heart for justice and righteousness, His perspective on what He wants to do for everyone suffering under the evil of trafficking. And so the only thing necessary then is for us to reflect on that and say, God, what do you want me to do as I leave this gathering today? But as we're gazing at a lot of darkness in this area. And if we gaze at it too much and too long, what happens? You kind of suffer under it yourself. You kind of lose the ability to bring hope, the necessary hope to others. Hope is an essential component of what is needed. And hope ultimately comes from God Himself and His Holy Spirit. And if we gaze too long at the issues we're facing, those issues will overtake our own hearts and minds, and we're going to be drained of hope. We're not going to have the hope to give to those who need it. So we also have to remember, be cognizant of gazing at the darkness around us too much without going to the one who is the filler of all of us with His hope, God Himself, His Son, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit. He's the one who will bring the lightness in every sense, light, clarity, truth, but lightness of spirit, peace of spirit, that is the only ultimately the only sufficient power to overcome every force that is behind what we're addressing today. So that's an encouragement. There's a myriad number of things that'll weigh us down and get us overwhelmed. We only have to pay attention to what our specific calling is. And as we do that, my encouragement to us is to remember the source of your hope is in God, to fill you, to be a conduit and his messenger for truth, justice, and righteousness to all who need it. So thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I know everybody here is in the fight in your own ways, so continue the fight and may your faith lead you. Thank you.
I am so thankful to our panelists, and I'm really excited for our next set of speakers. I'm going to do them a real disservice by saying that the lunch will be put back there at about 11:30. So please don't get up right in the middle of their panel, but once they're done, be a good chance to grab a quick bite before we continue on. So I'm really excited to introduce this next set of speakers. They're folks that are leading in the communities that all of you live in from a statewide level, and some of them I've had the honor of working with all the way back when I was a wee little intern on Capitol Hill, and now he's a state attorney general, and here I am sprinting between panels. So very excited to introduce first our moderator, Adam Piper of the Republican Attorney Generals Association. Adam is not only a leader in this fight, but has been leading the cause to make sure attorney generals in our country prioritize this issue. Thank you, Adam. Next, I'd like to invite my friend Dave Sunday, Attorney General Dave Sunday from Pennsylvania, up. He was the only Attorney General's race that flipped red in the last election, but more importantly, as a district attorney, he led in the fight for anti-human trafficking, and now he's bringing it to a statewide level. I'm also going to take personal privilege to introduce a good friend of mine and one of my first mentors in this business, Attorney General Chris Carr from Georgia. Chris Carr started, and you're going to hear about this, the first anti-trafficking statewide unit, one of its own in the country. Chris is a champion of this issue. And again, certainly not least, Attorney General Treg Taylor from Alaska. General Taylor has led on anti-human trafficking and has to deal with it in a unique way that many of your states are not used to. Attorney General Taylor, thank you for being with us today. Adam, it's all yours.
Frank, thank you so much for the work that you, Matt, Mercy, and everyone at CPAC does on this issue. The attorneys general on the stage, our entire Republican caucus of attorneys general are no strangers to this fight. We'll start, from my left to the right, but General Sunday, you and General Carr were at the White House yesterday for a roundtable on human trafficking. Can you discuss that roundtable and what AGs are doing with the Trump administration to save lives?
Well, to start with, it's an honor to be here, not just with CPAC, but with everyone that has a passion for fighting human trafficking and standing up for victims. So yesterday, we had the honor of joining the White House on a similar conversation. I will say that, and I can't speak for my colleagues, but I know as Attorney General, it's been an absolute joy working with our federal partners, especially in areas that involve public safety and human trafficking. We collaborate and so I used to be a DA long before I was an AG, and we haven't always had collaboration like this. We work every single day with all of our partners, to include all of our federal partners. And these cases cannot ever be prosecuted successfully if you don't have everybody working together. And not only just working together to be in a position to successfully prosecute and hold them accountable, but also to protect victims. And so that was generally the purpose of yesterday's panel. And so I'd like to defer to my colleague to talk a little bit more about it.
Dave's right. This is an issue, as everybody in this room knows, you have to have collaboration. You got to have the right legal structure. You've got to be able to prosecute those that are taking advantage of our children. You've got to have restoration, and we've got so many nonprofits that are in here, and you have to have awareness. And when presidents and first ladies make issues, it matters. We saw that in the first Trump administration. We've got Kevin and others that are here. We can't thank them enough. And as I've said, it's so nice to have an administration that wants to make crime illegal again. I can't believe we actually have to say that, but we do. I'll tell you, a round of applause. And on this issue, it's critically important to be able to bring together federal, state, local, nonprofit, and for-profit resources together to save children. Why is that a political issue? That should simply be a human issue and a moral issue. And I thank the administration and CPAC. And I want to thank Matt and Mercy and Frank as well for having us here today, because this is critically important.
And General Taylor, to build on that, let's talk about nonprofit partners. Let's talk about the importance of working with them, but also challenges like you've seen with the Hope Center in Alaska.
No, absolutely. It's vital. As you hear, the common theme from us is we all need to be working together, state, federal, local, and nonprofit partners. And just for an example, I mean, the nonprofit partners are absolutely critical in this space, as they're often the first responders as they deal with people as they come into their centers. They're the first line of defense, actually. And so one of the issues that we have is that for example, there's 12 entities in Alaska that produce reports on human trafficking. That's federal, state, and multiple nonprofits. Each one of them use a different definition of human trafficking. Each one of them keep different stats. And so a couple of weeks ago, I'm trying to make sense of all these different reports, and I'm trying to lay one over another, and they don't make a lot of sense. So that's one easy way where we can better work together, better understand the issue at hand, and specifically in Alaska. And you talked about the Hope Center. Downtown Hope Center is a vital nonprofit partner, actually faith-based women's shelter. Now, during the day, they provide meals for anyone. But at night, it's a women's shelter. And so they came under attack from the municipality of Anchorage because they wouldn't allow a transgendered man to enter the facility to sleep. One, he was completely intoxicated. Two, he was belligerent, and he had a history of violence. And of course, you're at a women's shelter where these women have been traumatized by that kind of violence. And so the Hope Center did the right thing. They turned this gentleman away. Well, that led to a lawsuit with the municipality of Anchorage for a violation of their SOGI that they had in place. Now, luckily, the Hope Center was able to win eventually on that case, but that would have been a great example of us working against each other. I mean, Hope Center does so much, especially in the trafficking space, because so many of those women that they help and they get back on their feet and encouraged to talk to law enforcement have been victims of trafficking.
And General Sunday, let's talk a little bit more about encouragement. We just had Tanya Gold from the Virginia AG's office, a victim of human trafficking, moderate the panel right before this. Let's talk about empowering victims and what you're doing in Pennsylvania.
Sure, absolutely. I think that it's not just Pennsylvania, but all across the country. We are focusing on victims. And so, again, when I was a young prosecutor, no one really even knew what human trafficking was. We prosecuted cases. The police arrested individuals for prostitution, and people kind of just took it for what it was, and we moved on. What I can say emphatically is not only for all the DAs through Pennsylvania, but as the Attorney General and the Chief Law Enforcement Officer, we now view it through the lens of the victim. And so when these individuals come to us, when they come to local police, the question isn't how do we lock this person up and move on? It's what can we do to help this person be safe, be healthy, find a way to be with their family and have wonderful, successful lives, at the same time going after the bad actors, the people that are fueling the economy for these cases, going after them and doing everything we can to arrest them and put them in prison. And so what I can say is this: we have come so far in the last decade, maybe 15 years, that, I have so much hope. When we come into contact again with a victim, police are at a place now where they understand to look and say, hey, what's going on here? Is there something more? They then will contact, a lot of times, a nonprofit that work in this space. We do a tremendous amount of work with the faith-based community. So if there's anyone here from the faith-based community that's working in this space, know that work is absolutely critical. And so I can just end this question by stating very simply that we now understand how critical it is to do everything we can to lift up the victim, get them out, keep families together, and keep our community safe.
In General Carr, we talk about doing everything we can. You have vastly expanded the human trafficking unit in Georgia. You've also, for most of the last decade, led coalitions around the Masters every year, but also around the Super Bowl. Talk about that human trafficking unit. Talk about what you've led nationally, internationally, and locally.
Yeah, thanks. So, Adam, I appreciate it. When I became Attorney General in 2016, about 98% of the caseload that we had was civil in nature. One of the things I'm proudest of is we've worked with our Governor, Brian Kemp, and members of the legislature to expand so we now have domestic terrorism and human trafficking and gangs and organized retail theft. But again, one of the things I think is going to be most transformative is our human trafficking prosecution unit, because in Georgia, we believe in the dignity and the value and the worth of every human being. And we believe our most vulnerable need to be protected. That is what government is supposed to do. And so in 2019, we created this unit. We've got just an unbelievable world-class group of folks. And in these 4.5 years or 5 years since 6 years since we've created it, we've now had over 60 convictions. And I think this is important: sellers, buyers, and enablers. And an enabler, hotel clerk, that was in on the act. And we've also prosecuted an individual for going after a disabled, trafficking a disabled adult. Nobody is off the table. We're going to do everything that we possibly can. We've rescued and assisted now over 200 victims, 200 lives that I believe will forever be changed. And we have a 100% conviction rate in child sex trafficking. I appreciate that. We also are using the civil system as well. In fact, our First Lady, Marty Kemp, championed this issue. We've partnered with her. What she wanted us to do is go after illicit massage parlors. So what we're doing is we are identifying landlords. And we're saying, hey, you may need to know there is a massage parlor in your property that may not be doing something that you think they are. We've successfully closed now over 35, and that's thank you. And we're going to continue to expand that as well. So very proud. This is something I think, and we're happy to work with anybody, because as we know, human traffickers don't care what the state line, what the county line are, and so we've got to be able to work with our federal, state, and local partners as well. We've created the Georgia Anti-Gang Unit, first time ever. We brought federal, state, local law enforcement together with nonprofits and for-profits to improve intelligence sharing, improve prosecutions, improve communication, but also identify ways that we can make sure that folks don't get into gangs. And we know 80% of all human trafficking is gang-related. So we're focused on that. We have Operation Hold the Line, which are the boots on the ground. As AG Bondi was asking for help, as the president were asking for help, we want to make sure that we've got the folks that are on the ground to do that as well. So there's a number of different things that we're doing, a number of different ways that we're trying to partner with, again, federal, state, local law enforcement, but also nonprofit and for-profit to make sure that we target human traffickers.
And General Taylor, let's talk a little bit about human trafficking has no borders. You're a parent, wide range of ages. Human trafficking is no longer the van down by the river, the playground. It's online. Talk about prevention and your children a little bit.
Yeah, I get to put on my favorite hat, which is the dad hat. In fact, one of my oldest daughters sitting out in the audience here, but I have 6 children, 5 of them girls, and it's been a challenge. They either have the best of the world or the worst of the world, because I am keenly aware of the dangers that exist in social media. And so we tend to take a pretty hardline approach in my family on that. Our children don't get phones until maybe the end of their sophomore year of high school, which is a constant begging through middle school. But all my friends, but I understand the dangers. And one of the interesting experiences, I'll just relate one. My second daughter, London, really kind of an artsy, really liked to put together videos and reels. And then we had my youngest daughter, Callie, and so she's a baby, and my daughter's like, man, I should do a social media account about Callie, getting older. And so she put together this cute little social media account, and we monitored that. But at one point, she came to us about 3 months into it, and she said, Dad, and this breaks my heart because she shouldn't have to experience those kind of things at that age, but she says, Dad, the kind of requests I'm getting and the kind of things that I'm seeing on social media with this account are really disgusting, and I think I should shut it down. And I was like, I was so proud to be her dad that day, but that's the kind of danger that our children are constantly exposed to online. And those are the kind of things that as parents we got to be ultra vigilant about, and things as attorneys general, as we work together to help and and sometimes force social media companies to be more responsible in those duties.
And I think General Carr, the first time I learned of this issue, I was going in to be a chief of staff in an AG's office. It was at an AG meeting. There's a victim from Michigan, middle-class girl who was trafficked in high school by the founders of Cheetah. Human trafficking is an enterprise. It's an industry. Talk about the linkage with the border, the cartels, what can be done nationally, internationally to combat it.
Oh, absolutely. It drove people on the left crazy when you say if the border's open, every state's a border state. But it's true. We see it with human trafficking. We see it with fentanyl. And we see it with cartels and gangs. We see it all the time. And again, you see the interplay between all three of those issues. So again, it's like I said at the beginning, the only way you're going to be able to address this issue, in my opinion, is to do what's happening here today. It's what the White House did yesterday. You have to collaborate because you have to have that federal and state and local buy-in, as what it relates to. But a great example in the first Trump administration, Operation Not Forgotten. We were going after missing children. We found 40 in the state of Georgia, one of which was a 17-year-old girl that was being trafficked from out of state, as I recall. But our team went to work. We took that one victim, peeled back the onion, and we found 13 predators that had abused that based on that one federal operation in the first Trump administration. That's how you address it. But then you have to have people like Liz and Linda and others that are here, because think about what happens. You are breaking a human being when you're taking a 14 to 17-year-old girl or boy, 8th to the 11th grade. You need those wraparound services. You have to have those beds. You have to have the ability to put love back in their lives. And that's where it's so key. So you have to be able to come at this from all different angles. But again, what the administration has done to protect our border and to seal our border is nothing short of remarkable. And now we're having to deal with the issues of the last 4 years where the border was open.
And General Sunday, prior to being AG, you were a local prosecutor. Talk about the challenges that local prosecutors and local law enforcement face and what we can all do to combat this problem together.
Well, I think that to begin with, something that AG Carr said that's really important is how, this is not, we can't view this in a vacuum. And I don't mean to deviate slightly from the question, but I will say, and when I say that, what I mean by that is this. Human trafficking is not this thing that exists by itself. It is involved with so many different crimes. And so when you're talking about making crime illegal again, that is a very important part of this. We see people that are being trafficked that are also involved in organized retail theft. We see people that are trafficking that have severe addiction, severe mental health issues. We see people that from rural Pennsylvania who have been identified as targets when they were very, very young. They were groomed through the internet. They then ultimately met someone. They became addicted to drugs. And I can tell you right now that I have in my life rarely seen pain like when you talk to a parent who's watched their child ebb away into the world of addiction. And it is brutal and it is horrific. And so, as our time sort of winds down up here, I just want to make it very clear, number one, that thank you everyone for being here and supporting all of these efforts. Number one. Number two, let's remember that we do have to make crime illegal again. We have to make sure we are investigating and prosecuting these cases, but we have to do it through the lens of the victim and understand what victims need to get them the services so that they can be healthy, thriving humans and just have wonderful lives. And I do believe it's possible.
And I think General Sunday saw the time sign, said General Carr and General Taylor, 1 minute each, what you want everyone in this room to share going home and what that message you want echoed out.
Yeah, awareness in elections. The only way we're going to be successful is to have more eyeballs on this issue. So there's got to be training. That's that piece I said, restoration and have the right legal structure and prosecute, but awareness. It would be better for us to be wrong, to identify a situation, tell a law enforcement officer and be wrong than to let one more child be abused. That's number one. And number two, it's what Dave just talked about. Unfortunately, in this country right now, there is the new criminal justice reform, which is, I'm just not going to enforce laws I don't like. That's wrong. If you don't like the law in this country, run for Congress, run for your legislature. Don't be a DA, don't be an attorney general. Your job is to prosecute. And so having conservatives elected that truly believe in making crime illegal again will make a difference, both in the criminal's life and in the victim's life.
Amen to that. I think another key is just keep the pressure on. You wouldn't think it, but it's interesting. As I push hard on this issue in Alaska, I have heard multiple comments back from law enforcement is like, I provide them the cover they need to go after these human traffickers. And at first that statement made like zero sense to me. I'm trying to figure out what they meant by that. And then I realized that it shouldn't be a controversial subject. It shouldn't be a bipartisan issue. We should absolutely make crime illegal again, right? And we should hold these traffickers accountable. So my message to you is keep the pressure on, keep talking to local law enforcement, see something, report it, because we need all the help we can get. We need all the backing we get to take this on and to be successful.
And before I give the microphone back to Frank Russo, I want everyone in this room to grab your cell phone, open your social media that we talk about awareness, follow at Republican AGs, follow General Sunday, follow General Carr, follow General Taylor. We need your support to make crime illegal again. So take a picture, share it, and support at Republican AGs. Unlike Congress, we don't only talk, we act, we fight, we win, and we save lives because these men are women in their offices every single day. So thank you.
All right, I'm excited to introduce our next panel, even as some of you shuffle for food, which I do encourage. I've not eaten today. Again, I think my family's happy that I'm finally losing a little bit of weight. Really excited to introduce some of our international partners who have been working with us from the beginning. You heard about Rosie and her great team at Kaleido. You get to hear directly from one of their representatives, as well as some folks across the globe fighting human trafficking. So I want to introduce Samantha Sorelli, who is the incoming president of Kaleido, but is also Miss Globe USA 2025, which is maybe the coolest title we will have all day, and has also, in her brief career, done incredible work to prioritize anti-human trafficking. She has connected CPAC, our partners, Kaleido, and others with leaders across the globe, and you're going to hear from some of them. So Samantha, please come up. Thank you for joining us today, and we're honored you're here.
Well, thank you so much, Frank. It's been an honor getting to work with you and your team. I'm so honored to be here today, and I'm extremely honored to welcome some of my guests. So, as Frank said, I am Miss Globe USA 2025, and I'm honored to represent the greatest country on earth at Miss Globe this fall and also fight against human trafficking. This issue isn't just a statistic, it's also a human rights crisis that's affecting millions of lives across borders, communities, and cultures. As someone who has worked with survivors, spoken at the Senate Hart Building, and created educational programs to protect our youth, I know firsthand that awareness, policy, and compassion have to work hand in hand. Today, I'm proud to moderate this international panel featuring 3 remarkable leaders who are each combating trafficking from a different vital angle. So let's welcome our panelists. The first panelist I'd like to welcome is Dr. Dritan Abazovic, who's the former Prime Minister of Montenegro and a champion of anti-corruption and human rights reform. I would also like to welcome Alejo Campos, who's the Director of Crime Stoppers Latin America, which uses intelligence and community engagement to disrupt organized crime networks. And I would also like to welcome Dr. Moises Resnick, who's the founder of Dolorfin Ministries, which provides trauma care, chiropractic work, and spiritual healing to survivors. Well, I want to first of all say thank you guys so much for being here today and traveling from across the globe to be here and talk about this very, very important issue. So thank you. So I'm first going to start off with you, Dr. Abazovic. As the former head of state, you understand the systemic challenges in combating trafficking. What international or governmental gaps do you see most exploited by traffickers, and how can countries strengthen cross-border collaboration?
Thank you, Sam. First of all, it's my great honor to be here. I, coming from Montenegro, which is not so big country, it's a small country, but it's really great when you have the possibility to share experience with friends from Latin America, from US, from Europe, from all around the globe about something which is question of humanity. First of all, organized crime don't have the nation, don't have religion, and is the evil which is present in every single country. The duty of every politician, but not only politician, but the ordinary people, is to fight against organized crime. In our country, we have a lot of problems with the traffickers. Not just human traffickers, but the trafficant of narco, of smuggling cigarettes, or different kind of things. And what was my big achievement is that we finally, after 30 years, starting to deliver results. It was impossible to do that without partnership with the big countries like US and using the international expertise of Interpol and Europol. What I see like a most problematic thing, the most problematic thing is because corruption is involved in every single institution. Corruption is involved in the court. Corruption is involved in prosecutor institution. Corruption is involved in police, in civil society, almost everywhere. So people who dealing with these kind of things, they have the network almost everywhere. What is the strategy? What is how we can deal with this? I heard a lot of good proposal in the morning, and probably in this panel we will hear some of the option. But for key thing for our countries in the region of Western Balkan, I think it's to implement the anti-mafia law. What is anti-mafia law? I think that we should really catch the property of the people who are directly connected with the organized crime. The idea of implementing anti-mafia law is to keep that kind of people without resource. Because what's happened in my country, and I think that is also in the region, maybe when you have the action against the trafficant, you put them in the jail, but the family, the friends of that person, they have the millions of euros which using for corruption, for the lawyers, for different kind of things. And the end of the day, they find a way to go out, and state don't find a way how to combine that in something what we can say that is sustainable and is good. So I think that implementation of anti-mafia law, it's something what is crucial for the country in the region. And not to spend too much time, we prepared that law in Montenegro during my mandate in the office, and I think that now we prepare also the society, also the public opinion, what is that important. So I think that this can be something very useful for the next period.
Thank you so much for sharing. So my next question is for Mr. Alejo Campos. So I know you work directly with intelligence and anonymous reporting. What role does community engagement and public awareness play in dismantling trafficking networks, and how can it be better utilized in Latin America and beyond?
Thank you, Sam. And first of all, thank you for Kaleido organization and CPAC and Rosy Orozco. I think she is there to invite to us to come to here, to Washington, D.C., to talk about that. I think it's too important to have the space, to have the opportunity to share with you a lot of information we have from our countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. I am the director of Crime Stopper for Caribbean and Latin America, and we are working with with all the law enforcement system in our countries, and we share a lot of information about human trafficking or smuggling with the local authorities or the national authorities. You know, there are 50 million victims around the world, and this morning the senator said just 1 million are here in the United States. And all the victims maybe are waiting for us to be saved. And we have a big power right now to try to save them. And the power is the information. And maybe all the people in our countries have a lot of information about a possible victim in anywhere, but they don't have the trust in the local authorities to share the information. So we have anonymous channel to receive a lot of anonymous information about human trafficking, but smuggling, drugs trafficking, illicit trade, as you said, or money laundering, on corruption, because at the end, they are the same criminal structures working with different crime. For them, for this criminal, a person, a woman, a child is just a commercial product to be sold and resell and resell. And for them, there is just a common thing in all these kind of different crimes, and it's the roots and the markets. From Latin America, they are coming a lot of victims to different countries, to different regions in the United States, on Europe, on Asia, and there are the same route where that's the criminal organizations are using to move cocaine or illicit goods. They are the same routes. So they are connected. They are working together. They have like a criminal portfolio with different products and services. And one of these products is a person, is a woman or is a child from our countries. So I think it's very important, Sam, if all the people have the opportunity to share information with the local authorities, because this information could save life. That's very important. And if you don't want to go to the police department because you're afraid or it's far away from home, okay, you can use different anonymous channel using by phone. Today it's very easy. You need to use the technology to share information with authorities. In Guatemala, for example, we have a very big cases, and the local authorities save a lot of victims, child victims, with anonymous information because people is sharing a lot of information with the police in Guatemala and other countries like Panama, and they have they are working in a very deep investigation to try to stop the human trafficking structures. Because I know it's very important to save life, obviously, but at the same time, it's very important to do deep investigation, to try to really fight against those criminal structures. So at the end, the information from the citizen, the information from the people is very important. The information from you is very important. I am sure in this room, a lot of people maybe have information about human trafficking or smuggling cases, and you can share the information. We did this QR code. We have the QR code, and I can share the code with you. It's a simple sticker, and you can share the code with your friends, family, neighborhood. It's very important because this code is to connect with the anonymous platform for reporting human trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that, and definitely we'll make sure that that QR code is shown to everyone towards the end of the panel. So thank you so much. So, Dr. Resnick, your ministry focuses on restoration and healing for survivors. In your work, what is typically the most overlooked needs of survivors once they're released?
Thank you. Thank you for CPAC. Thank you for Kaleido, Rosy Orozco, Fundación Camino a Casa. The issue with human trafficking, it's a global issue. The church has to be involved, government has to be involved, business has to be involved, but also restoration needs to be involved. Because when a person is hurt, it's not only physically, it's hurt spiritually and emotionally. We at Dollar Fin, we take the victims, we give them chiropractic care, spiritual healing, and also train them so they can get restored in the world, so they can be functional, because of course they're traumatized. But like FRC said yesterday, Family Research Council want to get the church into the politics and change the law. What we have done is sensitize the business people to change the way they see this, because business people say, it's not my problem, it's not my issue, but it's not like that. So what we do is through this training system, it's called Látigo and Zanahoria, it's based on Deuteronomy 28, that if you do good, you get a reward, a carrot, or, but if you don't do good, you get a stick. So we train business people to say, let's see how can you get involved. If your people work right, they'll give you a carrot. But if they don't do right, they'll get a stick. And that stick is a financial stick. And that money goes to the Fundación Camino a Casa, or the human trade. So people get trained to do the correct way, to do the right things at the right time, at the right moment, at the right way. And if not, that financial consequence goes to bless somebody else. So business people get trained, they get better results, better teams, but also they bless people that they cannot have the financial situation to help each other. So business people get sensitized to help, because this is a global problem. It's a business problem, it's a church problem, it's a government problem, because it's a human problem. And who saves one life saves the world. That's what the Talmud says.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. So typically with the panels I've moderated, they've typically been majority women. And so this time, for the first time ever, I'm moderating a panel of just men. And what I think is so special about this is that we do need men who are leaders in this movement and who are using their voices for change. So my question for all of you that I'd love each of you to answer is, what is the role of men and boys, both in prevention and in demand reduction in the global fight against human trafficking?
Maybe we are on the stage more men, but I think that in the capital are more women. And if I am correct, CPAC organized this great event with a lot of women who was involved in this organization, and I want to congratulate. This is not a question for the men's or women's. This is a question for everybody. So question how we can find human trafficking is not a question only for politicians, but also for the teacher, for the student, for the taxi driver, for the business people, for everybody, because we think that this is how we trying to support universal values. And I'm inviting all of my colleagues, especially let's say men, to advocating for this thing, because it's extremely important to build a society which is functional, productive, and which can protect our families and make the better life for everybody. What is crucial from my point of view? The crucial thing is what colleagues from Panama mentioned, is that we should share the information. We still don't know each other. The world now in this technological area have a lot of possibility to finish with something what is misunderstanding, what is not so good information from some of the region, because this is the common thing. And I think that this kind of events like CPAC make today in Capitol Hill is the great thing, how we can bring people from different continents, from different countries, from different religions, from all different kind of identities, to talk about something what is important for every single person in the world. We should fight against human trafficking. We should stop that evil, and we should make possible that the institutions are functional to protect every single, let's say, man and woman, boy and girl, everywhere in the world.
So I think there are two key words in this conversation, and it's education, and information. You know, we need to have a very good information about human trafficking to care yourself, but at the same time to care others. And this kind of conversation, this kind of panel where we can share information and we can hear the information from you is very important to keep learning about human trafficking. And especially today, we need information about the digital human trafficking, the cyber traffic, you know. And in my conference in Spanish, I asked to the audience something like, in English could be, are you sure that your kids are safe at home right now? Because your kids are at home in the bedroom with tablets, with iPhones, with a computer, with a lot of digital tools. But remember, the criminals, the traffickers, are behind the technology, are inside of the technology. They are using the technologies. And our kids are not prepared to stop the criminal in the social media, in the video games, in the different apps. And the parents, you and I, we are not prepared as well to understand this new digital environment because we are a different generation. I am talking about me. But we are a different generation, so we need more information about how the criminal structures globally are working on the digital area. So for me, the information and education about that is very, very important.
Thank you, Alejo. Sam, that's a great question. There's a big issue of values in males. We have lost our values. We are the #1 consumers of pornography, of street bars, and other things. If there's consumption, if there's demand of the product, there'll be suppliers. We need to stop as fathers, educate our kids, educate our enterprises, our companies in values, because you don't know that girl that is dancing that night, what's behind that. So we need to sensitize males about consuming sex outside of your marriage. God made a woman and a man so we can be together and be fruitful and multiply, not outside the marriage. So we need to sensitize. We need to sensitize our kids, and we have to be strong and courageous and stop this issue, because God forbid anybody, it's liable to do this.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for sharing. So one final question, just to close this up. What gives you hope in this fight, and what message would you leave with other young leaders and advocates who are going to be watching today?
What gives us hope? I see hope everywhere. And I see good people around me, I see the hope. We should never be pessimistic in the concept, because in the end of the day, the good will win. But what is our duty is to work for that. And my call is for the young people, young leaders, everywhere around the globe, just follow your dream, believe in better world, and advocating for the human rights everywhere around the globe. And in the end, I think that we will live in much more optimistic world. Maybe today it's not looking like that, but hope is inside of us. And I think that we should just share the positive energy and optimism everywhere. Nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible, and in the end, good will win.
Oh, I think keep working, and keep working. And I loved that expression that the Secretary said this morning, justice and love, and keep working. I think it's very key to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejo. You might not change the whole world, might not. Even Jesus didn't change the whole world or didn't heal everybody, but he changed with 12 people, And of those 12, if I ask you the name of the apostles, you might only remember 3, because 8 of them didn't know, and 1 betrayed him. So it doesn't matter what your team it is, you can change the world with 12 people, because that's what he did. So don't deny the power of your word. God didn't make a perfect world. He made a free world. So you have the power to choose. Choose life. Choose freedom, because that's the highest value. I'm not a beauty queen. I'm not a former prime minister. I'm not a crime stopper. I'm just a human being. But if you raise your voice, you work hard, you create system, you can change the world, because as the history of the world has been like that. Couple of friends, couple of females, and they have changed the world. And we can do it. We need to stop this.
Well, thank you so much to my panelists for being here today. It was an honor to have you all. Thank you again for flying from across the world to be here and for your fight against human trafficking. I'm really excited to see what else you guys accomplish in the future, and I hope that we were able to start a meaningful conversation on trafficking across the globe. So thank you.
Well, thank you all for listening to what was an incredible panel about our international partners. I think the hardest part is they had to translate themselves to make sure that they could do it all in English, and they were willing to do so that you all got a message that this is not just an American problem, it's an international one, but most importantly, we can't solve it without our international partners. So our panelists really took time out of their day, some flying from across the globe, to be here with us, and I'm just honored that they were willing to deliver that message. I'm excited for our next few set of speakers. You're going to get to hear over the next hour directly from President Trump's administration. You're going to hear about what they're doing, like you did this morning from Secretary Noem, on how they are combating human trafficking and how they are ensuring that we are a leader in this fight and that America is not a place where traffickers feel comfortable. So before we get to our good friend Tom Homan, I'm excited to introduce my good friend Kevin Malone. Kevin Malone currently serves as a senior advisor at the Department of Health and Human Services, specifically in the Bureau for Children and Families. His specific focus is anti-human trafficking. But Kevin is not just your typical government appointee. He's done quite a few things in your career that would surprise many people. First of all, he's a former Major League Baseball executive, having run teams including the Los Angeles Dodgers, the Montreal Expos, and as the assistant GM to the Baltimore Orioles. He has put championship teams together. Even if it is the Dodgers that beat my Yankees last year, I'll accept the fact that it's still pretty cool. But not only that, Kevin had every chance in his life to take a step back, bask in the success at the sports level, and instead he decided to get involved in this fight, and actually get involved in this fight in a way that affects men and boys of all ages. When we think human trafficking, we think first, obviously, victims, and many times we think only those victims are little women or little children, women, and not men. But unfortunately, this problem affects everyone. And Kevin has led the way. He's the founder and executive director of PATH, People Against Trafficking Humans, and the co-founder and CEO of the U.S. Institute Against Human Trafficking. He is founder of the KidsAreNotForSale.org, a tagline we're all familiar with from The Sound of Freedom. And most importantly, he has partnered with President Trump in his first administration and now works directly with the president to solve this problem. Again, Kevin Malone had every reason to step out of this fight, every reason to not be involved here today and spend time with us. But instead, he made sure that he used his resources, his knowledge, and his team building to combat human trafficking. So it is my honor to invite the Senior Advisor to the Department of Health and Human Services, Kevin Malone, to the stage.
You want me to, Frank, we're going to use this mic or this? Yeah, I can run Major League Baseball teams, but I can't turn the mic on. So there you go. This is a real honor, to be honest with you guys. I take speaking very seriously because you're providing me with your time to listen and hopefully, Lord willing, to be encouraged, be challenged, and possibly even learn something. I'm going to speak today from 3 different hats that I wear. One is at the HHS Senior Advisor on Human Trafficking. 2 as a dad and a grandpa. And 3 as a lover and follower of Jesus Christ. I just want you to think for a few minutes the word outrage and what causes you to be outraged. Does the fact that children are being sold for sex, or in other words, that men are paying to rape our kids, does that outrage you? Seriously, I think a lot of times we just, like a deer in the headlights, our kids are being raped for money all across this country. Do you know that infants and toddlers are being sex trafficked and raped these days? Do this, and guess what? Not only are they being raped, but it's being filmed. And it's being sold online. Now, what kind of sick pervert wants to watch a toddler or an infant be raped or sexually abused? I've been known in my background that I like to fight. You saw Boz up here. He might be the only guy in here today that I wouldn't fight. Special op, CIA. But a lot of respect for Boz and what he does and his wife, Tina. The other thing I wanted to mention, I got to pull my glasses out to mention this, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with 764. You guys heard about 764? Here's what it is. It's a global network of online groups that manipulate victims, basically young people, to produce sexually explicit materials, performing acts of harm and engaging in animal cruelty. They ask their victims to online cut themselves, carve names on their skin called cut skins, and then to commit suicide on live stream. What kind of sick people want to watch that? Are you outraged? I'm outraged. Every day I wake up, I try to figure out what more can I do. I'm passionate about this because God called me into this fight. I was blessed to be part of a anti-human trafficking organization that Frank mentioned. Once I took this job at HHS, I had to put all the nonprofits behind me. And I want to let you know that the one Frank mentioned, the United States Institute Against Human Trafficking, is now being run by a survivor, Ori Freeman. I've handed the reins over to her, and she's running all the nonprofits, all the ministries that I had started to fight human trafficking. We opened in 2018 what I heard at the time was the first and only boys' home for trafficked boys, minor boys. It was in Florida. It was the only known one, as I mentioned at the time. And we were open for 4 years, and we were providing wraparound services for boys. We helped 33 boys in 4 years. We were basically shut down by the Biden DOJ, which I have yet to deal with, and also by the Florida Department of Child and Families. Let me tell you an interesting story. So the Department of Child and Families in Florida said, we're not going to recommend kids anymore to your safe home. I said, why? Because I just used their research to prove that boys were being trafficked in Florida. Hundreds of boys. So I said, we're not going to send you boys anymore. I said, why? Boys aren't being trafficked in Florida anymore. Oh, really? So we shut the boys' home down. Now, guess what? 2 weeks ago, I read a report University of South Florida put out that boys in Florida, of all the children being trafficked, 15% are boys, so hundreds of boys. So I don't know what happened between the time I closed the boys' home down and to today. Florida all of a sudden found boys being trafficked. There's a problem. We got a lot of problems in government. But I also have to say Florida does a really good job. They're pioneers in many ways in this fight. They weren't a few years ago. Okay, so our boys' safe home was 45 minutes north of Tampa. The guy that was running the home was named Jonathan. We got a call that there was a boy being trafficked and he was in custody in Jacksonville. So Jonathan drove up to get him, picked him up. His name, I'm going to call him Mikey. Mikey came out to get in the car. All he had in his hand was a black garbage bag with everything he had or owned in his life. First thing he says, he looks up to Jonathan and says, "Are you safe?" We found out that his father had been trafficking him, selling him for sex since he was 4 years old. We took him down to Florida, down to our safe home, and we started to figure out what this young boy needed. He didn't know his birthday, didn't know how old he was, never been to school. So what we did was we found out what his birthday was. We threw him a party. We gave him a bedroom and its own bathroom, and we started teaching him how to read and write because he didn't know how to read and write. That's just one example in the 4 years that we had a boys' home that we were dealing with trafficked boys. Mikey was sold again for sex for 6 years by his perverted, evil father. I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that a father would do that to their little boy, their son. So I've got some stats, and I'm going to go through them quickly. But as I mentioned, I think the DOJ reported that up to 36% of all trafficked American children are boys. Never hear anybody talking about boys. And I found out, done some research, spent a lot of time fighting for little boys. And it's in the population of trafficked boys has significantly increased over the last 10 years. Here's 10 bullet points that everyone should know about trafficked boys. Society has trouble seeing boys as victims. They believe males are more responsible for their actions. I'm talking about boys now, 17 and under. Boys are rarely screened for being commercially sexually exploited, and the child welfare system throughout America is failing to properly screen boys when assessing them at intake. You got to start doing a better job of identifying folks. Boys are not identified. They're not recognized as trafficking victims. Besides not being identified, boys don't disclose they've been trafficked due to fear, shame, and the negative stigma. Boys rarely view themselves as victims, but they look at themselves as entrepreneurs, young businessmen making money from sex. Boys see themselves as hustlers to get their needs met. Boys are unrecognized by law enforcement. They're viewed as criminals. Boys are framed as deviants, desiring quick sex and money. But thank God, law enforcement is now starting to recognize that these boys are victims. Boys are unlikely to have a traditional pimp. What we learned in dealing with boys is that they might have had a pimp, a family member, an uncle, someone that was selling them when they first started. Boys are pretty smart. They realize, what do I need this jackweed for? I'm just taking the money. I can do it myself. Boys will sell themselves, and they become very industrious and very business savvy. So boys don't have traditional pimps in the ones we dealt with. When boys are in a relationship with an older man, providers assume that the boy is gay, that he desires sex and is a willing participant, and that he could leave if he wanted. See, boys are looked at differently than girls. And guess what? Boys and girls are different. Last 4 years, I didn't hear much of that. They're all, be whatever you want to be. Boys can be girls, girls can be boys. That's not the case. Boys and girls are different. Research and statistics show that boys are treated more violently on a whole compared to girls that are being trafficked. Boys have higher level of injuries related to this violence, which is connected to their trafficking experiences. Boys are overlooked and underreported. The saying goes, if no one is looking, boys aren't found. Everyone in America needs to fight in every way against the sex trafficking of our children. George S. Patton said, it's better to fight for something than to live for nothing. I think a lot of people are living for nothing right now, all throughout this country and all throughout the world. Isn't fighting this injustice, this evil, worth the effort? We read in the Old Testament, the book of Isaiah, chapter 1, verse 17, that God calls us to seek justice, to rescue the oppressed, and to defend the orphan. In my opinion, modern-day orphans are our trafficked kids. God didn't say, if you want to, if you're not busy, if you can find the time. He calls us, which means to actively pursue, to take active steps to help kids, protect kids. I mean, I feel like sometimes who am I talking to, or who's listening? That we have to have these kind of conferences and these kind of summits to encourage people to fight for kids. And I know this crowd is different because there's a lot of people in here I've worked with, and I know you care. I'm primarily speaking to the media today. You've always been so good to me, especially when I was in baseball. Thank you for getting me fired from the Dodgers in 2001 so I could do something worthwhile. Amen. I think that preaches right there. It's a simple truth. Every child deserves to be safe. Every family should have the chance to build a better life. And every person deserves to live free from fear, coercion, or exploitation. Yet across our country, as we heard Tanya talk about earlier, our freedoms, people's freedoms, kids' freedoms are being stolen. And oftentimes that freedom is being sold. We Americans need to fight demand. We've heard about demand. We're always talking about the traffickers and the pimps. And what about men that are buying sex from our kids, that are paying to rape our kids? When are we going to go after demand? When are we going to do something about all these predators and pedophiles? I can get Boz in here, and I can see a couple other guys here look like you can handle themselves. We can take care of a bunch of this in a heartbeat. And I think we might need to at one point if we can't get it done the right way. There's different right ways. Let me just say that. Human trafficking isn't just a crime. Human trafficking is a public health issue with lasting impacts on individuals, families, and communities. I'm blessed and very honored to work at the HHS Department of, as I said, Health and Human Services under Secretary Kennedy, under his leadership. And we're working to make America healthy again. And that covers a lot of different areas. The goal is clear: to identify the root causes of our nation's toughest challenges and to bring bold solutions that make a lasting difference. That's the challenge from President Trump. Be creative. Get it done. Figure it out. I mean, he keeps winning multiple times every week. I like to win too. I think we all in here like to win. Let's win for our kids. Let's figure out ways to protect our kids. Let's do what we need to do. And as I've heard, we can't totally depend on the government. I'm part of the government now, and I'm going to try to help and do what I can do and build collaboratives and build teams of people that really want to get this done and not just talk about it. We got a lot of talkers in D.C. Talk is cheap. When are we going to really do what we need to do? The problem is getting worse. If we're doing such a great job, then why are more and more kids being sold? I don't understand. I'm not that smart, but it's pretty clear to me. And yes, definitely what Secretary Kennedy's trying to do, it definitely involves human trafficking. But we cannot solve the human trafficking issue without going upstream, meaning without asking the hard questions about how and why trafficking starts in the first place. And once we figure out how to stop it before it starts or happens, what are we going to do about it? Let's take action. Again, a lot of people talk, but they don't take action. That's why I'm here. I'm either going to get stuff done or I'm going home. I'm going to get it done with the help of everybody in this room or people that want to fight this fight. We're going to get her done, as they used to say in the South. We can't just respond after the damage is done, after someone is harmed, after a family is broken apart. We need to strengthen the systems that protect people from exploitation in the first place. That's the vision of MAHA. Now hear me loud and clear. It's the vision of MAHA, a healthier, safer America where children are safe, families are strong, communities are resilient, and freedom is protected. That's MAHA. I'm blessed to work in the department called the Administration for Children and Families. It's a division of HHS, and I work with some amazing ladies called from OTIP, the Office of Trafficking Persons. Catherine Chan is the director. She's got an amazing staff. Small staff, $30 million. Now listen to this. $30 million budget for OTIP to fight human trafficking. $30 million. The last administration spent that on a weekend in Vegas. Seriously. We need to figure out how to get money where it needs to go to do the things we need to do to protect kids. $30 million for OTIP. We need to look at that. I just got here and the budgets are set, so I don't have much say on budgets. But you can tell that I'm pretty good at rattling cages. So if you read I've been fired tomorrow or the next day, I'm not here for a job. I'm not here to make friends. I'm not here to make a name for myself. I'm here to protect kids. At the Administration for Children and Families, the best social program is a family. And the best economic program is a job. We're building a strategy that centers on strengthening social connections and economic opportunities. That is why we're approaching trafficking as a public health issue. It's a public health issue, and we're going to focus not just on intervention, but on prevention. ACF's efforts, that's the American Children, and I can't say it every time, ACF's efforts span this full spectrum of issues, whether it's helping a young person aging out of foster care, supporting a survivor of domestic violence, or removing barriers to employment. Traffickers don't prey on strength. They prey on the unmet needs of individuals who are seeking connection, employment, and opportunities to leave challenging circumstances. When we meet those early needs, traffickers lose their power. At ACF, our approach is comprehension. I'm sorry, it's that, but it's also, no, that's the right word. I was thinking, I get going, my mind goes on bunny trails, so please keep me focused. My wife's always kicking me under the table. Hey, get back on track. We're raising awareness through campaigns at ACF called Look Beneath the Surface, which equips everyday Americans to recognize the signs of trafficking and online sexual exploitation. And we connect people to help. We're also addressing technology-facilitated abuse. Have you guys heard of that? I mean, that's something you need to be aware of. Not only the human trafficking, but what's going on online with the sexual exploitation of our kids. Because traffickers aren't limited to in-person contact anymore. They're using group chats, gaming apps, social media DMs, and other platforms to find victims, exploit vulnerabilities, and use technology to amplify harm and increase profits. And I thank our partners at DHS. They have the No 2 project, which is a very good project, very good. I was over at HSI the other day. They're doing amazing work. We've got some great people in the fight. So a lot of the agencies, federal agencies, they're trying really hard. They're working really hard. And I think the next 3 years, we're going to see a lot of difference made. We at ACF are investing in the prevention tools that empower families, tools that give parents the confidence to talk with children, their kids, and kids the confidence to speak when something feels wrong. ACF, OTIP, the Office of Trafficking Persons, Catherine Chan and her team, they fund school-based programs that teach young people to recognize risk, and they've had tremendous success. And for those who have experienced trafficking, we provide access to wraparound services, housing, health care, trauma recovery, job readiness, and more. An example, Jane, a young woman who escaped a violent trafficker after he threw her from a moving vehicle. She connected with HHS-funded program that provided not just immediate safety, but long-term support, financial literacy, job training, and healing. Today, Jane's employed and building a life on her own terms. We got to tell people about the success stories. There's a lot of success stories in here. I know a lot of you folks, and you're doing great work. People need to know about your successes. All we ever hear about is the negatives, the critical people cutting us down, cutting others down. We're also investing in frontline professionals. This is really important. I've been hearing about it a lot lately, not just from our department, but others. Teachers, social workers, child welfare, and healthcare workers in particular, we at ACF are giving them the tools to recognize trafficking and respond quickly. Do you know that most survivors, 50 to 85% of trafficking, when they were being trafficked, have seen one or more healthcare providers while they were still in the trafficking situation? They're not being identified. The medical profession, doctors, nurses, they're not identifying these victims. It was never reported. I mean, they're seeing the medical. We're working on, and there's others working on this too. We've got to train our healthcare providers. Or do you know that traffickers proactively target children who have been abused? And just heard from the U.S. Advisory Council, it's a committee that is it's all survivors. Handicapped kids are now being targeted like never before. Handicapped kids. Also, those kids that are experiencing homelessness who may already be served by child welfare school or other youth-serving programs. And just like the health issue, the more we can train providers to screen for these risks, the better we can prevent or intervene early to disrupt trafficking schemes. Sarah, a high school student, was being trafficked by someone in her neighborhood. Her mother, desperate to help but unsure where to turn, reached out to the school staff member who had been trained through an HHS-funded program to recognize and respond to signs of trafficking. Because of the training, the staff member knew exactly what to do. They acted quickly, connecting with law enforcement and support services. That intervention led to Sarah's safe recovery, the arrest of her trafficker, and the support she needed to begin healing. This is what prevention looks like. It's not just about stopping something bad. It's about ensuring there's someone ready to step in when it matters most. I had the privilege of serving on the Public-Private Partnership Advisory Council to End Human Trafficking for President Trump during his first term. That experience confirmed one truth for me: we cannot do this alone. Collaboration is essential. We need all of us. Tommy Lasorda, when I was with the Dodgers, used to say, Kevin, we got to get everybody pulling on the same end of the rope if we're going to get to where we want to get to, if we want to win, if we want to be successful. We all got to get on the same end of the rope. There's a lot of folks with selfish agendas that have different things they're trying to do for the wrong reasons. But if we're all doing this for the right reasons, which is basically for the kids, we can make a difference. I'm starting to wind down, so before I start telling me, because you got Tom Homan next, so I got to get ready. Government has a role, but we need faith-based organizations, businesses, nonprofits, and local leaders all pulling in the same direction. When we align our efforts, traffickers lose room to operate and people regain ground. One of the clearest needs survivors express is economic opportunity. Survivors tell us again and again what they need most is a stable, meaningful job. Not because it's just a paycheck, but it's a pathway to independence. It's a way to reclaim autonomy. Tanya mentioned that earlier. Build confidence and chart a future on their own terms. But too many survivors face steep barriers, trauma, employment gaps, limited access to training or education, and without an opportunity, the risk of re-exploitation remains dangerously high. This is where the private sector can make a lasting difference. We encourage businesses, employers to consider trauma-informed hiring practices, mentorships, and apprenticeships, support for survivor-led businesses, and training programs that build confidence and skills. Everyone has a part to play in fighting this fight and helping survivors. Whether it's survivors rebuilding their lives or young people who are high at risk to be trafficked, positive role models and stable relationships are powerful protective factors. They restore hope. They strengthen resilience. These efforts reduce vulnerability, but they also send a powerful message. Survivors are not defined by what they've been through, but they should be defined by their potential. When we work together, we build smarter systems, stronger families, and safer communities. As I get, I'm like sometimes like a priest or a preacher or a rabbi. I got a few minutes. You saw that. I don't know what it meant, but I think it's just a few. I'm going to go right to the good stuff to bring an ending. Woke up in the middle of the night, was praying, asking God, is there anything more I need to say? And here's what he gave me today. Mankind is in a spiritual battle called spiritual warfare. It's a conflict between good and evil. The Bible instructs us to put on the full armor of God so that we can take a stand against the schemes of the devil, against evil. We're fighting evil. That's what we're doing. Jesus said the thief comes to steal, kill, and destroy. But I have come that you may have life and have it more abundantly. When you talk about evil, we're talking about the devil. I know people don't want to say devil, but what happens when you put a D on the front of evil? What's it spell? It spells devil. Duh. All of mankind, all of humanity is broken. We are sinners. We're separated from God. Our loving God provided a solution, a way to be healed. The solution is Jesus Christ. Jesus died for our brokenness, for our sins, and he rose from the dead to defeat sin. And when we put our faith and our trust in Jesus, his sacrifice, his death, we are spiritually healed. We are in the right standing with God. That's the best. That's the gospel. That's the good news. That's what you need to hear. I don't care if you hear anything else. Hear that. You need a relationship with Jesus. And I learned, and I know Frank learned this. I'm closing with this because I know the Lord's Prayer. I learned it in Catholic school. When I grew up, I went to all-boys Catholic high school, parochial school. The Lord's Prayer. Our Father in heaven, hallowed, honored, holy be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our debts, our sins, as we forgive our debtors. And do not lead us into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord's Prayer, I guess it's important. For yours is the kingdom, the power, and the glory. Pray for traffickers, even though I hate to say that. Pray for buyers, even though I don't want to pray for them. That they would have an encounter with Jesus, repent, turn away from evil. And let's pray for the trafficking victims for their healing and blessing. God bless you. Have a great day. Keep up the fight. Thank you, guys. Matt, look at this. Standing ovation.
Thank you, Kevin. Well, we told you this morning that we were going to not just talk, it was going to be about action. And our next speaker, I think it's fair to say, pretty much intimidates all the right people on a regular basis. He has the world's greatest title and really one of the toughest jobs as the Border Czar. I give you Tom Homan. Come on out, Czar. Mr. Czar. You know, I do want to say, Tom loved CPAC before he was an official czar. You know, you're a long time coming to our events, and we appreciate it. All right, man. Thank you.
How's that? First of all, I'm glad to be back. This is the second time I unretired for President Trump, and I'm excited about it. So let's start this with Trump 45. When trafficking happened across the border, we realized trafficking was going on. What did we do about it? We established DNA testing. We made sure families were families. We did a pilot program. Some of the pilot programs show as high as 30% of families claiming to be families weren't families at all. Fast forward to the Biden administration. They stopped DNA testing. They stopped a majority of the trafficking investigations. For 4 years, I woke up every day pissed off because I knew children were being trafficked. I knew women and children being sex trafficked. I knew children were coming across the border being released to the very people that paid to have them smuggled, that conspired with alien smuggling organizations to have their child smuggled, put their child in the hands of criminal cartels to be snuck across the border. And I knew, based on my 4 years' experience, what some of these children most likely went through. So every day I woke up pissed off. Because when you open the border up, people are going to come. When you make a promise to the whole world, you can cross the border legally. It's a crime, but don't worry about it. We'll release you within 24 hours, send you to the city of your choice with a taxpayer-funded plane ticket, put you in a free hotel room, give you 3 meals a day, and work authorization within 3 months. I knew the whole world was going to take advantage of that. The most vulnerable people in the world would take advantage of that giveaway program. And what did that do? It brought millions to the border, overwhelmed the Border Patrol. We're up to 70% of agents who are off the line, changing diapers, making baby formula, making hospital runs, making travel arrangements. 70% of agents off the line. There was several moments, actually many moments in that 4 years, where the entire sector of U.S. Border Patrol agents were pulled off the line to deal with overcrowding, processing, dealing with that humanitarian crisis. When you remove 70% of agents off the line, that's when bad things happen. That's when trafficking exploded to historic highs. That's when sex trafficking exploded to historic highs. That's when enough fentanyl came across to kill 250,000 Americans. That's when we went from 14 people on the terrorist watch list arrested during Trump 45 to over 400 under Joe Biden. So every day I woke up pissed off. So I couldn't wait to see President Trump win office back, because I knew we'd come back and we fix it, and we did. As of today, we got the most secure border in my lifetime, the most secure border in the history of this nation. And what does that mean? That means less trafficking. That means less, go ahead, that's great. Less no-inspected terrorists crossing the border, less trafficking of children, less sex trafficking, less drugs, less fentanyl, and we're bankrupting the criminal cartels of Mexico with President Trump. I said this before the election, and I say it again, and I mean it. President Trump will be the first president in American history to wipe the criminal cartels of Mexico off the face of the earth. So what are we doing? I can tell you we're all over the trafficking issue. Again, because the border is secure, we have less of it happening. Gotaways under Joe, and let me just mention, because these data points mean something. An average day under Joe Biden, we had 1,800 known gotaways. People who crossed the border, weren't apprehended, weren't fingerprinted, weren't vetted. An average of 1,800. Last 24 hours, that number was 21. Less gotaways. The reason there's less gotaways is because every single Border Patrol agent is on the line, vigilant, securing that border at the highest level ever. So there's not the opportunity, like was under Biden administration, for thousands of people to be trafficked across that border. Our main focus right now is not just make sure that border is the most secure we ever had, which it is now, is to find the thousands and thousands of children that were trafficked in this country, released to unvetted sponsors, and the last administration lost track of 300,000 of them, and they weren't looking for them. Another thing that pisses me off. What did President Trump do? President Trump committed to three things. When President Trump called me and asked me to come back, he wanted me to take control over three things. One, secure the border. Two, run the biggest deportation operation this country ever seen. And three, find these kids. So we've already located right around 10,000. I'm not happy. We got a hell of a lot more to find, and I will do everything in my power. This administration will do everything in its power to find every single one of these kids. Here's the problem. I'll just be frank with you. Because the last administration didn't do things right, because they didn't really care, these sponsors weren't properly vetted. I'm finding out through whistleblowers that many of these sponsors weren't fingerprinted, identifications weren't verified. So I can find you all. You all have a digital footprint, right? You all own cars, you own homes, you got credit cards, you pay bills. We can find you. But children don't have that footprint. They don't have what we need to easily find them. So we got to count on the footprint, the digital footprint of the sponsors. And when they weren't properly vetted, their identifications weren't vetted, they weren't fingerprinted. Now we're working with data that's just terrible. I mean, many of the addresses HSI is showing up at are parking lots, grocery stores. I know there's one case where one man sponsored over 20 children. How the hell did that happen? The last administration didn't care. All they cared about opening the border up, bringing as many people as they can. Because they obviously thought they were future Democratic voters, but they also thought they'd be counted in the next census, so Democrats earn more seats in the House. They sold this country out for future political power, and they sold the children out. But President Trump has made a commitment that we're going to find every one of these children. We have HSI agents every day going across this country. Despite what the media says, HSI is seeking down kids to deport them. We're seeking kids to save them. Some of these kids we have found were in forced sex slavery, sex trafficking. Some of these kids were in forced labor. You've read about them. Not all of them. Many of these children will be with families, safe. God help us, hope they all are. But that's simply not the fact. We have rescued children. We'll continue rescuing children every day. That's the facts you won't read about. I've actually asked for updated data that we'll hopefully get out in front of the presser in the near future. But I want you to know, every day I wake up, I look at the data, and I'm pushing as hard as I can. The White House president's pushing as hard as he can to make sure we're putting every resource available into finding every one of these children. And to permanently shut down sex trafficking and prosecute the animals that are involved in this. And for those that you're here amongst some of the best congressmen and senators in this nation, if you see them, shake their hand and thank them for the big, beautiful bill, because now we have a whole bunch of money that we're going to get more resources, more boots on the ground, more agents to knock on those doors, more technology to help us find these kids, more attorneys to prosecute the animals that are involved with trafficking. So the big, beautiful bill, you think we're doing great things right now? Hold on tight and watch what happens in the future. So thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Wonderful. I was able to check the microphone and not make a mistake. Thank you all, and apologies for the slight delay there. We're very excited to have a new addition to the agenda joining us in quite literally 2 minutes. Speaker Mike Johnson is going to come speak with us after hearing about how many of you were here and how many of our partners in the media were picking this up. So if you were wondering whether anti-human trafficking is a priority in Congress, now you know. The speaker moved off the floor to be here with us. So I'm very excited. I apologize for the slight delay, but we're very excited to introduce Speaker Johnson here in just a minute. So I will fill a touch of time, and then you will get to hear from Speaker Johnson and then the rest of our great panels. So one thing I want to ask each of you to do that you heard Adam from Braga mention earlier is please, please, please share the messages from today on social media. If you look in the back of the room, you're going to see all of the CPAC team that have been filming content. You see a lot of the media teams that are here making sure that this is both live streamed and on local and national news. It is important that this issue gets the light of day. The challenge we have had is that human trafficking, if you are an expert and you've worked in this space, you know that it's a difficult topic to address with your communities and with your neighbors. So we're asking you to help us in that fight. Talk about it the right way. Talk about the survivors. Talk about the people who need our support. And talk about it with your friends and let them know that they can make a difference. Whether it's locating businesses that have caused problems around your community, whether it's alerting law enforcement to the challenges, or joining an NGO, or helping at a house like Letitia's house in Virginia, you can make a difference. So we are really excited to ask you to just stay put for 1 minute, and we'll be right back with Speaker Johnson. Thank you.
Who here is glad their taxes just got cut? Who here thinks that the Speaker of the House might be the toughest job, maybe in the world, but we so appreciate having a person in the job that has such grace and patience and the ability to get it done. So without further ado, someone who's a great friend of the conservative movement, Speaker Mike Johnson.
Thank you so much. Matt is a great friend. He knows that I don't come to you, I come from you. I came up in the conservative movement. I used to be the guy that carries all the briefcases around, and now I have one of my own. So grateful to be with you. I just wanted to come by for a very brief moment. It's a busy day on Capitol Hill. We got a lot going on. But there's arguably nothing more important than what you are involved in here today. It is an unspeakable evil that we face with human trafficking, the scourge that it has been. The absolute human catastrophe that has developed and had developed over the previous 4 years in the last administration, with a wide open border and countless numbers of people falling victim to this atrocious evil. So what we did in the Big Beautiful Bill is not just reduce taxes, not just cut spending, not just restore American energy dominance and restore us to peace through strength and common sense and strengthen safety net programs and all the rest. But arguably one of the most important things that we've done in our lifetimes is ensure that the border is secure once again, and we got that done, yes. I was with the President last night at the Oval Office, and he brought in all the House Republicans to do a little celebration for the hard work, for the amazing first 6 months that he has led us through, and the Congress being the most productive, arguably, and maybe in the history of this institution. We had to fix every single metric of public policy after the last 4 years, but there's none more important than this. And by that historic investment in border security, historic investment in our domestic security, we can do right by victims. And now there's a lot of work to do because we have to stop the scourge and then we have to serve those who have been victims of it. And I know you're doing such important work in that space. And I just wanted to come by and give my full endorsement to this effort, to pledge my support to you in any way that I can, to CPAC and Matt and Mercedes and the whole team. We're doing extraordinary work. Thanks for leading on this in a historic moment. Thank you for the time that you're investing. It's an important principle of Scripture that we defend the defenseless. And you're doing that. God knows it, I know it, the House Republicans know it, and we thank you for it. Thanks so much.
All right, I want to invite our next panel up. I'm really excited. We're going to welcome back to the stage Mercedes Schlapp, who is one of our leaders at CPAC. She refuses to give me the full credit, or refuses to take the full credit for starting our Center for Combating Human Trafficking. But the reality is we could not do it without Mercy. And she is going to be joined by two of our very, very important partners. You'll recognize, first is Eduardo Verostegui from the Sound of Freedom, and Kevin Wells, who works with the Sisters of Mary across international borders to help survivors. Mercy, please come up. We're excited to hear from you.
Hey. Hermano. All right. How are we doing? Are you guys, seriously, this has been so powerful. It is so, so powerful. I just am meeting people from India, from Pakistan, from Brazil, Argentina, Mexico. You all are going to change the world. You all are going to save our children. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And with me, come on, gentlemen, are two of my most favorite people, which actually, I feel like Eduardo's like my brother. He's like my telenovela brother. Mi hermano de la telenovela mexicana. And Kevin Wells, who I had the great opportunity, he's a great writer who I met at Chalco, in Chalco, Mexico, at the home, in this incredible facility that saves thousands of girls' lives. And I really want to talk about what they're doing there. But Eduardo, let me start with you. You have fans here. Viva Mexico!
Viva!
But you know, you are such an inspiration. It was really that movie, that Sound of Freedom, as we know, that brought this issue of human trafficking to the forefront like I have never seen. Tell us, you've mentioned this before, but tell us what inspired you, why it was so critical that everyone, not just in America, but across the globe, that they understand this humanitarian crisis that we're facing right now.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mercy. Thank you, Matt, for this invitation. Grateful to be here in Washington, CPAC. You know, I met these great heroes 10 years ago in Los Angeles, California. These guys were, you know, U.S. agents, CIA, FBI agents, and when they told me, when they shared with me what they were doing around the world, rescuing children who were kidnapped for sexual exploitation, children from like 2 to 9 years old who were raped 10 to 15 times a day, every day for many years until they don't use them anymore because they're not fresh meat. That's what they say. That's what these perverts are saying. What do they do with these children? They go to the second market, the black market, organs traffic. They open them and they sell their organs. When I hear all that, and when they share with me that this is a global problem, especially U.S. and Mexico, U.S. #1 consumer of child sex in the world, Mexico #1 provider because of the location, I said to them, why, if you have the technology, the intelligence, the funds, the military, everything, why don't you finish this problem once and for all? And they answered me, because it's not a priority. And if it's not a priority, it's not in the agenda, we don't have a budget for that, therefore it's never going to end. Right. So what do we need? He said, well, I know what you need. You're the solution. No, we're not the solution, they said. We can save one child, 2, 3, 3,000. Thanks be to God. One is everything. Imagine that one is your children, your child, your son, your daughter. But Eduardo, this is millions of children. This is beyond us. We're not the solution. So what's the solution? We need a movement. We need to create a movement. Why don't we do a movie to movement? And that's what, you know, like opened my eyes, and I decided to make this movie. It took us 8 years. The first 4 years were the most difficult ones to make the movie, to raise the funds, to find the actors. Every actor in Hollywood said, you know, they passed. You know why? But they didn't want to be involved in this movie until Jim Caviezel. I asked Tim, who do you want to play you? And he said, Jim Caviezel, but he's taller than you. He doesn't look like you. He's older than you. It doesn't matter. He has the heart to make this movie. So I called him. He said yes. We cast him. We went to Colombia. We filmed the movie. And when the film was finished, I said, finally, the movie's coming out. All the experts in Hollywood, they passed. They say, no, this movie's never going to work. They told me all the reasons why this movie never going to see the light. You're never going to see this movie in a theater. This movie's never going to come out. And So for 4 years, I was traveling around the world showing this movie to everybody until one day someone told me, Eduardo, in Mexico, 53 children disappear every day. So every 20 minutes, we lose one. 20 minutes later, another one, and another one, and another one. 21,000 every year. Why don't you use this film as an excuse to raise awareness in every state? Right. So I called every governor from my country, and I said to them, this is not a political issue. This is a moral emergency. It doesn't matter if you're left, right, up, and down. This is about children. So imagine this little house full of children on fire. And this fire truck comes from this direction, this other fire truck comes from this other direction, and this driver tells this other driver, this is my territory. No, this is my territory. No, this is mine. No, you want the commission. No, you want the commission. No, you. And when they finish arguing, the children are dead. Yeah. What they should have done is when they got there, bring the how do you call it, mangueras de agua, water hose, whatever, and, extinguish the fire. Save the children, and they continue with the discussion, yeah. Right? So I said, Governor, in real life, we're talking about thousands of children. I want you to host a screening of this movie in your state. Invite everyone, invite the press, and let's sign an agreement to end child trafficking in your state. All of them say yes. So that's what I did for 4 years with one hand. With the other hand, I was praying to God for an angel to come and rescue this film, and I hear a phone call from Angel Studios. They picked the movie. The movie came out on July 4th, 2023. Against Indiana Jones and Mission Impossible, and then the miracle happens. Hollywood didn't believe in the movie, but the people did. It was #1 movie, in history, independent films produced by a Mexican. Thanks be to God.
I do want to say it was after watching that movie that and after our visit to CPAC Mexico and to Chalco, which Kevin's going to talk about, that it really, Matt and I prayed so much, and it put in our heart to start the CPAC Center for Combating Human Trafficking, which has grown into you all being part of this incredible family that we continue to expand globally. And Kevin, Matt and I met you. It was one of those moments of divine providence at Chalco. Here I see this gringo in the middle of Mexico, and then we started having this incredible conversation, and he is a prolific writer and is helping in all sense for the World Villages with the Sisters of Mary. You understand the solutions. Tell us about what the sisters are dedicated to, how they are involved in this prevention and healing process for the girls and the boys.
Thank you, Mercedes. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Eduardo, for being in the trench. Before I propose a solution, because it will come at you, and I'll very arrogantly say, as a writer, I've climbed mountains in Africa, I've been to Central America, I've been to Mexico, I've seen the face of the diabolical. And by the way, I want to say something. I'm an old Catholic, raised in a big Catholic family. I'm Irish, so I have this Irish imagination. I've always seen human trafficking. There's an expression in Catholicism, it's diabolical disorientation. Why do I say that? Diabolical. Because it is so evil. And yet, outside of the folks in this room, what Matt and Mercedes brought together, it's not being addressed. And boy, does Satan rejoice. Boy, does Satan rejoice. It's diabolical disorientation. I'll just say it, outside murder in the womb, it's the greatest evil Satan could conceive of. And it goes on. But the beauty is this, as Mercedes, thank you. There is a solution, and I will arrogantly say that I believe it is the best solution in the world today for escaped, trafficked, to prevent trafficking. Today, as we sit here right now, there are 21,000. So Eduardo's incredible movie that all of you, I imagine, have seen, one child was saved. Today, this moment, probably right now, there's 21,000 kids eating a grilled cheese sandwich, chicken sandwich, getting ready to play basketball. Mercedes knows this. Eduardo knows this. Matt knows this because they've been there and they've seen it and they've wept. They've wept. Eduardo just told me a story. Maybe you can share it in a minute. Why do they weep? Why do they weep? Because the Sisters of Mary pull these little Lazaruses out of their tomb, by entering into the most dangerous towns in the world, most dangerous villages, the most heavily trafficked villages in the world. They risk their lives. They've been held up at gunpoint. They've been kidnapped. They've been verbally accosted, assaulted. They don't care. Why don't they care? Because they're in a state of grace. There's 380 sisters, and they split the seams of mountains where human traffickers live, MS-13, doesn't matter what country, Africa, and they're saying, take me out. I'm going to go after the bullied ones. I got the bullied ones. And they take them back down the mountains, and they bring them into what Mercedes, Eduardo, and Matt know, these boys' towns and girls' towns, where they raise Lazarus back to life. And they become engineers, architects, lawyers, carpenters, doctors, priests, nuns, whatever, you name it. The sisters raise these kids to life. So when I was asked to write the biography on Venerable Aloysius Schwartz, the founder of Boys' Towns and Girls' Towns, the Sisters of Mary.
So Father Schwartz, I would describe him as like the Mother Teresa, but the guy version of Mother Teresa. That's a good way to describe him, right?
I'll shut it down. Yeah, he's a superhero for the poor. He's Mother Teresa for the poor. I want to ask Eduardo, if you don't mind. I'm sorry.
Are you taking over my
it's
role?
my old journalism.
Goodness. Okay, no.
I told you I was arrogant. Eduardo and I just had a nice conversation on the balcony. He told me a story about God's mercy and what happens at places like Chalco, where there's 3,100 girls right now that the sisters have saved. I'm going to put you on the spot. Would you mind telling the story of what happened? Eduardo told me he's been there 10 times, of what happened on the stage that day. And
can I set the scene real quick? So Chalco it looks like a university campus funded, and they don't even have enough funds to basically school, and they learn how to play sports. They learn how to dance. They learn how to be healthy kids, and it's all centered around the faith. The way those children are committed to God, and what these 50 nuns do to help these over 3,000 girls is something like I've never, ever seen. And they learn all the necessary skills to succeed in life, many of them coming from homes of abuse, many of them fleeing from human trafficking in the jungles of Latin America or in Africa. And it was that moment, Kevin, when Eduardo gave those girls one of the most powerful speeches I ever saw in my lifetime. So I really do want you to share that moment, because it was something that I think definitely the Holy Spirit was present.
Oh, thank you, Mercy. Before I share the story, I just want to recognize one person that Sound of Freedom became Sound of Freedom because of many people, especially our investors in Mexico. But there's one here who he saved our movie when we needed the most help, and that's Bob. Bob, please stand up, brother. Thank you, hermano. Thank you for being part of the mission. And for more information about what we're doing with Sound of Freedom Foundation, just go to soundofreedomfoundation.org, soundofreedomfoundation.org. Anyway, so we were in Chalco together, Matt, you. It was the first time for you guys, right? And it's very impressive. I mean, please, I beg you to go to Mexico City and then go to Chalco and visit this place.
There's CPAC in Mexico in November, which will give you the dates and everything else.
What day is it? The 15th and 16th. 15th and 16th November, Mexico City, CPAC. And then if you all come, we'll go to Chalco after CPAC. Anyway, so when you go there, you see like 3,000 girls, sometimes 4,000, between 12, 15, 16. And I was there, and I was talking to them about movies, about, my life. And then I was about to leave, and then I remembered that someone told me that there were a few girls out there who were trafficked, rescued, and some of them were abused. Violencia sexual doméstica, domestic sexual violence. And they were very wounded. And literally, I was leaving, and then I remembered that, and I came back, and it was quiet, and I saw all of them, and I said, listen, I grew up in a very macho culture. I was taught that the real man is a womanizer, playboy, Latin lover, Casanova, liar. And I bought that lie. And for many years, I cheated on all my girlfriends. I used them as objects. I hurt them until I turned 28, and I met this wonderful lady, my English teacher, who changed my life. And she asked me, Eduardo, would you like to have a daughter one day? And I said, yes. What kind of a man you would like your daughter to meet so she can have a family? And I described a saint, Saint Joseph, a perfect man. Loyal to her, faithful to her, put her on a pedestal like a diamond, treat her like a queen, die for her. Are you that man? Excuse me? Are you the man that you describe? Well, there is things here. No, the whole thing. I'm not. Why do you want a man like that for your future daughter when you're not that man for the daughter of someone else? Ay, ay, ay. Ni el abogado de O.J. Simpson te salva de esta, no? Not even the best lawyer will save you from this one. So she left, and that moment, my eyes were open, and I made a promise to God that I will always treat every woman the same way how I would love my mother to be treated. And my life changed. And the reason why I'm sharing this with all of you, I said to all these girls, is because I know that maybe some of you, don't raise your hands, but maybe some of you have been hurt by a man, or more than a man, more than one man. If that's the case, maybe you still have wounds in your hearts that have not been healed yet. And if that's the case, I want to tell you something. And I got in my knees like this. And then I said to all of them, in the name of all men, I want to apologize. Please forgive me. And I saw 3,000 girls crying. And I started to cry. Because I believe that they didn't see me anymore. They saw in me all those men who hurt them that never apologized to them. And then when we closed our eyes, I said to them, please, if it's very hard for you to forgive right now, please ask God to help you to forgive so you can be free. And please pray for all men around the world so they can become the men God created us to be. And I stand up. And for 1 hour, I was just hugging them after, and it was the most beautiful experience of my life. And that's what happened that day, Mercy.
Yes. And
the power of forgiveness. The power of forgiveness,
And I see all the way back there, Raul and his beautiful wife, Gabby, who we love so much, their family really is the one that supports Chalco and all these amazing girls. Raul and Gabby, I see you back there. Wave to everybody. They are truly just the heroes in supporting the Sisters of Mercy, of Mary. I say Mercy because I'm Mercy. But Kevin, I'm really curious here. Can a model like Sisters of Mary work in the U.S., right? There's this huge emphasis on foster care. Yes, we have maternity homes here. But is there a chance for these nuns, these incredible sisters, to come to the United States and bring their mission here to the U.S., where so many children are being abused or being put in a situation in foster care where they are, the parents or the adults are drug addicts? What is that possible?
Yeah, hopefully I won't belabor your question, because that is the question. The answer is yes. It's yes, because they want to. They want to. Eduardo and I were talking yesterday. The Sisters of Mary want to be in every country in Central America.
Where are they now?
So they're in 7 different countries: Honduras, Guatemala, Brazil, Mexico, but they're also in Tanzania, Africa, the Philippines. But what has to happen first, Mercedes, and man, do I invite Frank and Kevin Malone and anyone who wants to come down, I beg you, I'll facilitate, come down to see what exceptionalism looks like. Like, give the sisters money, like whatever, they'll take care of the rest. They'll pull out the wound, they'll coach them up, they'll teach them, they'll die to themselves to raise these boys and girls up to life. But if you went down and spent 3 days and saw the work of resurrection, you'd say, man, let's get this thing to America. Because we got the hollers of West Virginia, we got downtown Chicago. Get this stinking thing to America, because it's raising children from the dead. It's real, it's raw, and I'm telling you, I believe, because I'm a writer, I'm a journalist, I write books and articles, I don't know anything that addresses human trafficking with this type of model throughout the world. Maybe there is.
And Father Schwartz's story is so fascinating because He lived, I mean, it was back in the 1950s after the Korean War where he goes to Korea and finds about 100,000 orphans. Their parents died in the war. They were in the worst conditions. And what does he do after that?
He was like Atlas putting every bullied kid on his back. He said, you don't have love, you don't have parents, they died in the war, get on my back. I'm going to build you boys' towns and girls' towns. So it began after the war, and because he was a superhero for the poor, it broadened. As Eduardo knows, God works with people in the trench, in the grind. So God took care of him. He gave his life to Our Lady, Mary, and Mary said, I'm going to keep getting you to build these humble kings of the resurrection. Today, there's 16 throughout the world.
I hear very strongly in our prayer life, and we consecrated CPAC and our family and our businesses to Our Lady of Guadalupe. And she's really expanded so much of our work into the globe and into helping save these children. I think, Eduardo, you talked about your faith and how strong of a part that is. You know, what do you tell other people here? I mean, these people are in the front lines, but what else should we be doing? What else should, even here, the American government, what else should we be doing right now to help in combating human trafficking?
Well, there's so many heroes here, freedom fighters who are doing that, and I want to, acknowledge them. Rosy Orozco, a Mexican hero. Please stand up, Rosy. We have Nancy there. Nancy, thank you so much for everything you're doing. Matt and you. I mean, you guys just allowing us to bring CPAC to Mexico, you're giving so much hope to Mexico in this moment where we are kidnapped by this communist. We're tired. Enough is enough. And the Mexican people are waking up and they want to change. And you guys are giving us a big hope because United States and Mexico, we're not just neighbors. We should be brothers and sisters. So we can make Mexico and America great together again. Together. So it's possible to end human trafficking. Of course, it's possible. I promise to God that I will dedicate my entire life to end child trafficking because God's children are not for sale. And that's why I'm going to be making Sound of Freedom 2. Matt is going to be a producer with us. And it's going to be an amazing movie, better than the first one. Nancy's going to be a producer as well. And it's just, it's a surprise. Stay tuned. Next year, Sound of Freedom 2, because a movie comes and goes. What's next? The most important is the legacy that you leave behind. And I just beg every one of you, do something. Whatever it is. I remember when these people told me, Eduardo, you know what? You didn't know anything about this before, but now you know. And now that you know, we'll be very sad if knowing what you know, you do nothing. Yeah. Evil triumphs when good people remain silent. So here you know. Please do something. Whatever is in your hands, ask God. Use me as an instrument to protect your children, my little brothers and sisters. And trust me, He will use you.
He will use you. Kevin Wells, to wrap up this session here, this panel, your final thoughts, where you see this movement going, what needs to be done, why is the media continuously ignoring some in the media, because we have some great partners with us here, but some of the media just don't address this issue enough.
Well, yeah, the media, I was a member of the media professionally for 10 years. They often do not see the forest through the trees, and the forest are kids that are being abused in unspeakable ways. So, I don't really see it. So we'll talk about other things. It's just minutia because they see it as too broad, too comprehensive, ideological. We all know that that's a lie of the devil. Again, diabolical disorientation. The media is like, that's the devil. By the way, Satan hates this room. He hates this room because we're fighting him. So what I'll say, Mercedes, is this. I do think the answer is it's three things. It's awareness that it is a plague unlike anything we've seen. It is finding money from publicly funded money to build these centers of care that I've seen all over the world because it works. So build them. The sisters will handle it, or maybe other folks will. They get it. It's a grind. They're white. They're blue-collar martyrs. I mean, they are blue-collar martyrs. You got to die if you're going to get into this work because the wounds, you got to scalpel them out, and it takes years. And when you finally get that wound out, then the graces come in, and then you become an orchestral musician and an architect and a doctor. So awareness, money, build them, and the sisters will take care of it from there. I got information on the back. I have my biography. It's a free gift to you. Please go to the back table. You'll learn all about the Sisters of Mary.
Yes, well, thank you all so very much. It's an honor to be Eduardo, my sweet brother, and Kevin Wells. Such a blessing, and we hope to see you in CPAC, Mexico, and then have a visit with us at Chalco, which is an incredible place.
One last thing. I think the most important thing we can all do, please stand, is pray. So, because I know that there's Catholics, Protestants, Jewish, I want to ask you, if we can do 1 minute, just 1 minute, and then we'll leave in silence, asking God to end child trafficking. 1 minute. Close your eyes and let's ask God to help us to end child trafficking.
And let's hear an amen.
Amen.
All right, thank you all.
God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I want to say thank you to Eduardo, to Kevin, and obviously Mercy for doing an incredible job. We still have a panel with the Department of Justice and a few former members of Congress, and I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker, Congressman Burgess Owens. He is an American politician, but I have to say, maybe more importantly to a football fan like myself, he's a former Oakland Raider and a Super Bowl champion. So I am just honored to introduce Congressman Owens. His political approach has spanned many different issue areas, everything from anti-human trafficking to the economy to increasing, as we heard from Speaker Johnson earlier, lowering your taxes, which we all love. Congressman Owens was a vital part of sponsoring the Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victims Protection Act you heard about earlier today, and he's partnered across bipartisan lines to make a difference in this fight against modern-day slavery. He is known for his commitment to faith, family, free markets, and education, and although he resides in Utah, he probably spends too much time up in Washington, D.C., like we all do. It is an honor to introduce Congressman Burgess Owens.
Oh, thank you, guys. I see some young faces out there, so I have to say this. There was a time when the Raiders used to win football games all the time, believe it or not. I know some of you feel that sounds kind of crazy. Let me just start off. I have some prepared statements, but I just want to say a few things first. Matt and Mercedes, thank you, and CPAC. Thank you so much for what you do. Thank you for the heart you have. And I've had a chance to kind of think back on my days of growing up. I grew up in the Deep South in the 60s, days of KKK, Jim Crow, and segregation. Also the days of Martin Luther King and nonviolent. I was 13 years old, had a chance to stand in a line with other college students at the time, demonstrating to have the right to go into a particular movie theater. And I thought back on what it took for that generation, for Martin Luther King, to buy into the idea of making change through nonprofit, or nonviolence. You have to understand my parents' generation. My dad was a World War II vet. They went to war to fight, to command respect, to show courage. They were not going to back down. I grew up learning how to fight because my dad let me fight my friends. He just said, go for it, guys. There's something to that background that allowed an entire generation to buy into nonviolence. It's because Martin Luther King saw the heart, saw the spirit of CPAC, saw the heart of our country. They knew that by discipline, courage, articulation, standing while people were spitting, fighting, biting, whatever they were going to do, and stand up for it and hold on to the discipline. Matter of fact, in the meetings that I remember this one meeting, the message was very simply, if you cannot be nonviolent, don't join us. Because there's a message there. They understood the American empathy. They knew the American people, once they saw and understood what other people were going through, that we would draw to that. And that's exactly what CPAC is doing with Matt and Mercedes and the rest of stakeholders who are now really fighting and standing for those who have no voice, those in the shadows, those that we don't see but we know are suffering. And that's America, my friends. That's who we are. And that's what I love about our great country. It doesn't matter what generation, what decade, we do believe in becoming a more perfect union. We do believe in going back to our basic roots, Judeo-Christian values. There's a God in heaven that loves us, and all we have to do to be blessed is to love others. That's the American way. And so I'm not surprised that here 60 years later, we're still fighting the same fight. Fighting for those who are vulnerable, those who don't have a voice, taking our time out of our busy schedules, our life that goes crazy, ups and downs. Everybody's dealing with issues. But here we are, fighting for those we don't see. So I want to thank you for that. This is why we will continue to be a more perfect union. This is why we will find those who have lost, those who are being used, those who are being abused. And we're going to also hold those accountable. The evil that we've seen throughout our country's history, that we continue to fight, and we will continue to win that battle. I guess I can say it this way. We represent the spirit of the abolitionaries. We look back and we think, well, that's back history. That's old stuff. That's back in the 1800s. No, it's here today. You represent that spirit. So thank you guys for showing up, for being here. It is truly an honor to return to the summit again, to stand with patriots, families, survivors, and advocates on a united cause that cross all lines. The American story has always been a battle between liberty and exploitation, between those who build on dreams and those who profit on mental, physical, and spiritual destruction of others. 2 centuries ago, slavery scaled because of an evil found a tool called the cotton gin, and it justified turning human lives into cheap bargain ships for profit. Today, human trafficking scales through a different tool. It's called greed of political power through open borders and global chaos. Under the Biden-Harris administration, traffickers had 4 years of free reign. The results, unaccompanied children crossing our borders, the loss of 300,000 innocent, vulnerable children lost. We had an administration that for 4 years gave hundreds of thousands of children to total strangers, replaced in dangerous jobs, abused and exploited. It wasn't negligence, my friend. It was purposeful, pure evil. And as we look back on our history, one thing about the American way, the American people, the American spirit, regardless of what time, what era we grew up in, we instinctively repel darkness. It is with our DNA to act. And we, the people, responded back in 2024 by gifting our great country a President Trump, an America First trifecta. That trifecta, that result, has been borders that secure, cartels that being classified as terrorists and hunted down, thousands of lost children over the last 6 months being found, people in and out of the government and NGOs who will be held accountable for this modern-day slavery. We're no longer pretending the evil isn't happening. We're instead aggressively confronting it. And that's what you represent today. I was taught when I was a kid, my dad is learn to discipline yourself to run toward fear. You know, we think about our first responders, that's what they do instinctively as everybody else running for safety. Well, you guys are running toward freedom for so many other people. So know that your voice counts. Sometimes we might think that, we're just one person. We got issues. We're overwhelmed at times. How can I make a difference? You're making a difference by being here. You're making a difference with your voices and your time. Stopping traffickers is only half the battle. We also have a duty to lift up the survivors, to offer them hope, justice, and a future. Here's a few bills that we've put together that supports the survivors. I won't go into all the details, but just to give an idea that we have a legislative America First body that's all in. I have never been more excited than I am today to be part of something that really makes a difference. I was one of those guys back in the old days, again, when the Raiders used to win, and I went in Super Bowl 15, and sometimes people ask, well, how did it feel to walk off the field as Super Bowl champion? Well, not too long ago, a week or so ago, when we passed that one big, beautiful bill, I said, this is how it feels, my friends. And if I can say this, the upside, we don't have to do it again next year. This is intergenerational change in so many ways. We are showing what it looks like to have D.C. fight for Americans, to fight for our values, to make sure our kids have the blessings that we had, of a legacy, of a culture that allowed us to dream as big as we wanted to dream, to overcome any obstacles we had to overcome, knowing that if we fail, we have the right, the freedom, and the opportunity to get back up and go at it again. That is such a powerful culture to live in. And every person who lives in this country should have that right to feel that way. Here's some of the bills we've passed. The Trafficking Survivors Relief Act. This is so important because it clears nonviolent records of victims so they can rebuild their future. Second chances are for everyone, including those who have been used, abused, and discarded. They have to have that hope of second chance. The Earn It Act, upholding online platforms accountable for hosting child sexual abuse material. Evil. Human trafficking awareness training. This is to help our law enforcement officers to know how to detect and stop these crimes. And the child-only safety monitorization, which basically gives children safety on the internet. We will not rest until every trafficker is behind bars, every child is respected, and every survivor has a chance to heal. This is the work and the vision of this remarkably great country. CPAC, as I wrap this up, I just want to say thank you again. It's so important that we all find our lane. We all find those things we can really be focused on. One quick football analogy, if you guys don't mind. I'm going to give a quick Raider story. For all the young people, the Raiders had a very unique culture. It was one of second chances. It was before free agency. It was at a time when the NFL had some very high standards. And many guys could not stay on teams because of their attitudes, their personalities. Before Al Davis Oakland Raiders, you were too old, too rambunctious, too crazy, too wild, too antisocial. He was just right for the Raiders. Because he believed in second chances. He believed you get guys with all the issues they might have, but they have one thing in common, winning. They'll pull it off, they'll put it together. And that's what we have here. We have different personalities, different priorities, different phases of life, but we know we need to win this one. And that's why we will. This is the work and the vision of a great nation. And CPAC, I want to thank you for fighting and for those in the shadows without a voice. I want to thank you for refusing to look away. I thank you for believing, as I do, that the American spirit of empathy and love for our fellow man shall overcome the darkness of exploitation. We're in the beginning of a great new chapters, my friend, with President Trump. It's an America first, American free. And I'm very, very excited to be part of this process, to live in this time of history, to be able to look back and tell our kids and grandkids and great-grandkids, we were there when our country was about to go over the edge. We were there and we're still having conversations about exploitation of people. And we were on the front edge, the leading edge, fighting and winning. So keep up the good work, keep up your good hearts, and we'll be blessed by it. Thank you, my friends. Appreciate it. All the best.
All right. Thank you all for your continued participation. We're honored to have you all here, and I know you're going to hear from a couple more really exciting speakers, starting with a presentation from our partners at the Department of Justice to learn exactly what's happening in the fight to end human trafficking and how the Trump administration is prioritizing the prosecutions of these offenders. So first, I want to invite to the stage Nancy Ross from CPAC. She is one of our closest partners. And I want to also invite Associate Attorney General Matthew Galati, who's going to come up as well and give us a speech based on what the department's doing. Thank you both.
Well, thank you all so much, and such an honor, Matt. He's in the hot seat. This was kind of a last-minute assignment for him, and you have some news from the Attorney General's office.
I do. Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here with us today and having me. I do have a note from the Attorney General, from Attorney General Pam Bondi, that I wanted to share, which is the following. I'm sorry to miss all of my CPAC friends today, especially Matt and Mercy Schlapp, Senator Blackburn, and the wonderful team at the Tim Tebow Foundation. Unfortunately, I am recovering from a recently torn cornea, which is preventing me from being with you. I truly wish I was able to join you and support all of the work being done on this critical issue. Human trafficking is one of the greatest challenges we face as a law enforcement community. It is also a top priority for the Department of Justice. It's a practice that allows evil criminal enterprises to profit off of vulnerable people and puts people in danger every day. The DOJ is working day in and day out to dismantle the foreign terrorist organizations that operate human trafficking networks in our country and to put human traffickers in prison. I am proud to send Matt Gagliotti, that's her words, not mine. I'm proud to send Matt Gagliotti in place today. He is helping lead the charge of the all-important fight, and I'm excited for you to hear from him. I look forward to the next time I can be with you. Sincerely, Pam. And we appreciate the applause for her and not boos for me. So I will do my best to fill those big shoes. But I can say one of the things that the Attorney General and I have in common is a law enforcement prosecutorial background where we focused on human trafficking and human smuggling issues, and this issue is near and dear to both of us, and it's a top priority of my criminal division.
Thank you, Matt. And we are praying for Attorney General Bondi, for her healing. We know she has all the confidence of our president. He has said that repeatedly in this fight. It has been a top priority, of course, of his administration, the first administration, which took down NXIVM, the NXIVM cult, Backpage, Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and on and on. And there have been many other prosecutions, and that's what we want to focus on, is things that don't make the news, things you may not be hearing about, but we know the president, again, has said repeatedly that saving God's children, that this evil must be eradicated. And it's no small task, but this is something as a prosecutor yourself in New York, you were very actively involved in. So tell us right now what is happening. What are some of the criminal investigations and prosecutions at the DOJ?
Certainly. So what I think I can say is what we've done over the last 6 months is take a multi-pronged approach to this effort. So first of all, we have our human trafficking and prosecution unit looking at domestic sex trafficking rings. We also have human rights and special prosecutions focusing on alien smuggling, which often leads to exploitation and trafficking. We're merging those groups to help in this fight. And then we've also elevated a group called Joint Task Force Alpha, which focuses on international cartels and transnational criminal organizations, which often now profit off of not just narcotics, not just firearms trafficking, but human smuggling and human trafficking. And we are dedicated to eradicating those cartels. The second, I would say, is that we have had massive successes in just the last 6 months. We secured convictions of people that had a mass casualty event as part of a smuggling and trafficking ring, which led to the deaths of 53 individuals in Texas. We prosecuted another one on the northern border where a family of 4 died. And we also had Operation Restore Justice, where we arrested over 200 individuals involved in child exploitation. So we've had successes. And the third thing I would say is that we have new initiatives. We are focused on unaccompanied alien children that have come across the border. From just looking at the numbers, from just 2020 to 2024, there were several 100,000 unaccompanied children who were unidentified in the last administration, whose whereabouts were unknown. We're seeking to find those children and prosecute the people who brought them here illegally and prosecute the people that exploited them.
Thank you. And we say, where are the children? Where are those 350,000 plus? Secretary Noem earlier today said 10,000 had been rescued and identified. And then I heard last week, I think it was Representative Clay Higgins said there were 35,000 in classified operations. And obviously you can't talk about that, or maybe there's more to that. And we pray. We're just praying that there's a lot going on behind the scenes that we're not hearing about. Obviously don't want to tip off the traffickers. But when we talk about these gangs, is it 5? Is it 10? You know, we hear MS-13, Tren de Aragua, and we know the powers behind them are quite fierce.
Okay, well, let me give you an example. On February 20th, the president designated 8 organizations as foreign terrorist organizations. And one of the things that allows us to do as prosecutors is to charge these entities with material support for terrorism. And our specialized group, Joint Task Force Alpha, which you just heard about, we brought our first material support charges against the CJNG cartel. And why do I raise that? That is an incredibly pervasive and insidious cartel that is often less known and less talked about, but no less dangerous. And there's evidence of them engaging, again, not only in narcotics trafficking and firearms trafficking, but they are profiting from human smuggling, and then they are funneling those profits back to Mexico to aid in their firearms and narcotics trafficking. So these organizations that engage in smuggling and trafficking, they're often not focused exclusively on that. They're engaged in all manner of criminal conduct, and that's why rooting them out is an absolute top priority from top to bottom in the administration.
And as Eduardo and others have said, a child, unlike a bag of cocaine or fentanyl, a child can be sold over and over and over, or a human, and which makes it that much more, horrific and also profitable for these criminals. So tell me, when you were a prosecutor and in New York, right, and now has the landscape changed at all? Are we seeing the same types of crimes, the same corporations behind this, or is it deeper and darker?
Look, let me say this. I think sometimes people who haven't, lived in this world and really have been dedicated to it, and I know many, if not all of the people here feel that, but I can tell you one of the last cases I tried as a prosecutor, one of the ones I'm most proud of, is there was a sex trafficking ring. It ran from New York to Missouri to Hawaii, all throughout the country, where women were being beaten and assaulted with baseball bats, wrenches, hammers. the evidence was so disturbing that, frankly, we didn't show all of it to the jury. We were barred because it was so heinous and vicious that we weren't able to actually present all of it to the jury. But we took down this entire organization of 16 people. It's one of the things I'm proudest of. But one of the things we saw in that case, which we continue to see here, is that a lot of times these individuals are imported into the United States from foreign countries, and then they are taken advantage of, they're degraded, they're dehumanized, and that can sometimes be children, sometimes it's individuals of age. And so what we're trying to do is break the link between smuggling and trafficking and make sure that we're rooting out this problem, not just in the U.S., but abroad, to try to prevent it as a prophylactic measure before it gets out of hand.
Absolutely. Yeah. And in the big, beautiful bill, there is money allocated now. It sounds like you're expanding your resources and your partnerships as well.
I think two things. We're expanding our resources and partnerships. We have additional funding. We are expanding our state and local partnerships. And we're also being smart about how we're doing this. We are not having information silos on some people just prosecuting domestic human trafficking and others focusing on international. We're bringing those groups together because a lot of times what we're seeing is one thing leads to another. And so we can have bigger and more impactful takedowns of these organizations if we're smart about how we use our prosecutorial resources, if we work with foreign law enforcement partners, and importantly, if we work with state and local police to make sure we're getting incident reports of what's happening in local communities and not just prosecuting the one individual incident, but thinking about how does that tie to the broader trafficking organization. That's who we need to take down. Otherwise, we're going little piece by piece incrementally. We need impact litigation, impact criminal litigation.
Which countries have been most cooperative, if you can say? I mean, I'm sure it is different country to country, and we've heard testimony about how many of our Latin and South American friends appear to be in communist countries or on the brink. So tell us about that.
Sure. I can think of a few examples of positive relationships recently we had. So this is not just the United States is going to lead that fight. This Department of Justice is going to lead that fight. This administration is going to lead that fight. But I will say this, if we want to prevent the issue, we also have to work with our foreign partners. So recently, there were individuals who were committing these horrific violations in Mexico. We didn't have access to these individuals. We provided the information to the Mexican authorities, and they were able to make the arrest there. Another example that comes to mind, we got a lot of evidence from Guatemala in the mass casualty event that I mentioned. So 53 deaths, and I can't it's almost makes you pause every time you say it, but 53 deaths. Prosecuting that case and securing those convictions was incredibly meaningful. We were able to get information working with our Guatemalan law enforcement partners. And then finally, a case from Brazil comes to mind where there was a mass smuggling organization that was importing people to work for cheap labor in the United States, and we worked with foreign law enforcement authorities to make sure we have the evidence needed to secure charges in those cases. So I think it's a priority for us to work with our foreign partners to make sure that we can hold individuals accountable both abroad and in the United States.
And we'd like to put you out of business so you don't have to prosecute all these cases. How do we, just personal opinion, to stop the demand, lessen the demand at least, based on the cases you're seeing? I mean, this is, it's pure evil, but how do we best stop the demand?
So I think it takes a multi-pronged approach. You're never going to your point, you're never going to fully prosecute your way out of this problem. I will start with my prosecutor's hat. The thing we need to do is secure harsh sentences for individuals that engage in this and understand this is not some risk-based calculation on whether you should engage in this activity. You absolutely it should be known that you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, and we will pursue you whether you're in the United States, whether you're abroad. We will bring you to justice, ideally here in an American courtroom if you've impacted the United States, but if we can't, we'll work with our partners to do it elsewhere. And the second, I think a lot of it is sort of what you're all doing. I think it's important to amplify this message. I think people who haven't been involved in this don't actually understand how serious this problem is, who don't engage with this every day, who don't understand what happened when people are smuggled across the border or when people are exploited. And so getting that message out, getting eyes in the community is critical.
It really is a shadow war, a silent war in many ways. But thank you, Matt, for all you are doing. God bless you and everyone at the DOJ. And again, give our best to Attorney General Bondi.
I absolutely will. Thank you all, and thank you all for your work on this important initiative.
Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Tell Pam we're sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you so much. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you, Nancy. You're welcome. Yeah, do that. Ooh, is that better? Wow. 4 hours into it, I figured out how to use the microphone. That's good. You really can't understand the border, I think, fully unless you live near the border and come from a border state. And when you see the changes in the communities along the border, Texas, Arizona, in these important places, it's an amazing thing. But before the border was re-shut down, there were members of Congress who were, ringing the alarm bell, not just about the fact that we ought to have rules-based immigration, even in a country like America that's the most generous towards immigrants in any country in the whole world. You also have to understand the perverse consequences of that open border. I've now come to the conclusion, every time I see someone on TV, I don't watch very much TV. Sorry, TV cameras. I like all of you. But I don't watch very much TV because it seems like whenever someone's on TV or in media talking about how much they care about you, it's a lie in a lot of cases, right? Oh, we care about people, so we have to open up the border, or we care about people, so we have to let 300,000 kids go within our country and not keep track of them, as Kristi Noem and others have talked to us about today. So I really have deep respect for our next speaker because he was talking about this before a lot of people like myself understood it and even visited the border. He's a wonderful conservative champion who has an equally, as the president might call you, Andy, you might also be a stable genius. I'm pretty sure you're a smart guy. He knows how to get stuff done. He has basically a perfect ACU rating for his votes in Congress. And I think he'd like to be the next governor of Arizona, too. But Andy Biggs, come join us. And thank you for all your great work.
Thanks, Matt. It's really an honor to be here with you today. As Matt said, I do come from the border state, come from Arizona, and it's good. It's really, I miss the heat. It's a dry heat. I was there when I was there just last week, and I got in the car and it said 123 degrees. It was not true. When we got out of the garage, it was 118. It was only 118, so that was fantastic. I thank the Schlaps and everyone at CPAC for holding this very important event today. And I thank the many law enforcement officials who are in attendance, those who are working with you to make our streets safer, and I thank you to all the strong survivor advocates in the room today as well. Your voices matter tremendously. I have the privilege of serving as chairman of the Judiciary Subcommittee on Crime and Government Surveillance. And since taking the gavel in the 118th Congress, we've made combating human trafficking and child exploitation one of our major priorities. We've held multiple hearings focused on human trafficking, child protection, and the identification of victims. We also participated in an oversight hearing of Homeland Security investigations where then Director Berger testified to the agency's leading role in combating human trafficking, child sex abuse, or CSAM. We've brought in survivors and listened to them. We've talked to current and former law enforcement and those leading and establishing public-private partnerships to combat this evil. In fact, since I've been the subcommittee chair, we've made sure that we had someone from HSI on our staff as an advisor full-time with us all the time. The witnesses who've come in have been incredibly courageous, and some of whom are here with us today. They've left a lasting impact on our subcommittee, Their experiences and courage led us in passing 3 vital pieces of legislation from our committee. And when the 119th Congress began, we knew there was much more work that needed to be done, which is why our very first subcommittee hearing of the Congress focused on protecting victims of human trafficking and online exploitation. That will not be the last time the subcommittee examines this important issue. Between hearings, legislation, and oversight, our work as a committee is far from over. As you know, human trafficking, you wouldn't be here if you didn't know this, is a heinous crime. It tragically continues to grow in America and worldwide. Its occurrence has spiked in recent years, and from 2021 to 2022, there was a 50% increase in arrests related to human trafficking. And I'm not sure that that reflects even the growth in the human trafficking epidemic. Despite the alarming data, the number of human trafficking convictions is disproportionately low. In 2023, a mere 279 defendants were convicted of sex trafficking, compared to 837 defendants in 2019. That's absolutely unacceptable. While international sex trafficking may be more widely known, domestic sex trafficking unfortunately persists in our great country. In the United States, an adult or child can be trafficked and exploited at hotels, truck stops, airports, online, or even in their own homes. Trafficking victims are exploited in cities, suburban neighborhoods, and rural areas. It can happen anytime and anywhere. Traffickers use force, fraud, coercion to induce their victims to commit crimes. This can lead to the arrest, conviction, and incarceration of trafficked victims without consideration of their victim rights and their victim status. Thankfully, we have made significant progress to help victims and survivors as they move forward with their lives. The vast majority of states provide some sort of relief to victims now for nonviolent offenses committed while under the control of their traffickers. Those laws allow victims to move on from these horrors, re-enter their communities, and get on with their lives. During my first term in Congress, I helped pass the Amber Alert in Indian Country Act into law. That law has saved more than 24 individuals. The ability to find kids soon after they are taken, no matter where in the country they live, is instrumental in keeping them out of trafficking situations. And our committee members also continue to take important steps to protect victims and survivors at the federal level. Last Congress, my friend and colleague on the Judiciary Committee, Representative Russell Fry of South Carolina, led the Trafficking Survivors Relief Act legislation that follows the state's clear lead in providing federal relief to survivors who committed a nonviolent offense as a direct result of having been a victim of trafficking. I was grateful to co-sponsor that bill and to hear it and pass it out of my subcommittee. Mr. Fry worked closely with our Senate counterparts to reintroduce this important legislation, and I look forward to working with him to continue to protect our survivors. While we work to protect victims, it's equally important to hold perpetrators accountable. There's no question that these criminals must be prosecuted. While there are many solutions to contributing to this issue, we must ensure that prosecutors are doing their jobs, as we just heard from the previous panelists, to put these criminals behind bars. We cannot accept lenient sentences. We can't accept sweetheart plea deals for those who wish to bring harm to innocent children and other vulnerable members of our population. And I would be remiss if I did not recognize my friend and Border Czar Tom Homan for all his work combating human smuggling and exploitation at the southern border. Speaking in front of the Republican National Lawyers Association Policy Conference earlier this year, Mr. Homan recounted a harrowing rescue that resonated with me personally. When speaking about rescuing families, he said, "We found 2 days ago a 14-year-old little girl living with 2 adult males who trafficked her. We found her. She's pregnant from trafficking and being forced into prostitution at 14 years old. We're taking care of her, physically and mentally. Despite what the media says, we're not heartless. We care about our kids." I thank Mr. Homan, who's been down to the border with me on a number of occasions as we analyze and try to fight this horrible evil. Children who cross the southern border as accompanied minors are not safe. Lax border policies promoted by the Biden-Harris administration led to vulnerable children being exploited by cartels and smugglers as they attempted to come to America. The journey for them is incredibly dangerous, and their risk of being sex trafficked is high, incredibly high, unbelievably, and I can't even stress how high that is. In 2014, then President Obama said, "Don't send your children unaccompanied. They might not make it." But I never heard that from the previous Biden administration. Human trafficking and CSAM often intersect when trafficked children are exploited, not only through in-person abuse, but also through the recording and distribution of that abuse as digital content. Traffickers may use CSAM to advertise victims, coerce continued compliance, or profit from online exploitation, making the production and distribution of CSAM a common component of child sex trafficking cases. The exploitation of children through CSAM remains a serious issue both within the U.S. and abroad. Reports of CSAM continue to grow exponentially, with 3,000 reports in 1998, growing to more than 36.2 million in 2023. That's unbelievable, and it's heartbreaking that most of these children remain unknown to law enforcement officials. Identifying children depicted in CSAM is crucial to stop their ongoing victimization and capture the offenders that produce it. The work cannot be done by a federal government alone. Joint efforts among federal, state, international, and non-government partners are essential for the identification and rescue of victims. Throughout the last 2 years, I've had the privilege of working with Tim Tebow and his amazing team at the Tebow Foundation as they led the way with HSI on Operation Renewed Hope, the first of its kind mission to identify, locate, and rescue victims of child exploitation. More victims will be rescued and provided with care that they both need and deserve. My friend and colleague, Representative Laura Lee from Florida, continues to work with the Tebow Foundation to reintroduce the Renewed Hope Act, a bill to ensure that HSI has the people and resources to identify more victims. HSI, state-level task force, including the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, or ICACs, the Tebow Foundation, and many others are leading the charge to identify and rescue children, and for that, I express my deep gratitude. Sunshine is the best disinfectant, and it's the best way to rid the world of these predators who abuse and exploit children. We must bring attention to these innocent children who live in the shadows, longing to be discovered and rescued. We must not shy away from hard topics and hard conversations. We have much work to do. And what do we do? There are many steps we can collectively take as a Congress and as a nation. In Congress, we'll continue to evaluate all the relevant legislation to combat human trafficking and child exploitation. As we don't have police power, we do have legislative power and the power of the purse to empower the police apparatus of the federal government and incentivize the police apparatus of state and local entities to fight this scourge. We must fix the issues caused by the previous administration, and we cannot forget the damage done by radical open border policies. We cannot ignore the women, children, and others who are exploited on the dangerous journey to the United States. Combating human trafficking and child exploitation should be a bipartisan issue. But I would tell you, Republicans will lead the way. We must also ensure that the human trafficking hotline is operating properly and effectively and constantly. Last year, our subcommittee found that some third-party tips were not being reported to law enforcement. This is not related to victims who self-report. It is about third parties concerned about another's well-being. We need to make sure that law enforcement and NGOs are working hand in hand to hold perpetrators accountable. We have done a horrible job, the previous administration in particular. They misplaced, by some estimates, well over 400,000 unaccompanied children who were placed in the care of the Office of Refugee and Resettlement. They came across typically unaccompanied. They were placed in government care, but the government placed these children into situations and sponsorships without vetting the sponsors, without maintaining contact, without keeping track, and now we are trying to relocate all those children who have gone missing, many of whom could easily be trafficked. In one instance, we found that in a Florida nightclub, there had been more than 22 children placed in that strip club. And there was no vetting. We have not been able to find those children. And this is not the only example of that kind. From Yuma, we found that there was an address in South Carolina where a lot of adults were being sent there as family units. But when we found that they were repeatedly going to, where literally dozens and dozens were going to the same address as their declared sponsorship home, the investigation turned out there were 3 kids there being rented out. Lives get destroyed. It's up to me. It's up to you. We will not be silenced. We will ensure that our resources go to fight and stop this scourge. I will tell you right now, the number one human trafficking corridor is in my home state. I know right where it is. We have got to stop that. Attorney General Bondi has made the commitment, and she's doing an outstanding job, to inform her DOJ to make sure they're prosecuting these horrific, evil people who are exploiting these victims. The oversight by my subcommittee will continue. We will find unfortunate instances of waste, fraud, and abuse. But we will also find areas where we can facilitate the saving of these kids and those humans who are these victims of trafficking. There are countless organizations and individuals who claim to use government funding to help survivors. They are liars and they are abusers themselves. We will find them and root them out and make sure that it is only those who are really helping receive our scarce resources. This is a stain when we find those people who are manipulating the system for further trafficking. It's a stain on the incredible work everyone in this room is doing to protect survivors. My subcommittee will continue its oversight and exploration into legislative solutions for this issue. And I encourage you to continue to use your voices, your brave, courageous voices, that you'll speak up for survivors against these atrocities and speak up against those who use the system to enrich and benefit themselves. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for your hard, tireless work. This is on all of us. We can make the change, we will make the change, and we will stop this scourge. God bless you. Thank you all.
I'm incredibly honored that I call him Chairman Biggs because I used to work at the crime subcommittee, and I see his wonderful staff back there who probably don't want to be associated with me. But I want to say thank you to them and thank you to their wonderful team, including Lauren, who is pregnant with her first child. So I'm putting her on the spot. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for what you've done. And I want to conclude with our team here. We are going to close this out strong. I want to first introduce Stuart Whitson, who is currently running for the Congressional 11th seat in Virginia, but also is a former law enforcement officer serving in the FBI for years, tracking this problem. He's also a combat veteran, and he also saw what happened in the Biden administration when this was not a priority. So we'll start with Mr. Whitson, we'll move to Mercy and Rosie, and then we will close out. We do have to be out of this room quickly, so I ask that the minute we're done, please join us in the hallway for a good spirit and get to know each other. I'm thankful for all of your time today. Thank you for being here. Stuart, the floor is yours.
I've hunted terrorists overseas, and now I'm watching predators walk free in the backyard of our nation's capital. That's not rhetoric, folks. That's reality. My name is Stuart Whitson, and I'm running for U.S. Congress in Virginia's 11th District. But I'm not here today as a candidate. I'm here today as a former Army combat veteran, a former federal law enforcement officer, and a concerned father of 5 school-aged children who is fed up with weak and reckless policies from the left, which are putting our children and our families in danger. As an Army infantry officer, I led more than 300 combat missions in Iraq, and I later served in the FBI as a special agent and as a member of the SWAT team, where I helped arrest violent gang members while protecting vulnerable communities from predators. I've seen the worst that humanity has to offer. And what's happening right now in America is evil on a new, unimaginable scale. And it's happening in plain sight. In my home district, Virginia's 11th, motels are being used to traffic children. Children smuggled across a wide-open border during the Biden administration. Girls are being raped by grown men pretending to be high school students. Boys are being targeted and dragged into a life of crime by MS-13 gang members who slipped through our open border. Legal immigrant families who did things the right way are now living in fear. And we can't forget about the 300,000 children the Biden administration lost, missing, completely unaccounted for. The sad truth is that much of this is happening because of the policies pushed by politicians like my opponent, who proudly supports sanctuary cities. They're not supporting safe havens, they're creating sanctuaries for traffickers. Unlike the weak leadership on the left, President Trump got it right. He didn't just talk the tough, he acted. He got us to 0 illegal border crossings, he supported our law enforcement, and most importantly, he told the truth, even when the media didn't want to listen. That is leadership. And that's exactly why I'm running for Congress, because I didn't risk my life overseas to just come home and watch leaders surrender our women, children, and families to cartels and predators. At the end of the day, we are not just in a policy fight, we are in a moral fight, a fight for good over evil. And it's time we start acting like it. Again, my name is Stuart Whitson. Thank you so much for coming out today. Thank you to Matt and Mercy and the entire CPAC team. And thanks be to God for giving us a platform to fight for our kids, to fight for our families, and to fight for our country. Thank you so much, and God bless America.
We're going to close off. I'm going to start with Rosie, and then we'll talk about just a few items to wrap up this incredible day.
The room is full of heroes, and I know that all of you deserve. Raul Camus is in the back. Thank you, Raul. Thank you to all of you, especially Frank. You did an incredible work. Cydia has been an assessor for us, and thank you so much that you are in our board as an assessor board. Of course, all the Kaleido board, if they can stand up, thank you so much for all the incredible work you have done. And this last award, that is a Premio Libertad, is for a Hispanic man who has been 4 years fighting against trafficking. I know that Cydia has been that good angel and also helping all of us, but Bob, last year in the other summit, you were very important for the children. I know this year is another year, but it's a lot of things coming good for you. And I know from God that we need so many Bobs in the world, because there is a lot of people who do not have the heart you have. So this hand of help is for you, Bob, from all of us. Eduardo Verasti wanted to give it to you too. And Mercy and Matt are so happy that we're going to give it to you. God bless you, Bob, and God bless your family.
The first thing that happens in human trafficking is they take away your identity, your passport or whatever. Even the children, they don't have identities. And I have to be quick here. But God has called each of us by name. They can take away our identity, our value, and that's the problem. We're not valuing each other. They can take away our identity, but each one of us, like Jesus says, before you were formed in the womb, I knew you. So, like Eduardo was saying, let's pray. I'd like to say this with this incredible group, here I am, Lord. We can all stand up and say, here I am, Lord, to give value to all these missing and wonderful children.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Rosie. I just want to, Frank, come over here. We got a lot of work to do. This is this is our third annual international summit for combating human trafficking, but we are going to come back with a list of what we're going to be working with the Department of Justice, with Department of Homeland Security. So we've got our homework cut out for us. We're going to share that with you as well. And then also please continue to connect with Frank on ensuring that we're getting your stories told, things that we need to advocate for here in Washington, D.C. And then, of course, join us. Join this movement. We're going to do CPAC Brazil in exile in Miami in August. We're going to be doing CPAC Paraguay, CPAC Mexico, CPAC Argentina, Japan, Australia, all before the end of the year. And this topic of human trafficking will be discussed in every single one of these CPACs. We're going to be working with the people on the ground and with the governments on the ground to get the job done and make sure that they're moving the ball on this issue. Frank, I'm going to leave it to you to finish it off here.
Thank you, Matt and Mercedes. First, can we give Matt and Mercedes a hand for taking the time? The last thing I'll say is we screened the Sound of Freedom. I was not at CPAC to even do this work, and Mercedes looked at me and said, well, we should start a center and you should run it. And I said, of course, without asking for a single dollar, not because I'm brilliantly hearted, just because I'm not wise. I said, sure, let's do it. And here we are almost 3 years later. This is our third summit. We're in over 10 countries. We've passed legislation in over 5 states. We've gotten 2 bills over the line, and none of it is enough. We have to provide an American solution to this international problem. And I cannot say enough, and this is not just to keep my job because it's the truth. Matt and Mercedes have given so much to this movement and followed a lot of us blindly into this work, and it's because of their heart and because God led them there. And God has led you to this room. Please stick with us. Please come find us. Please work with us. It is the honor of my lifetime to get to know a lot of you, and it's the honor of my lifetime to work with you, Mercy. Thank you all.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.